Hello everyone, it's that time again. It's the FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss 2025 and we're back with round 4. I'm David Howell. I'm joined by the wonderful Judit Polgar to take you through all of the action today. It's been quite a ride so far, Judit, with some real surprises along the way. What's been the highlight for you so far in the early days of action?
Well, hi everyone. Nice to see you back, David. I think we can't complain at all about all the actions out there until in the first 3 rounds, and it's heating up, and we are going to see, I think, more and more very interesting games starting out already from the opening.
Yeah, we see the clash of some titans today. Yesterday, we saw a great day for the Indian players as Gukesh, Prag, and Arjun all won. But it was the day mostly of Maghsoodloo at the top of the standings, who is still on 100%. It's a case of just one leader in the open section, also just one leader in the women's. And we'll start there. We will talk about this we see in front of us, Judith. Vaishali out on her own, on top, the winner in the 2023 Grand Swiss. It seems like she loves this tournament.
Well, it seems like not only she loves it, but she plays very well, and she won the third game also yesterday. I'm very curious how long she's able to keep this form, 100%. Will she able to be making a full score after round 4? It is very difficult to start out with a full score round 1, 2, 3, and then keep it all the way. Of course, there is 2 spots for the candidates, and but it's a long tournament. It's very difficult to keep your form on the very top. And then we see also a lot of other interesting players who are still not in the very top, like the Mozicuk sisters. Okay, Maria is on 2 points, but I'm pretty sure some others, like former world champion, also Stefanova, might be coming up and scoring more points. But of course, like Lucknow Katarina, also she's there and fighting her way up.
Vaishali chased by 3 players, just half a point behind. And these are the pairings. Dinara Wagner, who represents Germany these days, she will face Vaishali, try to take her down, leapfrog the leader. Katarina Lagno, you mentioned, she plays against Yutzin Song. Maybe my pronunciation isn't perfect there, but yeah, the Chinese player had a fantastic game yesterday, some great preparation. She finished the game with still 1 hour 15 left on her clock. Her opponent was pretty much out of time. So very impressive, Judith. And as you mentioned, many world champions, former world champions in the mix. Tan Zhongyi, Anna Ushanina is there, slightly below, and yeah, Stefanova as well. Which ones are you most looking forward to covering today? Which games?
Well, for sure, Vaishali's game are also always interesting, but I'm also curious on board too how Lucknow will be playing it out. What I'm missing from here, it's Vantika, right? She had been missing her opportunity in game 2 versus Bibisara, and this is why we are not going to see her here.
Yeah, she was the unfortunate victim yesterday of Yutzin Song in that great preparation as well. And yeah, board 3 was pretty juicy as well, where we saw Salimova facing off against Tan Zhongyi. Let's move over to the Open, where again we'll investigate those standings. And again, it's just one player at the top of the field, Maghsoodloo, who took down his good friend Alireza Firouzja yesterday, and he's chased by a pack of 6 players, Judith. But some big names again on the screen.
Oh yeah, we see the Indian youngsters in the lead of the world champion there. We see Abdusattorov. He had a tough game yesterday, but he played long but collected the full point. And of course, we see some nice matches like Svane, Frederick against Ivanchuk. I'm always happy to see the clashes of generations. So we're going to see some fun games today, I believe.
Yeah, these are some of the players at the top of the standings. We're missing some top names though, and they are hiding down on page 2. Here we see 21st to 40th place. So these are actually everyone on 2 points. Down the kind of players we're missing now, 41st and beyond. They are just down at 1.5 on 50%. So these are the players all on plus scores. Alireza Firouzja's there despite losing yesterday. And Vincent Keimer, Anish Giri, Levan Aronian, Yana Pomnishi. the winner in 2023, Hans Niemann, MVL. The list goes on, Judith. It looks like they're kind of poised, these players. They're doing okay. They might need to start winning soon.
Oh yeah, but to have 2 out of 3, it's still very much okay until you start collecting every 2-3 rounds an extra plus. The tournament is long, so you can be. I think for many players, the strategy is that 3 rounds to go. Like after round 8, you should be +3 or 4, and then you can still have anything.
So yeah, being pragmatic, not taking too much risk, but taking your chances when they come. Parham Maghsoodloo, talking of taking chances, he got a very nice win yesterday against Fallujah, very well calculated. He takes on Nodirbek Abdusattorov today. That is going to be a real heavyweight clash, Judith. Both players surely going to go for the win.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Abdusattorov playing on home ground, so he wants to show to the crowd that he wants to win the tournament, and he does everything in order to do so. But his path is not going to be easy at all. And then we see Pragnananda on board 2 against the youngster Mishra, who won a convincing game yesterday. And of course, the big clash between the Indians, Gukesh and Arjun. What do you expect from that game?
Oof. They are good friends. They know each other very well, but it always seems to be decisive when they play, Judith. I think Gukesh, until the second half of Norway Chess, he'd never beaten Arjun. I think he'd lost 6 classical games, never won any against Arjun Erigaisi. But Gukesh finally got a win through a bit of luck against Arjun, and things could turn. That's often how it works in these rivalries, right? And yeah, some kind of derbies, I'm going to say as well. A German clash between Vincent Keimer, Frederick Svane, and a little bit below, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Marc-Andrea Maurizi. And yeah, lots of big names. I'm especially looking forward to seeing how tricky Vasil Ivanchuk does against Vidit.
Oh yeah, that will be a fun match. And Hans Niemann is on board 11 now, and I see my countryman Richard is back there. He always makes interesting games, so we should be looking into that as well.
Yeah, plenty for us to follow in this round, of course. These are the 10 boards, still very, very early days. And okay, well, I guess we'll sit here for a while, Judith, as we see some English openings. Interesting, board 1 and board 4 look exactly the same right now. That's on the top row, the blue board and the green board, and some Spanishes further down. Petrov, even a Karakan, London system. We have it all today.
Yeah, it's quite a mix for today. It's interesting, the Gukesh game. What do you think about this bishop d6 at such an early phase? Usually they play bishop e7. I never analyzed bishop d6. Do you know anything of it?
I do a little. I actually looked at it from the black side a while ago. Maybe we start there then, in the clash between the two Indian superstars. They've recently started playing h6 a lot as black, including Gukesh himself. And often the idea is to put a bishop on g5 without, a bishop on d6 without allowing any bishop g5 stuff. One of the main lines used to be, just to put it on the board, a check, and then going back to d6. This is maybe more well known than bishop d6 immediately. But yeah, bishop d6 is, I'm going to say, very ambitious, Judith, because the idea is to play a quick e5 in a lot of lines. Often they'll play like knight d7, they'll take on c4, and they'll just go e5, or maybe even take knight c6 and e5 very quickly.
I just was about to ask you that what is the idea behind it? What is the great innovation behind playing bishop to d6? So it's a very different approach than it was before.
Yeah. And against the Catalan, I think they figured out you can do anything and you're always slightly worse anyway. So what's the difference between bishop and d6 and bishop e7 if white's going to get a playable position? I think we'll see castles, and then it will be decision time. Like I know h6 kind of transposes to a modern main line. Knight c6 might be played. Lots of choice. Arjun always goes his own way, right? He always tries to surprise the opponent as early as possible.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see the young generation who really grow up already with the engine way of thinking, right? So they don't have this respect of the old moves. Like, okay, fine, good. Everything what was played before, thanks for the information, but let me think critically and go on my own way, right? And of course, the engine supports this very much. Actually, it inspires the players to go on their own route. And then you always have a friend. I mean, I can in brackets a friend who supports your idea and says, "Yeah, okay, it's not so simple. Why not Bishop D6?" I mean, of course, when I was a teenager, if somebody says Bishop D6, I think they would say, "Come on, everybody plays Bishop B4, Bishop B7. Behave yourself. go go the way the others did." Was it differently in your teenage years when analyzing openings?
No, it was the same. Like just exact same experience, Judith. Like in this position, I would play Bishop E7. I'd be like, oh, look, Magnus is playing Bishop E7. Gukesh is playing Bishop E7. Everyone's playing Bishop E7. That must be the best move. And I just try and copy the top players as long as possible. But these
Yeah,
days, you try and copy
that
Cockfish.
was the old-fashioned way of thinking, right? You see the older generation experts in that opening, and then you follow them, and then you make some little changes. But these days, they make drastically different moves and big changes, like starting already move 4 and 5. They say, "Why not this one? Why would I go back to e7?" And actually, looking at it with a fresh look, it does make sense to go bishop d6, right? Because white is not going to be pushing c5. That's not what white is playing for, really,
Hmm.
and to close the position.
Yeah, I think I saw an interesting article though by I think it was Matthew Sadler recently. It was like a Twitter thread, and he was saying, yeah, there's some lines, this one in some even reversed positions, so like London systems where black could play like c5, c4 very quickly, and the computer says it's actually okay. So like it recommends c5, and that's why often maybe bishop d6 might not be top computer recommendation. But like you said, from human terms, we're so like it's hammered home to us from a young age. We're like never play c5 in the Catalan, never play this. So I wouldn't be shocked if it's actually one of the top computer moves, but human terms, you never want to close the center. I'm more expecting like knight c3 or queen c2, or something just to keep the tension.
But probably everything which is keeping black away from playing e5.
Hmm. Yeah, not easy to stop though, I guess. Like knight c3, maybe black even just takes on c4 and then plays e5 next move.
Yeah, then the bishop d6 bishop is absolutely prepared for after e5, e4, e5.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what I looked at. I think queen c2 was the one I decided was maybe most challenging for black, because it's unclear you want to take if you're not winning a pawn temporarily, and maybe b6, c6 systems are quite slow against queen c2.
But can black go anyway after queen c2, d takes c4, and e5?
Yeah, d takes c4, and trying to remember what I was thinking. It was something along the lines of like, now you try and take it with the knight, or Catalan, because everything looks the same, but it's never it's never the same. Let's say I go knight.
Yeah, to play against Catalan, it's not easy.
Mm-hmm. And now e5. I probably meet just by taking everything. Knight take, and
Yeah, knight c4, and my bishop is in trouble.
yeah. So
No,
that's
here I'm in trouble. If I would have c6 already, then I go bishop c7 and life is fine.
yeah.
But this one single tempo makes a big difference.
Yeah, but that begs the question: like, if queen c2, if white just waits, then maybe black plays c6, sets it up, either e5 immediately or maybe takes and then e5.
I like c6.
Yeah, knight d2. That's why they often try to force the bishop to d2, right, to take away the square. So I'll try and use it. D2. And I just remember there's one trick, like b6. Also, there's e4, but b6 is never possible in these lines. Or maybe it is here. But often there are tricks, tactics. Probably here, queen c7 is okay.
Mm-hmm.
And if I take the rook, bishop a6, and the two rooks are less important than the queen. And in the meantime, Judah, I'm being told there's some very wise words from an expert in this variation in our chat. It's from our producer, Bick. Apparently, he plays this a lot. So queen c2 takes, oh wow, this is some highbrow stuff. Queen c2 takes, white can play a4 to stop b5, I guess. e5 and knight a3 is very strong for white. Wow, just to take this pawn by force.
Well, this is very interesting, and I hope that we're going to go to this direction or something similar. But I see something speeding up in the opening between Keimer and Svane. What do you think to jump over there? Because they play a gambit, Arhangelsk
Oh,
variation. I was playing it with the white side for a long time, but I haven't seen this on top level chess for quite some time. Did you
mhm.
play it with any color?
I
Maybe
was
we can
too
go back a few moves.
I was too scared, Judith. It's so much theory, so much to memorize, and the evaluations are always like they can swing easily. Um, yeah, we'll go from the start actually, and we'll go into this Duckworth variation that you mentioned. Like it was the Spanish, just for everyone at home wondering how we got to this crazy position. Was what we call the open variation, the open Spanish knight takes e4, and yeah, this is the main line. Black gives the pawn back, bishop e6, c3. I played this variation as black a few times, but I was always playing bishop e7,
Hmm.
or knight c, very quick knight c5 lines. But bishop c5, knight d2, bishop c2, and yeah, white's supposed to be slightly better if black takes. F5 is the move, though. I think I might have played before, but knight takes f2 and f6. I think in recent times they've been even allowing like f takes e5 in some positions, just kind of allowing bishop takes f2, f takes e5, and saying white king goes back. It's fine, but taking on f6 and Vincent thinking, what was your experience like in these positions, Judith?
Well, I remember in the late 80s, more in the mid 90s, I was analyzing a lot when I switched from my King's Gambit sharp opening preparation to this to the Rai Lopez playing Bishop B5 and then learning all the different systems how to play against when black is playing this line, the open Spanish, they play Smyslov, they have Zaitsev. You know how many endless number of options are there in the Rai Lopez. Though I was very lucky because at the time Berlin was not so popular at all.
So
And even
jealous.
if someone played it, he was not taken seriously at all. That come on, I mean, what kind of moves you're doing, right? And also the Petrov was not popular that much, though some people played it, but not on the very top level. On lower levels, they played it, and it caused some problem. But this was one of the line I was looking quite a lot and analyzing it. I think I had only maybe one or two games ever that somebody played this sacrifice, and I was okay with it. I was okay with it. I was analyzing it a lot. And as I analyzed it, I felt that I know that things are under control. Maybe black can have enough compensation, but if I know my notes and I remember, then I'm in safe. And I think it's still the case. Well, knight f1, I believe, should be the move. Though knight b3 is also possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, should be a knight move. I think Vincent Keimer is pausing here because he's trying to do exactly what you said, Judith. Remember his notes. That's always a difficult one.
Well, probably it came as a surprise for Vincent because if you make a preparation and you remember your notes, obviously this is not really the moment to think about. You know it in advance whether which way you go with your knight. I think I was going knight f1. Somehow it was more important in the defense to have it on the king's side.
Yeah. And apparently, according to the chess.com database, the openings tab that everyone can find if they go to chess.com/events and follows each game. The knight f1, knight b3 is a more popular move, but
Hmm.
apparently the most popular is queen to f1, which I don't think I've seen before. That's surprising to me.
Yeah, because psychologically it's pressure, right? To keep
Mm.
keep being staying in the pin. Because after knight b3, white is forcing black to capture on f2. After knight f1, I'm threatening immediately bishop e3 to block. So it's also forcing black to take. So for queen f1, is like, I have good nerves. I know what I'm doing. I just want to have that exchange with the best circumstances I can have. And of course, it makes a lot of sense not to allow black to take on f2 with the bishop. And then I have to have my king on f2, which obviously not standing the best over there. So queen f1 has its ideas, right? If white really has the time to do so.
Yeah, and it also scores very well, queen f1. But yeah, I like your knight f1 as well. I'm guessing, like you said, black has to take before bishop
Takes
e3
a
comes.
knight e5, I think. That's how it goes.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Actually, suddenly a lot more games. So maybe even by transposition as well, we get here. And now the main line.
Yes, because I believe that after f6, ef6, bishop f2
Mhm.
is also possible, maybe, and takes queen f6.
Yeah. So just to force the white king to take.
Yeah, especially after queen f1 became a move.
Mhm.
Then maybe some people would just want to take on queen f6, because I don't see much better moves than
Mhm.
knight b3, knight f1.
Yeah. You're right, actually. Like now, by far, knight f1 is the main line. And yeah, I'm not so familiar with the nuances, so I feel bad that I missed this. But yeah, maybe this is why after f6, e takes f6, Vincent Keimer is thinking now, because he was expecting bishop takes f2. It's by far the main line. It's been played, what is it, nearly, what is it, 8 times more than than queen takes f6. So queen takes f6 by far less popular.
Yeah, of course, queen f1 is. I mean, when you didn't have computers and engines, you said, okay, I just want to get rid of this pin, okay? No, I don't want all kind of things happening around me. But I have a question. So after queen f1, is there a possibility for, I mean, is knight d4 a threat by white?
Sorry, knight.
Knight d4, is
Knight
that a
d4.
threat?
Oh wow.
I'm not sure. Maybe knight takes d4 and rook f6, knight c2, and yeah, let's say rook e8.
Knight d4, rook f. Oh, sorry, knight d4, rook f6, rook f6. Maybe black flicks in a check, like knight takes c2 first, maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, maybe rook takes f6. Yeah, too many pieces, right?
Okay, so knight d4 is not a threat. It's an
Mm-hmm.
important information. But what I wanted to ask, if knight d4 is not a threat, I was after queen f1, is g5 a move? But maybe after g5, knight d4 works already because it's not protected on f6.
Ah, now knight d4.
Mhm.
Yeah, looks good for white now.
And after knight d4,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, because my idea would be after g5, threatening to play bishop f2 and g4.
Mm-hmm. g5, g4. Yeah, or taken g4.
Yes.
Wow, this is very interesting. So if you're in, just before we move away from this game, if you're in Vincent Keimer's shoes, Judith, and you knew kind of in your preparation, for example, bishop takes f2 first, you knew you were going to take queen takes f6 and now knight f1, and you know this is your preparation and it goes on and on and on. Do you kind of force it back to your prep, or do you stop and think, oh, my opponent doesn't normally take on f6, they're supposed to take on f2, maybe I can find something even better than what I prepared?
Well, I think it's very tricky because you might as well have the preparation that, okay, bishop f2, king f2, queen f6 position, you had to be looking for sure because that's an obvious continuation for black. After queen f6, you might say, if you didn't have enough time to check it, for example, you say, okay, I just go knight f1 and we transpose, and then maybe later on you're walking with your coach and you start talking, I just seen this game queen f1, we should be looking because it seems like it's better than the other one. And then when you go to the game, maybe knight f1 is pretty reasonable, but you're not crazily happy because of course black has compensation. At the same time, you know that you wanted to look this queen f1, and you know some of the game, and you know that it's okay, and then you're hesitating, right? That, well, what should I do? Of course, I played knight f1 before already, so my opponent is very well prepared against that. So maybe queen f1, which obviously is not going to be a surprise for my opponent because he has to take that and analyze that. So I think in such a cases, in this situation, is there are a lot of things you take in account: what the knowledge you have, and what is the belief you have, and then you think also what your opponent is up to and at what level is his preparation. So when someone is spending time here 5, 10 minutes, or even half an hour, it's obviously not calculating the lines only. It's very small part. It goes also what the intuition tells you, that how should I choose, because both are completely playable.
Yeah, so mind games and maybe extra mind games because they know each other so well. They both play on the same German team together. And I will mention Frederick Svane did spend nearly 2 minutes before playing Queen takes f6, so maybe he got his move order confused, and that's kind of forced Vincent Keimer to have a bit of a think.
But you know what can happen also? Maybe after f6, he went to look around other games or went to the bathroom, and that's the 2 minutes has been spent, right?
True.
So the psychology of chess matters quite a bit. How fast your opponent is playing, how self confident the person is, what state of mind you are in. But okay, I think we're going to see some interesting happenings over there. And let's see what we have on other games. Look at that Chaparinov, Giri already. We are in the end game. Not long, we couldn't go into the very opening yet, and they are in the end game already.
Let's jump into this one. I will say that Cheparinov, either he's a great fighter, very dynamic player, very well prepared, or he loves a quick draw, depending on his mood. And okay, we see this position. We're nearly 20 moves in, Judith. Should we recap very
Yeah,
quickly?
let's see from what did it happen.
Mm.
How did you reach this?
Yeah, so okay, we actually came from the Nimzo Indian. So bishop b4, pinning, e3. And it was this system, d5. This is very trendy these days, a3, forcing black to give up a bishop, well, the bishop pair, and c5. And I guess you might have had some experience in this type of line, Judith.
I had this playing it with the black side, absolutely.
Exactly. I remember you were playing some Nimzo Indians and e4. I'm not super familiar with the theory, but e4 pawn sacrifice, giving up on d4. I don't think that's the main move. And after some exchanges, looks like both players well in their prep. So White's compensation is the bishop pair, maybe potential of a kingside majority. But knight g4, very forcing. F4 to block the diagonal, and that's how we got the endgame. Knight e3, queen c1, nice intermezzo, forcing the queens off. And are you expecting this game to end peacefully?
Well, I'm not sure Chaparonov is playing for a draw. He maybe just wants to pose some small problems, challenges for black, and we'll see how it works out, right? But indeed, it seems like White has not a big uh, achievement that he did, right? Bishop c6, let's say, even just allowing bishop e3 takes, doubling the rook on the d file. It doesn't seem too dangerous for black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
At the same time, maybe it can be unpleasant playing g3, at some point d5, going rook c3.
Mm-hmm.
But the c6 bishop is extremely stable there. I don't know how white will be able to crack black's play.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even g4, not g3.
Kingside majority, push it.
Gain space. I mean, it's one story that maybe it's not so much with white, but would you be happy to be on the black side?
True. I don't know. Anish is super solid. I think he won't be upset on the black side. I would definitely take white. I think pawn structure normally I would be happy with black, like queenside majority, outside pass pawn potential. But here white's so active, like a4, a5 as well, just to maybe hint at some a6. big question for black. What to do there?
True. True.
Um,
That's a good plan.
I might even start with a4 if I were white, unless f5 is coming. But yeah,
Exactly. F5 is coming very
it is.
much. Not,
Mhm.
and it's not only because of the G2 pawn. So that's why G3 actually is. Well, you can go E5 if your pawn is not hanging.
Mhm. I do wonder whether Giri can try and kind of give a check, maybe. You get the knight out. Risky, maybe. In g3.
King G3.
Yeah. No, I'm not quick enough to put my bishop on c6.
But actually, it's an interesting idea, because now black has to make a decision whether am I going into that endgame which we just talked about, giving back the pawn on e3, or no, I don't. I'm not going to give back. I go on IG4. I keep my pawn, and then white thinks, okay, if you want to keep your pawn, I have great compensation. One day I'm going to winning back the d4, and then I have my bishop pair, and with a much better circumstances uh, it's going to be pawn equality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so just one of these kind of memory test variations where you test your opponent. Giri clearly knows what he's doing. You end up in a position that's probably equal, but then still has to prove it. Yeah, I mean, I can't fault him for this opening strategy. I do the same a lot. Just try to keep things really safe, try to force an endgame. And
I mean, I have another question. Can black go f5?
mhm. 5. And if I go e5,
Then I thought that I have a square on d5 for my knight.
sorry.
It looks a little scary, I have to admit.
Mm-hmm. You go back immediately, or?
Well, if I don't want to allow you to take on
Yeah.
e3, yes. At the same time, maybe I should go bishop c6 first.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was the idea.
I think bishop c6 first.
Mm-hmm. Let's say I take,
Thanks.
and even give you g2. I get rook c7.
Rook c7 and rook g1 next.
Yeah. Rook f7 is never possible.
And after rook ac8, you just take and bishop f5?
Ah, yeah. I forgot that was hanging, but yes, I will do that. Now you've told me.
Maybe you had also rook ac1. Maybe the seventh
Yeah.
rank was more important than the pawn. I don't know.
Yeah, and it's very interesting, like this position. Like white's just a pawn down, but bishop c4 is coming. The e pawn's going to be super strong.
It's very interesting idea, by the way, by Chaparinov, I think, because you don't want to go just to give up the e3, give back the pawn, and then sit and wait.
Mm-hmm. It's growing on me. I was quite skeptical. I thought he was just playing for like a very equal endgame, but
I think it's a very typical idea from these days. I mean, it's so difficult to create an advantage from home preparation because everybody has their own engines, right? So you have to come up with this kind of smart things that you make your opponent to make decisions. And it's not about having a fantastic position, big advantage. It's more about style also. So Anish, of course, will always look for some activity. Probably he would be on the white side rather than to play it with the black side. But this is what he got for today.
Yeah, classic Anish Reforged says there in the feature chat. One last question before we move away from this game, Judit. What if I'm super boring here or really kind of unambitious and I just play rook c8?
Mm-hmm.
I guess you take on e3?
Yes, thanks.
Take. And
but I have also another idea, maybe before we check this. What about playing bishop b4 on rook c8?
Okay, I'll play this rook c8, rook fc8.
Ah. Yeah.
Maybe
yeah,
still
because
bishop b4.
Yeah, it's also possible bishop b4 with the idea of bishop c5, right?
Mm-hmm.
And also, I mean, maybe at one time I could even go h3, not allowing you back, but probably that would be slow. Bishop b4, I think, is something to be checked.
Yeah,
Though,
great.
though this way it's pretty slow. I mean, black can even go b6.
Yeah, my idea, Judith, was rook fc8. I was kind of hoping, assuming
Okay.
you would take the knight, and then I just wanted to take the rooks off the board and say, am I holding this endgame?
But your king is very far, I think. I think
Yeah.
I take rook takes c8. I go either e5, starting with e5 or king d4.
Hmm.
King d4, king f8.
Yeah.
Maybe f5 and
Fine.
e5.
Well,
Well,
yeah.
I still don't see a breaking point, of course.
Hmm. Don't know. Maybe I'll leave it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not having much fun here as black. I just thought I'd try and see whether this was so bad.
Yeah, I
Oh,
don't see how white is making progress, but it's definitely not something I would be very happy to, without play, to get this position.
yeah. Agree. So Anish maybe in for some difficult decisions as he tries to equalize. It's very unlikely black wins this game. I think that's a nice bit of a bonus for Ivan Cheparinov. But let's zoom out and see if there are
Yes.
any other interesting games going on. This one's by far the most advanced that I've found so far. Move 19. But
Yes.
interesting stuff elsewhere, Judith.
Yes, let's see what we have. Well, Pragnananda is still having a very healthy kind of opening.
Mm-hmm.
What we can easily have the same structure in Gukesh's game. The only difference is that the white knight is on c3 and not on d2.
Wow, very similar, actually. And we also have an isolated pawn on the white side in Maghsoodloo against Abdusattorov. So lots of isolated pawns. Uh, top 4 boards might all have isolated d pawns very shortly.
Maybe we can go to the Abdusattorov game. What do you think? Because white is developing, and somehow, for some reason, he keeps the castling for a later stage, which is kind of unusual to me.
Yeah, he's been spending a lot of time as well, so maybe freestyling a bit. But we'll just very quickly recap this. Again, for once, it's an opening I know quite a bit about, so can't complain. So knight f6, this is one of those Slav variations after d takes c4, a4 that's quite provocative. Black plays e6. Now, if white wants to kind of challenge the system, e4 is very interesting. e4, bishop b4, and now you can even gambit a pawn with bishop takes c4, similar to some other lines, or you can play e5. And I was looking at this a while ago, long time now, but and this position is very interesting, like analyzing with h4 with white, knight g5 with white. There's so many systems that are worth investigating. But
Yes, this looks always very scary for black because all the defender left the black king, especially after castling, right? And indeed, the d6 square is painfully weak.
Yeah. And instead e3, if you're not well prepared, if you haven't looked at it that morning, you might want to play e3 and just guarantee you win the pawn back. So now it looks a bit more like a queen's gambit accepted, except with the white a4 pawn being an extra tempo because black went c6, c5. But the pawn on a4, not necessarily a good thing because as we see, yeah, queen e2 I've never seen before, but yeah, the b4 square is a nice square now, a nice launching pad for the black knight. They normally castle first, but queen e2, take. Black not brave enough to take a pawn. Looks a bit scary, especially if white takes queen e2 very quickly. Maybe possible, but bishop e7. And yeah, Judith, I've had this position many times as black after rook d1. I actually helped Peter Svidler in his 2016 candidates preparation. We were preparing this as his main repertoire, and I came up with a novelty on move 27, and he used it against Nakamura with black to get a big advantage. Knight b4 is the main line. I think I played knight d5 against Anand as well. Oh, I should have beaten him. So upset.
Old memories. You brought it up.
Old memories. Old memories. At one point I had like 5 winning moves, and I played move number 6, and I didn't win a queen endgame.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've never beaten the reigning world champion because of that game. But bishop b3 instead is new, to me at least. Rook d1, knight b4, castles, and bishop d7. He did castle eventually, Judith, but a bit weird that he did it because he could have had his bishop on a more active square. But e3,
Yeah.
E3 odd. Maybe knight e5 now and f4.
Yeah, I mean, black's next move is bishop c6, most likely. I don't know if after knight d5 what his plan is to play rook c8. Probably.
Yeah. Say rook c8. Depends whether d5 is a threat. I didn't think it is. But...
Yeah, that's a question. But now that this rook from a1 went to d1, it means that after d5, it can be some problems with the a4 pawn is hanging.
Yeah. d5. How do we take it?
Takes. But actually, maybe it's good.
Yeah, the bar says it's good for white. Like, there's never enough time to take the a4 pawn because of some tactics against the black queen.
Yeah, knight d5, bishop d5. It seems white is very much in time with the attack.
Yeah, so maybe knight e5. It has to be.
Yeah, bishop c6.
Yeah.
So black could not risk it. And then after knight c6, b takes c6.
Yeah. I quite like the structure for black, especially with the knight on b4. Like, you never get moved. Just put something on d5 and cemento.
Yeah, and if white is not taking on c6, then bishop comes up, shows up on d5, or the knight.
Yeah. I mean, this is 9 years ago now when I was looking at it with Peter Svidler, but I remember f4 being an idea. It looks odd to me, but especially with the bishop having gone off this diagonal, like f4,
Yes,
f5.
yes.
That's like the only reason I can just the rook on f1. Let's see, f4 maybe.
Bishop d5?
Yeah. So I take with a... I take it? Probably I take it with a knight.
Well, after this, it's a question. If after f4, maybe I take e takes d5 and the e4 square is weak.
Yeah.
I jump in.
Very interesting position. I don't know, queen b5 maybe. Yeah, a lot to work out. This is
But
actually...
after queen b5, maybe queen b6. But no, queen b6, maybe you take a knight d7. I blunder the pawn.
Although the knight's trapped at the end now. Knight takes rook a6. a5 is forced.
True.
Yeah, so very interesting. We're actually headed in this direction, just to confirm. They did play knight e5, bishop c6, so Maghsoodloo may play f4, no guarantees. Just what else would be my question? Like, he's not going to move this bishop again. He's just put it on e3. Rook e1 looks a bit vague, non-concrete.
Yeah, it's very interesting, these positions, because in one hand, at the moment, white has the initiative, the more active pieces. At the same time, if black has the time to blockade with bishop on d5, playing rook c8, develop the pieces, then it can be a long-term beautiful position and maybe even a better position for black. Yeah. So time is very important for white, whether he's able to create problems for black. The e5 knight is just standing so beautiful, right? But maybe it's just standing there and not doing much.
Yeah, true. I've always liked these positions from the black side just because, I don't know, it feels like you can, it's kind of low responsibility. You just block d5, you just kind of wait and hope to get to an endgame where you're just better. But yeah, short term, there's always difficulty. There's always some danger. Parham going for f4. Very interesting. Judith, we're going to move to another isolated pawn position. A less exciting one right now, but one that could be in favor of the player playing against the isolated pawn. d5 is weak. Pieces off the board here. What do you make of Gukesh's chances against Arjun?
Well, at first it seems white has a very pleasant position because black just offered an exchange on e5, and And it's interesting that these isolated pawns, it has a completely different feeling than depending which pieces disappear from the board. Like I played it most of my life from the white side, isolated pawn, having all the four minor pieces on the board, both knights and both bishops. But once you start exchanging them, it becomes more and more dangerous for the isolated pawn player, right? So if white will have the opportunity to play knight d4, rook d1, queen b2, doubling on the d file, I mean it's a problem for black. What black can do, first of all, black can think of it, well, maybe I take bishop takes f3 and trying to go knight e4 and quickly reach rook c8, knight c3, for example. But it seems like it's far from stability for black.
I might take with the pawn.
I'm just thinking why you are not putting bishop f3 on the board with white, and I'm thinking, is it really that you want to go ef3?
Yeah, I'm very biased. I just love that pawn structure. I don't know. It's too many Caricans with e takes
Yeah,
f6.
it's interesting. And I'm pushing f4, doubling the rook, and just simply capture the d5 pawn, right?
Yeah, but the problem is even if I capture d5, probably endgames, rook endgames, it's still a draw. It's
Well, and also queen e7 maybe already immediately and trying to enter to the second rank.
Yeah, but most likely bishop takes f3, and like you said, black can try rook c8, knight e4, and game on. But again, it feels like Gukesh, maybe he's the one trying to get the small advantage. Arjun just trying to equalize. I'm going to take us, Judith, on a very quick tour around some games of interest for our fans. Next, Vasily Ivanchuk against Vidit. We won't delve in too quickly. Maybe we'll go deeper here after the break. But first thoughts on the Scotch game making an appearance. Ivanchuk showing he can play any opening under the sun.
Oh yeah, he was always famous for that. He can come up with any opening, and if you were playing against him, you could make sure that he knows not just some superficial ideas in that. For you can make sure that he has a very concrete idea to pull you into. And but I remember I played the Scotch with White in the early 90s. Once I played a match with Piquet, who was at the time one of the best Dutch players, and I played the whole match, the Scotch, with very unusual positions, to be honest. Very unusual, because you can see the c8 bishop is somehow not easy for it to come out. Usually it's on a6, and then at some point you go d5. But of course, for now, white has to be careful against knight b4. That knight c2 was a threat. So it's a quite special opening, the Scotch, especially this line.
Yeah, I love it, to be honest. Like I'm never brave enough in classical games to play the Scotch anymore, but in Blitz I play the Scotch like 80% of the time with white.
Really?
Yeah, unless I'm playing my knight f3 g3 repertoire. Then if I ever play e4, it's Scotch, just to have some fun.
Yeah, because Scotch is very practical, right? That's why I
Yeah.
started to play it also, because when you play the Rye Lopez after 3 bishop b5, you have to think about what we touched the base before. You have to think about Berlin, about 5 or 6 different kind of very serious lines. And if you play the Scotch, then okay, it's done. I play 3d4 and I just have to know what I want to play. So it's simplifying the amount of hours and the general if you play with the white pieces. So that's why it was my favorite for some time.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're playing against someone who plays the Petrov, you can go e4, e5, d4, e takes d4, knight f3, and hope that they transpose back into the Scotch. So very interesting opening here. We'll come back to this one after the break. Just one very quick look at another game, Judith. Anton Demchenko, who lost yesterday, heartbreaking in the 7th hour against Arjun Erigaisi. He was on 100% before that game. He now faces Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, and this came from a London system, surprisingly. But what do you make of this?
From a London system, I would never think that this can be on the board after move 6, you know? It's unbelievable what kind of positions we see.
I'll just show how it got there.
I'm very curious.
Accelerated London system, bishop f4 first, and this line, it was very trendy a while ago. Magnus was playing a lot of these, and like bishop d2, I think, is one of the main lines. But bishop g5, bishop e7, now threatening knight takes d5, winning a pawn due to pressure here. So bishop takes e4, h5, and h4 given a question mark. Provocative. I understand you want to play g3, bishop h3 with white and trade off, but Maghsoodloo never backs down from a fight, and g3. Okay, snapshot. Initial thoughts on this game, Judith?
I don't know. I'm very surprised on this. Bishop h3 comes to mind that white is going to be playing, though after that maybe knight d7. Black does not want to exchange the pieces. It looks pretty okay for black to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fully agree. Black has even got an advantage according to the engine.
Yeah, I mean, giving up the bishop just like that, without even black needs to be playing h6, just bishop g5, bishop f6 is, at first it's very strange. It's not something that you're worried when you play with black, let's put it that way.
True. And I have mentioned in previous days, Demchenko, he's normally super predictable in the opening. Maybe here at the Grand Swiss, he's trying to mix things up a bit more. But I don't think I've ever seen him play d4. He's like e4, super loyal, kind of always the Italian game, always open Sicilians, like very principled. But he's gone away from that and maybe not feeling so comfortable. So,
yeah.
Okay. We've reached the 45-minute mark in all of the games. It looks like we're leaving the end of the opening. Judith, just before we go on break, first thoughts, how are you predicting the rest of today to go based on what we've seen so far?
I think we're going to have very interesting games. Between the Chimera game was very interesting to me. Also, I think board 1 with Nodirbek, Parham there, I think it's going to be very interesting. With Gukesh game, it seems to be slow, but it can be a grinding for a long time from Gukesh side. And we haven't looked some of the other games where I think Maxim Vasile Graf, for example. There are some games where it's going to be unfolded to an interesting direction.
Yeah, and you heard it there. Could be some long games, lots of isolated pawn positions. We will be recapping the rest of the games we haven't seen so far when we're back from this short break here at round 4 at the Grand Swiss. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you again in just a few minutes.
Hi, I'm Badana and I'm here with Judit Polgar, and I picked a game that I really liked of hers to show today.
And this game was special for several reasons, but let's move on with some of the next moves. And then I tell you more and you ask your questions. I took back. It's a pawn sacrifice for initiative. I was always very happy to give up material in order to look for activity. E5 I played, right? Knight e7.
Bishop g5.
Bishop g5. Yeah, I like this move generally because I pinned the queen. And now castle. So I do like to sacrifice pawns. At the same time, if I don't have to give up material, I might as well take it back, yeah? I took this back, queen takes, knight c6. Why is this possible for black?
So we're attacking the queen, and if they take on c6, then we can take on g5.
And when you saw this game of mine, what did you think around this position?
I thought white was still better because it's just more active and developed, I felt. And also we might play bishop f6 at some point.
Oh, that can be strong, yeah?
Yeah.
So I like my move. This was a very strong move, moving away my queen and b6.
I'm gonna guess real Gotham or AI Gotham. Here we go.
Why on earth would you play that?
I think that's AI.
It is.
All right.
1 for 1.
Yes, 1 for 1.
That move makes no sense.
That one's real. Makes no sense, has to be real. It's real.
Fake.
What?
It's AI.
Makes no sense? Was,
Yeah.
no chance. Are you
Yeah.
serious?
Yeah.
Makes no sense.
What? Oh my gosh.
And he sacrifices the rook!
That one was fake. That had to be AI.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the rook one didn't. It wasn't guttural enough.
What the heck is this move?
I feel like it was too high pitched. Was that AI?
What was AI?
Oh my! It was like I was like I don't think I hit like a. Okay, there's one more.
Let me tell you something right now. Building a chess website is not f***ing easy. Right, chess.com built their website for 17 years. Still being built.
That had to be real. That one was like 10 seconds long. So I was like, okay. Oh, so there was 4 AI and 1 real one, and I went 3 out of 4 on the AI ones. Okay.
Did you like it? Did you like chess? Was the passion of yours, or
I loved chess.
was somebody else forcing you to play?
I loved chess until it became
Like a
you know,
profession, right?
a profession, which unfortunately for me started at a much younger age. And the pressure was very real. I would say very quickly in my early teens, chess became more of tormentor than mentor. It was difficult. I still played obviously and pretty well for a lot of years to come. But you know, it was difficult. I was basically orphaned because of my talent and because of the unique control and power that the leaders of the collective had over everyone within it. So yeah, it's been a very interesting relationship that I've had with the game. I would just say that it's been an obsession and then became something that was much more than that as far as my job, if you want to say that, but also something that I feel a great sense of purpose within in terms of what I do and what I try to do anyway. It also comes with a lot of scars. Yeah.
Welcome back to round 4 of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss, where we've had some very interesting starts. If you're just joining us, I'm David Howell. I'm joined by the wonderful Susan Polgar, Judit Polgar even. All the Polgar sisters are here. And Judith, sorry about that. What's been the highlight for you so far in this early round?
Well, first of all, I'm really enjoying it that everybody is sharp and they go out there and fight it out. it's clear in their opening choice also. I don't feel it that they are so careful and walking around tiptoeing. No, they go give all in.
Mhm. Yeah, and some players are going all in more than others, and some players are crushing it. One player who might not be crushing it though is Irina Crush, and we'll go to that game in a moment. This is the women's section where we see mostly the eval bar in the center. It looks like Maria Muzichuk, top right board, maybe in a bit of trouble. Quite a lot worse as black. The Black King quite open there. And yeah, the bottom board in the middle row, that's where my eyes are drawn, Judith. Because black has sacrificed a piece. I don't know if it was a sacrifice, actually. Looks like black, though. Piece down.
Yeah, I think it's a big question whether how much it was a sacrifice. Seeing that she's one piece down, and also that she spent quite some time. Though White also spent a lot of time, but I don't know. If it would be black to move, black wins with rook d8, but it's white to move, so white will have to decide where she's moving her queen to c6 and coming back through e4, or to come back to d2 and escaping towards after rook d8, queen c1 or queen e1. I mean, if white can consolidate and bring the knight to g3, e4 or knight c1, I don't really see an attack from black side. And this is very unfortunate because we are just in the very early phase of the game. It's only move 17. So there must be a huge blunder, I believe. It was a classical pattern of, if we go back for a few moves, black, I think, castled. And after that, e5 is a classical way of blundering these tactics.
Yeah, and I think maybe instead of castles, just to point out, black should be kicking the white knight away first. So later after e5, there's always this square, then d5 square for the black knight to come to. But castling played after a bit of thought, so I don't think it was opening prep. I don't think it was anything other than a mistake. E5, blowing open the d file. This bishop is loose. b4 doesn't change much. The knight goes back. Now the difference, I guess, after knight d5 is that after just capturing, there's another fork. So, okay, instead she had to take on e5. Bishop takes f6, remove the defender, win a piece. And yeah, nice that the knight is on e2. Otherwise, rook d8 would be a nice skewer. But no back ranks here. This simply wins for white. So queen a5 and the live position. I like both of those suggestions you mentioned, Judith. I can't see anything wrong with either of those moves.
Yeah, I don't even know which one I would be choosing because both seems to be fine. Because after queen c6, stabilizing it on e4, it looks pretty healthy. I don't know if after queen c6, maybe rook d8, trying to control the d file. It can be a case, but after that, probably I would just take rook d8, and then go knight c1, preparing to develop my bishop from f1, also threatening on a6, and black cannot go rook d1, unfortunately, because of the queen e8 checkmate. Otherwise, there would be some counterplay, maybe.
Yeah, it just looks too slow. Irina Crush, this could be heartbreaking for her. It's always tough, right? Just when you make one careless move in the opening, it looks like everything's the same. You take your eye off the board just for like 10 seconds and there's just no way back. It's brutal.
Well, it is a very unfortunate, and I'm always saying that it's one thing to lose, but it's a completely different thing to in what form do you lose. If you blunder at a very early stage, you fall into a trap, or you blunder heavily, then it gives a real frustration, not only in that moment, but also it can affect the whole tournament. If you lose a game, it's fine. I mean, you understand that it's a sport. You do your work, the other opponent does their work, and sometimes the luck also turns to one side or another. But these kind of blunders are really painful, and it haunts you during the whole tournament after that.
Yeah, so that tactic for everyone at home, that's one to put in the memory banks, and always be careful of castling too early in the Sicilian as black. There might be some tricks on the d-file. And okay, we'll go over to another game, another big clash between some strong players. A former women's world champion, Tanjongi, against Nagil Salamova, who I believe was the runner-up in the Women's World Cup in 2023. And okay, this bit of an odd pawn structure, Judith. It just looks like there's a lot of pawns on the board. Our producer said he feels like there's more than 16 pawns on this board. Just a lot of congestion. I guess this is the 17th pawn, the big bishop on c2.
Yeah, that bishop does not look so good on the picture because, yeah, is there any way that it can ever play? It has some long-term vision, probably, but some pawns has to disappear from the board, or knight to go to g3 and maybe regrouping the bishop to d1, f3, g2 or something like that, or g5 and bishop g4. It seems like black has a very healthy position, but it's still going to be a big clash, I think. The question is whether white can go f4 and prepare some attack, or black will be able to play f5, and then also if the e pawn captures on f5, then later on d5 can be extremely strong, and also on the long diagonal some action can be taken by black. If g takes f5, then on the g file anything can happen from either side, I would say. And after f5, maybe even the bishop from e7 moves away. Rook b7, rook g7 can be also something that white has to take in account. But indeed, the c2 bishop does not look good.
Yeah, I'm getting the impression you slightly favor black's chances. The eval bar seeming to agree that black has a small advantage due to this bad piece.
Yeah, black has more space. That's the only thing.
Yeah. Furthest advanced pawn. Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on any developments here. Just before we go away from the women's section, let's go to the top board, because it is the sole leader, Vaishali. And I just want to mention a very interesting line of the Grunfeld, where white has sacrificed the exchange, and good compensation, Judith, long term due to the dart squared bishop, which can come either direction. E7 is also under fire right now. What do you make of these positions in general? Do you think it's something for Vaishali to get worried about? She's down a lot on the clock, or should she be totally fine with some accurate play?
Well, I think these kind of sacrifices in the Grunfeld, it gives a very specific kind of position, because white is very strong in the center, having the e4, d5 pawns. Very strong black square domination after the bishop from d2 most likely shows up on h6. But it has other spots also, sometimes only showing up on g5. It bothers quite a bit, attacking the e7 pawn. So black has to be extremely careful in these positions, because usually white has a clear compensation. If just white brings the rook to c1, playing on the dark squares and just repeating it, what I said before, the very strong center. At the same time, if black consolidates herself and able to develop with the pieces bishop d7, one rook goes to c8, the other one goes to e8, defending the e7, and usually after queen c3, bishop h6 kind of attack, black would be playing f6. So if all this happens and white has nothing concrete, then it can easily, and black can come up on the c-file activity with both of the rooks, then it can be just a win. So at the moment, I think it's pretty balanced, but the fairest result at the end would be a draw. But I think it can go either way.
Yeah, it can definitely go either way. So it's not without risk here. Dinara Wagner's opening prep, but she is almost an hour up on the clock. She's gained 6 minutes with white since this game began. Vaishali's been thinking pretty much for the last hour. And queen d4 is, wow, very ambitious move. Attacking the bishop, attacking the pawn.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is not a good sign for Vaishali that she has spent so much time, which means that probably it was a surprise opening or the surprise position what she has to deal with. Because it helps if you have your mindset ready that, okay, I'm entering to this position, I know what it is, I know I have to be careful, what kind of patterns, ideas are the ones I have to watch out. Because if you're on your own and you're just calculating at the board, it can be some big difficulties. Like now, for example, bishop g5 seems to me a very strong move, and the e7 pawn is hard to defend.
Hmm. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Two moves to my mind, like bishop h6 or bishop g5. Bishop g5, I guess black plays f6, or does black take on e4?
I thought after queen e4, I go bishop f3. That
Mhm.
was my plan. Maybe
Yeah.
it's not enough, but that was my plan. And after that, I can capture the e7s.
Mhm.
On.
Yeah,
Go
I'm not sure
back,
whether
takes.
black should put the queen, maybe e5.
Yeah, and d6.
Yeah. Oof. Scary for black. Very
Well,
scary.
maybe you just go bishop d7, you give up the b7. I should be. I mean, the queen on d4 can be very good also.
Yeah, maybe after bishop d7, maybe just rook d1 and h4 and just kind of maybe rook d1 first.
Rook d1 I like, asking questions. Where am I going to put my queen? Maybe to e5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the type of position again, like, I don't know, h4, some move. It's probably dynamically balanced, but could go any direction. Yeah, Judith, I've been a Grunfeld player my whole life, but these days it's really out of fashion, and I'm scared to play it just because there's so many variations like this where the computer says it's 0.0, but if the opponent's prepared, they know you're playing Grunfeld, like your chances are very limited. You're just reacting half the time. It's so like psychologically tough. Like every time you set the board, you know you're going to get hit by something new, something different. And
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely out of vogue with the top players in the world.
Yeah, but it's an interesting position. I mean, I think it is true that white has full compensation. At the same time, maybe it's not more than that. After queen d4, I don't know what else white can be doing. It's also possible to go, I don't know, bishop c3, queen e4, bishop f3.
Mm-hmm.
If bishop h6, then
Yeah,
I have
quite
a
like
question, for example, can black go queen e4?
Yeah.
Or then you
Let's go
go
back.
queen b2, forcing
Mhm.
f6.
Maybe 2, f6. Can I like kind of want to go d6.
Yeah, somehow d6, bishop f3, bishop d5, right?
Yeah. Maybe I take first just to be pragmatic, d6.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's not so scary. That just moves the bishop out.
Yeah, I mean, white is not risking anything, right?
Yeah. Again, it feels like black can probably equalize with some accurate play, but white, as you say, white's going to always minimum win the pawn back and probably just equal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah. Interesting, very interesting position and interesting mind games. It looks like Dinara Wagner is out of book for the first time in this game. So on the one hand, she knows she's got some prep in. She's got big time advantage on the clock. On the other hand, she knows Queen d4, probably not the top computer move if she hasn't looked at it before. And we'll come back to that game a bit later. Judith, we're back to the open section in the meantime. And again, we have that selection, top 10 boards. Where would you like to visit next?
Ooh, we have quite interesting stuff out there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Because, for example, I'm looking at the game Vacher Le Grave, board
Okay.
10.
Wow.
Very unexpected things happening there. Maybe it will be simplified in a second, but I thought maybe it's interesting moment of the game.
Mm-hmm. Just to show the last few moves, it was very kind of normal looking Caro Khan. Looks a bit like a French, but black has the bishop outside the pawn chain. A6, knight b3, and wow, okay. I would actually visually quite like white here, but b5 is a very forceful, energetic move. A5 coming next, or in the near future, knight b6 coming. So knight c5, both sides posted up their knights, and knight takes a6, pawn sacrifice. And a4, like you said, might just explode, but how does black do this? Which one do you take? Might be 2.
Well, there are a lot of options what to take, right?
Oh.
And there is an option not to take, just play queen b6, for example.
Yeah, maybe better. Even better.
Because, yeah, if b takes a4, I believe b5. and only after that taking back on a4.
Yeah.
Though maybe black has a move queen a5.
Oof. Nice. Computer approves. The white pawn is overworked.
But that the question is after b takes a4.
Maybe just take back.
Yeah.
And extra pawn for white. Computer says +1, so let's try something better. Okay, we don't need to try. Maurizi shows us knight takes b4. Just in the nick of time.
Okay, knight b4.
Does black
And
trade
if-
everything?
Yeah, if knight takes b4, bishop b4, a b5.
I guess queen a5. I don't think Vasiligrov, I don't think he's happy. He's normally quite a quick, instinctive player. He's down, 17 minutes on the clock. And it's going to be hard to generate any activity in this type of position, Judith.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if black gains back the pawn, black has more active pieces there. Bishop on b4, knight on c4 especially.
Yeah, beautiful.
And they're exchanging the pieces. Knight b4, bishop b4 has been played.
Queen b3, queen a5 doesn't change much.
Exactly. The c4 knight is so brilliantly placed. I mean, this b5, knight b6, for temporary sacrificing the a6 pawn, it was a very nice idea.
Yeah. I remember the first time I met Maurizi, I think it was 2019, so 6 years ago. He was still an early teenager, and I turned up at some random rapid play. I was visiting some friends. It was in Corsica, and I was just like, okay, I'm just going to go farm some rating points. Like, I'm the top seed, 300 points below the next guy. And he was like 2300. He was like 12 years old. And then I turned up and we met in the semi-final, and oh my God, he was outplaying me every single game. And I was just like desperately trying to survive. And actually, I think I took it in Armageddon, but like I was so impressed. And then like 3 years later, he was 2600. So I was like, okay, that was, I don't have to feel bad about myself. He's just a very strong player. So it's like the kind of the past, the present of French chess against the future. French chess. Maurizi here.
Yeah. Well, black is doing very fine. This is what we can say, I think, without exaggeration.
Yeah,
I mean,
it
it's it will be not easy to create opportunities for white. It's more unpleasant to play it with white.
Definitely, like fighting for equality. Maybe at some point you have like knight h4, like once the black queen moves to come and track down this bishop. But...
Well, okay, probably it's not that bad as for now that we painted it. So what about queen b3, let's say? Queen a5, a takes b5.
Okay. Am I getting pinned in every direction if I take this?
Yeah, I mean, if you go queen b5, I was thinking, what happens if I just go bishop d3? If I want to simplify.
Bishop d3. Wow. It's quite a lot to calculate there. I want to go knight a5. Maybe knight a5.
Okay, bishop b5, knight b3. Yeah, do you want to say your bishop on f5 is very powerful, yeah?
Again, yeah, it's definitely not decisive advantage, but black's just very, very active.
Yeah, I would pick black. Rather play it from the black side. The game position also. Yeah. But I guess you also don't want to pick the white side.
No. The white rook just can't move. How can you pick white when the rook is stuck?
Yeah, okay. It's white who is struggling.
Yeah, it's holdable maybe for Vasilograph, but I think we let him try to figure out how to try and equalize here with white, but not good news for MVL. Okay, we zoom out yet again, and okay, should we see if there are any games we haven't covered yet? Salem against Aronian, that has all the bearings of an early-ish draw, I'm going to say, on the bottom row there, Judith.
Yes. Yeah, it looks pretty much the simplification phase is happening. Hard to imagine that there will be some big things, right?
Yeah. In the meantime, Cheparinov Giri, we saw that earlier. That looks like it's the endgame we predicted, level pawns, but maybe Giri has to be slightly accurate to hold the draw.
We haven't looked at Nepo's game.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a Petrov, and because Nepo's like the biggest Petrov expert these days as black, it's always interesting to see what he does as white against the Petrov. And it's one of these variations with the quick knight c3, d takes c3, and opposite side castling, Judith.
Yeah, actually, I would pick white here because white has some pressure on the g file. Of course, once if white would be able to go to h4, h5, that would be a whole different story. But let's see how black has to be playing here.
Yep.
e4 is hanging. Queen d5, of course.
Yeah.
Is a logical continuation. Attacking on a2.
Yeah, let's try. Just to go back a few moves, by the way, apparently Nepomniachtchi had a huge, well, I say huge, a big advantage at this point, and he played rook de1. Just curious what he could have done. First question mark move. Apparently with h4, h5, some type of idea. He maybe could have kept the bishops on and all the minor pieces on and had a big advantage, but yeah, he simplified.
But maybe
down.
after h4, knight h5 was the move.
Knight h5 and now f5.
You just want to get rid of the h4 pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks scary for black, I have to admit.
It's scary. So maybe minor pieces on would have been a big advantage for Nepomniachtchi, but queen e2. I like your queen d5 move. Let's put it on the board. Hitting this pawn, hitting this pawn. If I have to take on g6, then yeah, I lose some flexibility.
Yeah, maybe you take and you go c4 and then h4.
Somewhere. h4.
Actually, rook g4, e4 was possibly under attack. Though it's not clear because some of the pawns h3 or f2 can fall off.
Yeah.
But sometimes f3, maybe bishop rook g4 is early, but maybe f3 is possible because there is a pin on the e file.
That's true. Queen. Oh, I don't really want to take on h3, but
yeah, I was sure about that. You don't want to take fe4 and then the h file, right?
Yeah, but maybe it's okay. I go back somewhere. Yeah, sooner or later you'll get something to the h file, and that does look very scary. King b1.
Well, maybe queen f3, for example.
f3. Yeah, Nepomniachtchi, he's very good at these heavy piece positions. Like I know he's got a lot of praise in the past, like especially queen and rook endgames or queen and rook positions where his king's slightly safer than the opponent. He's got a very good track record there. He quite enjoys them, so I think he'll be quite happy, even if probably black is just fine somehow.
Yeah, well, it's a nice position to play it with white. Definitely white is the one who is trying.
Yep. Yeah, so, okay, we'll come back to this one again when Jan is able to attack or maybe win a pawn, and we'll see how that breaks down. But elsewhere, Vincent Keimer on the top right, it looks like he's got a very, very good position with white, according to the eval bar after that opening we discussed earlier, the open Spanish. Elsewhere looks mostly balanced. Judith, maybe we just recap what's happened.
Yeah, let's go there because Kamer seems to be find the way, though I think it's still some home prep for him. Somehow everything became very active. He managed to capture he played queen f1, captured it back with the queen, bringing the knight to d4, centralizing, opening the line diagonal for the bishop.
Yeah, bishop g5. He's found some good moves. Lots of exclamation marks given. And where does the black queen go? I don't know whether to trade knights first, but
yeah, that's actually always it can be a question for black to move away and keep it for the tension and somehow try to be able to play c5. So put more pressure on the f file, or black is taking on f3 first. But then c5 will be not as powerful.
Just to point out a very important variation, like knight takes knight, check, white takes back to guard the bishop, and black can't play queen takes bishop because, you can actually do this in either order. You can actually take on h7 first, but now here, rook takes queen. You don't take back. Actually, king g3, that's fine as well, but bishop takes h7, I just wanted to point out, and white's a piece up.
Yeah, very important tactics, intermediate move on h7.
Yeah, so bishop g5. Let's say the black queen goes. Let's say we go to b6 or d6. D6 maybe. I'm so worried about some.
Wasn't there games on this before?
This position?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was some games on.
I don't find any games in this exact position on the chess.com database, but maybe in the correspondence chess database or others. There might be. It does look familiar though, you're right. Like all of these kind of Dilworth variation, like they just look familiar.
Yeah.
They all look the same.
So what happens if black goes queen f7?
F7 is the other square. Do I go queen h4?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too.
Maybe just h6.
h6.
Yeah.
Knight e5, you just take back rook e5.
Yeah. No queen takes g4, just to show everyone at home because of some check and puzzle rush stuff. Checkmate. Like early rounds of puzzle rush, this is the exact checkmate you get like on repeat. But
yeah.
So bishop g5, queen f7.
f7.
Maybe just rook f1.
Yeah, rook f1 is maybe possible.
Bring in the last piece. Makes sense, no?
And what about c5?
I'm not threatening to take on e5. e5. Yeah, maybe it's not as clear as I thought. Knight takes e5 I wanted to play.
Yeah, I thought to go take back rook e5. Can I do that? Or take first everything on f2?
Yeah, maybe take first everything. I'm wondering if rook takes e5 there's some like tactics at some point, but I don't know. Queen takes it. Let's say we take an f2, take everything. Apparently that wasn't the move to take on f2. Here I have bishop f4 to save my bishop at least. And then I'll put my knight back on f3.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to take back immediately.
Yeah. But the bar slid here, so just rook takes e5 first. Maybe.
Yeah.
That's the difference. Yeah, so again I wanted to take and bishop f4, but
yeah, rook e1, king f2.
Not rook e1. Wow. Chess is so hard.
Not easy, yeah?
Yeah, maybe black should go back. Rook e7 to stop any checks. Next move, rook e2.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What a tricky move.
Yeah, this is difficult. I'm not surprised that Frederick Svane is thinking a lot in the current position. I think Queen f7 is probably just by process of elimination the best. It just keeps these tactics alive on the f-file. Queen d6 or Queen b6 just feel like they're going far away from the action. Some problems. Okay, Judith. Looks like good for Vincent, but still some tactics to navigate, some stuff to work out.
Oh, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's zoom out of this game. We'll come back to it for sure as we see whether Vincent Keimer is able to work any magic. In the meantime, first result on the top 10 boards, maybe something we kind of semi-expected. We thought Giri needed to be accurate. He showed that he could set up a nice defensive formation against Cheparinov in that endgame, and Cheparinov not trying to fight it on too long. He is known to take some quick draws these days with white. So Giri continues his drawing streak.
Yeah.
And
it happens time to time with him, right?
Yeah. With
even
all of us.
Though he... Yeah, but even sometimes when he's playing really fighting chess and so on, he goes, and the result is many times it's a draw.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it has happened a few times throughout his career. In the meantime, I think the only game we haven't looked at so far in the top 10 boards is Firouzja against Gumulaz. So maybe we can jump into that one. And yeah, it looks like Alireza Firouzja, he has a very symmetrical position against Gumulaz, the underdog of the top 10 boards, I'm going to say so far. Maybe the player that we know least about, a Polish grandmaster, very young, I think just in his early 20s, to that game at some point in the near future. For now, everything going as we expected, pretty much. Isolated queen's pawn positions on the top 4 boards. And Firouzja against Gumulaz both have an isolated queen's pawn. So very interesting symmetry on the top row of the boards, if we see there. All of those coloured boards. The one draw, Anish Giri, not unexpected there. Looks like that might be followed in the near future by a draw in Salem against Aronian, since the queens are off. Lots of exchanges have happened in that game too. Nepomniachtchi following, as we predicted. Demchenko against Mamadjarov. I'm going to predict a decisive result in that game. Not sure which way it will go. And Vasily-Graf Maritzi, as we expected, also following that variation. Vasily-Graf under some pressure. Let's talk about prizes in the meantime, because we can talk about all the boards we want, but of course it's nice to remind ourselves what they're playing for. A lot of money on the line here, of course. $90,000 first prize. That's not too bad as well. It's not pocket money. And I think just as much as the prizes, which go all the way down to 46th there. $2,200 for 46th place. Not too bad at all. More than that, though, is the top 2 spots. And Judith, I think the players, they're not even caring about the prize money right now. They're just focused on finishing as they can, ideally, to get a shot at the candidates.
Well, yeah, that's how sport is, right? First, you play for the result and for qualification, especially when it touches the World Championship cycle. But it does matter also if you collect some 100,000 or thousands of Ks in the meantime. And usually it goes together, right? If you play well, you can also collect some money prize. But at this point, nobody cares, I believe. They just do care about play well and to qualify for the candidates.
Yeah, of course, like for some players, that's life-changing money, $90,000. For maybe some of the other players at the top, the likes of Gukesh, it's definitely not about that. He's won bigger prize money in his career, and he'll be focused on other priorities. But yeah, for the younger players, it's inspiring.
Sorry, just to say, I mean, for Gukesh, it's not an inspiration to qualify, right? He's the world champion. People are trying to qualify and be the challenger and challenging him. At the same time, for him, I think what is very important to to win the tournament, right? That would be a big thing to show that he is a world champion, not only that he won the match against Dingliran and became the world champion, but also that he can show that he can play well and very successfully and be the best out there, because he still has to prove it many times, right?
Yeah. How impressed are you by that attitude, Judith? Like, he's got literally nothing to gain here, Gukesh, by playing in this tournament. Maybe some rating points. Like, if he gets first prize as well, maybe some honor. But I mean, it's not easy to get first in such a big open. Not easy to gain rating even when he's one of the top seeds. He's putting his whole reputation on the line here.
Yes, but I think he understands it very well, that the fact that he has the title, it makes his life much more difficult also, because he's not the rising star anymore who plays one or two tournaments great and fantastic and increasing his rating, but suddenly he's the world champion. But it means that lots of pressure are putting on his shoulder. So I think it must be very difficult psychologically to handle that many people question that, okay, you're the world champion, but you're not the best player in the world. And of course, he understands it, that he has to prove himself many, many, many times until he gets that respect from the community of chess. So this is why I think he challenges himself. He knows he has to grow in chess. He has to understand better understanding, better playing, better everything. And this is one of the events which everybody else is playing to qualify and to win the tournament, not only for the reason to win the tournament, but for the qualification. That's the most important thing. So number 1 and 2 is for everybody is the same, I believe. For Gukesh, it's not exactly the same. He would rather win the tournament. And it's showing to the world and showing to himself that he can do that, which is absolutely not easy at all, because it would not be easy for Magnus Carlsen to win this tournament either.
Mm-hmm.
Playing with all these very hungry, talented prodigies, players who has already quite some experience also. So it's not easy for anybody. I mean, if Kasparov in his prime, I'm not sure it would be too easy or obvious that he would win the tournament, because you have to have this very, very special mindset to be able to do and prepare in these 2 weeks. So it's not easy for anybody. And I would even say that if you have 10 tournaments played the same field, I don't know if we would have anybody winning it more than twice. If we have anybody who would win out of 10 occasions twice, because it's so tight that it's very difficult. And this is the open.
Yeah, and I completely agree, Judith. Like, this isn't totally unprecedented. In 2019, the first Grand Swiss, Magnus was world champion at the time he played, and he didn't win the tournament. And okay, he was up there. I think he came joint second, but Wang Hao was, the ultimate winner after beating me in the last round. But yeah, Magnus didn't win it, so it's no guarantees. Like, even one of the greatest players of all time couldn't win the Grand Swiss. So Gukesh trying his hand. I think we should all just appreciate that. Yeah, he's showing courage, and it's just nice to have him here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's. I think it's for everyone. It's a very special feeling that the world champion is also taking part in this event.
Yeah.
And
as Bick says, Gukesh just loves chess. And maybe just to add a little bit of a twist, maybe he also wants to stop some of his rivals qualifying for the candidates. If Gukesh can take down Arjun, stop him getting to the candidates, it means there's less likely a chance that he faces some of these top players in World Championship match.
Well, I don't think he's thinking at all in this so deep, because eventually he will have to, whoever is increasing in their level, he will have to face them, right? Yeah. But actually, if I ask you, what do you think? How much chance do we have that Gukesh will be defending his title against another Indian player?
Wow. Oh, I think it's very possible. I think it will be like a 25-30% chance. Assuming, I mean, Prag's probably going to be there. He's got a huge lead in the FIDE circuit, so he'll be in the candidates. Prague. Arjun, I wouldn't be shocked if he gets it there. And it might be 2 of the 8 players, so yeah, I'll give a 25% chance, Judith. How about yourself?
Oh yeah, there is. I think at least that much of a chance.
And
Well,
in the yeah, well, we'll see, I guess. In the meantime, what do you make of this position? Alireza Firouzja, another player who wants to get there, of course.
what is this question mark doing on the screen?
Yeah, apparently White's worse now, which surprises me. Like, I guess if we just go back one move, White can do many things to just be totally equal. You can take off bishops, you can take off knights, total symmetry, just probably total equality. But he wants to be ambitious, of course. He's playing someone, what is it, 150 plus points below him. Simon Gumalas here, as we were saying earlier, a bit of an underdog. So Firouzja wants to take some risk. I can't blame the question mark, Judith. I don't think that's a bad move at all.
Well, I don't know, because I'm thinking with black to go knight d7 to e5. And then what do you want to take with? D takes e and d4. Can I do d4? This is my question.
Yes. And if I move somewhere,
because after d takes e5, your g3 bishop is not very, very good. Queen e4. Queen goes out, queen a5.
Oof. I guess I come in.
Yeah, knight d5 you have.
You just go pawn grabbing.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to grab that. Somehow, maybe instead of queen a5, I had to do it somehow smarter. But I don't know what to do. Maybe, yeah, I cannot sacrifice the queen yet.
Yeah, I was also wondering.
I'm not there yet. But what do you think about queen d7? Or it doesn't work? Because after knight d5, I thought to go bishop f5, but you take knight d7 and then the b7 pawn, or then the d4 is also hanging. No, this is too much.
Yeah.
No, this is the wrong direction I went.
Yeah. No, I'm threatening this one. But maybe you just move rook d8 or something. I want to use the other rook, but knight b6 is annoying. So maybe just this, and if I take, you take. Oh, it's bishop h4, which I forgot about, but I guess I'll play g5 if I have to. Black's got a strong pawn, like you said. Bishop and g3 is bad.
It's very bad, right? It's very annoying. And also a2 is hanging, by the way.
Yeah. Important pawn to grab.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe just keeping it simple. I quite like this for black. Like, normally I'm very biased towards the bishops, but like you said, the bishop on g3 is terrible. D pawn is very strong. Not risking much for Gumalas here.
Yeah, bishop g3 was a risky move. And I don't know how much is Alireza was aware of it. That was he ready to make a move like this, that okay, I'm now taking risk in order to win the game? I'm not sure he realized it immediately. And what about knight e5, maybe bishop e5?
Yep. I mean,
maybe it's a better option to get rid of it.
I'll definitely consider taking, but at the very minimum, like if black plays like bishop f6, white could have traded the bishops on e7 earlier. It feels like if he's going to take with the bishop, then he probably would have just traded off and gone for some other symmetrical position where it's less risky. But let's say we take the bishop.
Yeah, I would take the bishop.
Yeah.
And the question is whether queen c7 is possible, d4 I thought, but after d4 I'm not sure about bishop b7. What do I do?
Bishop b4, queen c7, lots of ideas. Yeah, the computer didn't really like knight takes e5, so I do wonder, like the eval bar, I wonder in this position whether just bishop f6.
But after bishop f6, why would that be worse? Take on f6, queen d2.
Yeah, but
It's
you
white
could have
should
had,
be.
you could have had this basically this position in another way.
Knight a4, knight c5.
Uh-huh.
Well, knight c5 not so easy because of knight d4, but trying.
Now you've said that, maybe I'll play b5. Didn't see that, Irish. Knight c4 and knight d4. Oh, thanks, Judith. You helped me out there. Okay, and black wins a pawn, but okay, I mean, probably this is speculating, kind of, we're guessing their kind of intentions, these two players. We're assuming that Alireza wants to be very ambitious. We're assuming that Gumelas wants to be solid, but maybe Gumelas will say, okay, I spot some weakness. I think you're taking too much risk and you'll find a way. But knight takes e5 is definitely the move he wants to play.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see what happens. Probably not too long from now. And also Alireza is spending quite a lot of time. He's behind in time.
Yeah. And he was half an hour behind in time until this move. Gumelas has been spending 23 minutes after bishop to g3. So at least the gap is closing on the clock. I guess we go back to some of the top boards just to update ourselves, Judah. I'll just very quickly mention that, Levon Aronian now is almost guaranteed to make a draw. That position has totally fizzled out.
Yeah.
And
that's how it seems, that there is not much live in the position.
And actually, before we go back to the top boards where they're quite stable, lots of those isolated pawn positions we were talking about, let's go to a very fun position. Not that many moves in, actually. It's 13 moves down. Time trouble, probably a likelihood with two time trouble addicts, Ivanchuk and Vidit, facing off against each other. But what do you make of this, Judith? Queen on c2, pawn on h6. It's predictably wild here with Ivanchuk.
Yeah, very interesting, this pawn march. h4, h5, h6. Well, in these positions, the b4 knight can get in danger. So that's a question. The question is, for example, what happens if black just goes g6? What is the difference?
Yeah. Do I have to react? Do I have to play like a3, or can I just bring my bishop out? Bishop g5. I want to go in. I want to play knight g5. I want to win the
and
h7.
if queen f5?
f5. Yeah.
Well, some bishop f6 later. Sorry?
I've played lots of scotches. Like sometimes king d1 is just a fine move, but I don't really want to. How about g4?
Wow.
I'm trying to think. What would Judith play? What do?
Well, actually, g4 is not bad at all. Yeah, queen g4, bishop h3.
Yeah.
Would be winning on this spot.
That's my trick. Trapped queen. And then I take here.
Yeah.
And yeah, and also, I mean, if you go back, this is trapped. I once won like this against Jeffrey Zhong in Title Tuesday. He trapped his queen.
Oh.
Yeah. So g4 maybe, and then the black queen has to come back.
You have history on this.
Yeah, not this exact position, of course, but similar with like, I play the Scotch line instead of with a quick h4. I was always playing knight d2, so it can be very similar. But yeah, if we go back to the live position, h6, yeah, so maybe bishop to g5 is the idea to come in.
And what do you do on queen g6? Is it knight h4?
Yeah. Yeah. Queen isn't so happy. She could go back to e6, but she came from there like 4 moves ago. She He went back.
A3, it's possible also to push me back.
Yeah. Okay. Tricky.
Well, it looks very tricky to play it from the black side, I think.
Mm-hmm.
What about bishop a6?
Yep.
Threatening with queen e2.
Mm-hmm. Just for everyone at home, so now if a3, then queen takes e2 is annoying because you can't take with the bishop due to a fork. And king takes is always the idea, but then bishop takes pawn is a check. So I guess maybe after bishop a6, here we go.
Rook h4, maybe?
Yeah, crossed my mind as well.
But after queen e2, king e2, knight d5, I will be able to go back if I want to.
Mm-hmm. But are you so happy going back? Now
I don't know.
D3.
I don't know. I was also thinking about playing d5, but there is this tension with the h6 g7 pawn. So you take on d6.
Ah, okay. Yeah. And now the bishop wants to take back. I can't. And a3 might be annoying.
Yeah.
Trapped knight.
Well, and you can go also king d1, for example. Maybe that was also quite unpleasant.
D1, threatening to trap. Yeah. Very interesting position. Tricky. I don't think Vidit's comfortable at all, just judging by the clock time. He's spent over 45 minutes to get here. He's only made 12 moves. He spent 30 minutes right here, right now, Judit. Wrong think. Maybe.
Yeah, because now it can also be that you go c5 and then you're getting ready to go back with your knight to c6, right? So there is these special moments in these Scotch positions that you have to make a decision strategically. Where do you want to have your pieces? Because once you have to go back to a6, let's say, it's another story. Maybe you will stuck there forever. Or are you ready to take g takes h6 and you want to simplify it that way? Or you're ready to play g6 and give away the f6 weakness, which can maybe at some point, if you go g6, I mean, to play bishop g5, bishop f6, knight g5, knight h7, game over, yeah? So it can be that you make a move and then you pay the price until the rest of the game for those victories.
And just before we move on, out of curiosity, actually your moves, all of the top moves you suggested there, they are approved of by the engine. C5 apparently the best. That or g takes h6, which, I don't know. It feels wrong to me, but probably it's just nice to get that thorn out of the side.
G takes h6 feels bad?
Yeah, just somehow. Like, I really wanted to play knight d4 there, and it just feels like long-term black's got lots of weaknesses, but maybe it's not a big deal.
C5, I think I like the most for the moment.
Agree. Just feels nice to get the bishop b7 in, to get knight c6 option, take away d4.
Yeah.
But it will need to move at some point in the near future. 32 minutes and counting now. Let's zoom out of this game. We'll go back to the bird's eye view. Again, one last time we'll mention the Levanov-Ronian board, which is about to finish. That's on the bottom row. Second from left there. Not sure whether that's orange, red. Call it what you will. That will be a draw in the rook endgame. And Levon's still with an hour and a half on his clock, so some great prep clearly from him. What else, Judith?
I would suggest to see some of the outside boards, not the top 10. What do you think?
Yeah. Always open to suggestion.
Happy to see my countryman, Richard. Can we go to that game, please?
Yes, we will find Richard Rapport. He is, wow. Okay, interesting position. He's playing black against Alexander Predka, who these days represents Serbia and was part of the Serbian team that won the European Team Championship. He's a big game player, plays very well in the Grand Swiss. Judith in general, he's got a good track record there. I think he came top 10 in 2021, 2023. He was around top 10 as well on the top boards. But look at the clock. Is that
This is
the
what
reason?
I wanted to tell you. Look at the clock, and also it has a little similarity when yesterday we've seen Vaishali's game, that white was having this very exposed king. And but here I see that f4 was played, and because castle was not possible because of bishop g4. And I'm wondering now, well, the pawn was sacrificed by Richard, right? d5 was possible to take, but somehow f4 was played by Alexander.
Just to point out as well, like this came from the Dutch defense, so very rare to see that at the top level these days. Richard, yeah, we see in chat there, feature chat already, saying he's many people's favorite player. He played the Dutch, and if we just go through, 92 is a known variation, but a very forcing one, very ambitious one. White breaks in the center, and this is how we got here. And up to this moment, it was level on the clock. Both sides had like all of their time. And then d takes e5. Predka spent 45 minutes on that.
Wow.
And then black took back. So instead of taking this pawn, instead of castling, he spent another 32 minutes on f4. So big time investment.
Yeah, it's only move 12. What will be the price of it for white?
Yeah.
In the game?
Okay.
But so I don't see anything for black to make some decisive blow for white. Richie the magician.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes we have the feeling that he is.
How have your kind of experiences been with him? Have you had some training sessions together? Have you have you discussed kind of his philosophy of chess with him?
He's one of the most interesting players, I think, out of the top 20 in the last decade. Because in one hand, he has these all original ideas, very crazy openings, and very interesting and very unexpected ideas and way of thinking and playing. At the same time, you can see his games to be positional also, especially when he plays with the white side. And of course, it was a very special experience playing in one team with him. I played only once because when I retired in 2014 Tromsø, I was playing in one team, and that was his first appearance being part of the Olympic team. And then I was the captain of him also. So I see him from many different angles, very special character. What I just simply don't understand with his pessimistic interviews and approach when he talks about his own chess, that is simply unbelievable for me. That how is it possible for such a top player, good player, to be so self-critical about himself and saying these things? But when he's in good form, he's in really good form. He gives very, very special chess to us.
Yeah, he's tricked me many times with his dry humor. Like often he's like pretending to ask me for advice. I'm like, dude, you're stronger than me. Like, why are you asking me? And then he makes some self-deprecating jokes. And yeah, it's very interesting. Just before we move out away from this game, he's got 1 extra hour on the clock, Judith. What are you expecting him to do? Is it just retreat the knight and just game goes on?
Well, I think the question is whether does he have to go back with the knight? It's not a very tempting move. Once you have your knight on e5, you want to go to g4, you want to go possibly to c4, right? But maybe the d5 pawn is hanging actually. So if he goes knight g4 or keeps it active, then d5 is going to be hanging. If well, it would come to my mind to play just c6 or something, giving up the knight. But I'm not sure it's sound. If you have to go back to f7, it's quite all right, I think. But I wouldn't be surprised if Richard says, "Okay, I want to do something. I don't want to be moving back with my knight." And I mean, I would be ready to give up the pawn for some activity. But if white is able to sneak away with the king after that, then it's not so But he went knight f7. He went knight f7 castle, and probably he will defend his pawn c6. Or also playing d4, maybe. What do you think?
Yeah, d4, very interesting, opening up the center, or yeah, keeping solidity. Maybe he'll want to keep the tension just because his opponent's so low on time, prolong the game.
Yeah.
Either way, Richard, he'll try and create some middle game magic a bit later. Judit, we've been going for quite a while now, deep into the middle games. We're already seeing the evil horns of time trouble rear their heads there. And yeah, we'll be back in just a few minutes. For everyone at home, this is a perfect opportunity to go get some tea, maybe get some popcorn going, and we'll be back for more action here at round 4 in the Grand Swiss. See you soon.
Lying, yeah?
He's lying.
No.
It's true.
Especially after this move.
I got him.
Yes. Wow.
Do you care about your legacy?
Yes.
True. A lot.
Once again, we're getting somewhere, Danny. Exposing the guy. Exposing the lies. Once you told me that your peak lasted 10 minutes. And you told me it happened during your game against Tomaszewski, in a game that you managed to draw.
Absolutely.
Do you think that a chess player like yourself, a genius, can have many peaks?
Yes.
True.
But not in this game, obviously.
Do you hate anybody in the chess world?
After he answered and I gave him a true, he was thinking a little bit about that. So maybe there's some mixed thoughts.
Exactly.
No, I can explain. So this was because I think Levon is a case of someone who had quite a few picks in his career.
Thank you for the compliment. So my following question is, do you hate anybody in the chess world?
Probably yes. Hate is a strong word, but probably yes.
True.
Oh, we have to get to who that person is. Is it somebody who's playing actively currently?
Yes.
Is it somebody from the top?
Yes, why do you need all these questions? Like, you want one single guy. You're not getting that.
Join the community club on chess.com and participate in amazing community events every week. On Mondays, challenge yourself with incredible openings in Opening Roulette. Don't miss on Title Tuesday every week right after Title Tuesday. On Wednesday, join Arena Kings and compete against a lineup of legendary creators. On Fridays, try the all-new Community Freestyle Fridays and throw opening theory out the window. And finally, round out the week by showing off your speed in the Community Bullet Brawl. Win prizes, battle legends, and challenge yourself. Play in the community tournaments every week on chess.com.
Eric had no idea that my life was literally falling apart at this time. Like, my marriage was in shambles. His mom was almost divorcing me. I was still holding on to the edge of thinking that I could become a grandmaster and maybe much more.
You were still involved in the cult. You were still.
I was still, okay. And it was kind of petering toward it, and that's another reason why my life was falling apart. And now my PR person really is going to get mad at me. I can hear you, Bianca. Everything's going to be okay. I'll stop talking about it. Yeah, it was not going well, and Eric and Jay stepped in, and I think to my credit, I saw a lot of potential for what chess.com could be, even more than they did, and they would say the same, and they have said the same. So I'm not grandstanding or flexing in that regard. I think in some ways you could say I was delusional to believe that chess could get where it is today, but I had a different vision, and they were looking to build the MySpace of chess and sort of get out and chill and see what a social community could do. And I was like, this could be a lot more. And I was crazy, and I was obnoxious and abrasive in my views, and I let it be known to them, and they didn't like me very much at the start.
Welcome back to the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss 2025. Action is happening in Samarkand in Uzbekistan, but we're here, David Howell and Judit Polgar, to take you through all of the action, all of the games. And we've had some results, some early draws, Judit, but it looks like what's left is all very combative right now, and lots of fighting chess going on.
Yes, indeed. It's developing the middle games on the top boards, but there are some interesting stuff around, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
In the break, we are surfing some funny moments.
Yeah, there's lots of fun moments going on everywhere. One player we haven't seen so far today is Hans Niemann. He takes on the black pieces against Leon Mendonça. And right now, there is a threat on the board. White is trying to win this isolated D pawn. It feels like it's the round of isolated pawns, Judit.
Yeah, we have plenty of classical isolated pawn games. And here, what about this d4 pawn? Is it in danger?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hans needs to find a way to defend it. I don't know whether you trade bishops first. It's kind of one of those Benoni positions, right? Except reverse colors in a Benoni, and White's achieved f4, breaking down the center. So it feels like Leon's achieved a lot, but Hans should be fine here somehow. I don't know. I quite like White and the activity, to be honest.
Yeah, White seems to be very nicely developed, attacking the d4, rook on f5 seems pretty stable. So it's Hans who has to figure out how is he going to get out of these problems. I mean, there is a serious weakness out there, yeah, on d4. How is he going to save that?
Yeah, pushing forward with d3 doesn't really feel right. I don't see an immediate refutation. How to punish that one?
Well, I don't know. First thing comes to mind for me to go bishop takes g2, and then somehow to play rook d8 and maybe give up the pawn with the circumstances that that black would have some counterplay. But I don't know. Without the white square bishops, rook d5 also seems to be sometimes challenging for black.
Yeah. Maybe even if I... Is it
You
too
just
greedy to
take?
take now? Is it too greedy?
Yeah, possible.
Maybe I should take with the knight. Maybe I should take with the knight, actually. I just feel a bit loose if I take with the queen on the second rank.
Well, I didn't see exactly what happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, knight c5, I think I'll go knight f3.
Yeah, you just go knight f3, safety. Attack my c5.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, maybe, well, and if after king g2, I go something... How to keep the pawn, yeah?
Mm. d3, even if the endgames happen, even if white just takes the queens off, that feels better for white. Like, the d-pawn won't survive forever.
No. No, it won't.
Okay, we've got to move. He's played g6 just a few seconds ago, and rook f4 is the quick response from Leon.
So what about maybe black goes bishop takes b5?
Mm-hmm. And... Okay, so take.
What about knight c5?
Mm-hmm. You want to come to this square and this square, one of the two.
Yeah, I just try to make a mess. Look for counter chances.
When in doubt, make a mess.
I mean, you can go, yeah.
See some cool variations. How about this one?
Rook d4. Oh,
Yeah,
what do you want? What do you want there?
I don't think it works. Well, I don't think I'm losing, but I don't think I'm better. Knight d3, I wanted rook f7.
Knight f2?
Yeah, rook b7. King move, rook b6.
Wow.
And then...
rook d8?
Oh, yeah, rook d8. Yeah, I missed that one. So rook takes rook d8. Yeah. I missed that one at the end of the story. Apparently it's still equal. I don't know how. How is this still equal?
Well, maybe rook b7, rook d5, and then rook c1 seems to be an interesting move.
Oh, rook c1.
Or rook f1, I thought also.
Mm-hmm. Rook f1, rook e1. Maybe rook f1. No, h3 check. King g2. Oh, apparently white's better.
Yeah.
Crazy variation. Crazy. Okay, a long way down the line, but essentially we're looking for... Oh, sorry, bishop takes b5 and maybe looking for some counterplay with the black knight. Maybe at some point taking this pawn. Should be fine.
I mean, black has to look for something to play for.
Mm-hmm. One of these two knight jumps, and Hans Niemann, yeah, maybe g6 was just a very good decision, just kicking the rook away in order to take this knight.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Hans slightly worse maybe, but not in too much trouble. We'll come back to that game. Okay, now we can hunt around for some interesting things, Judit. We can go anywhere that catches our eye.
Whew. But before going somewhere from the top, there was something I've seen with the Maxim game. There was a very special moment.
Ooh, Maxim Bashir.
Yeah, I've seen there something.
Wow. Okay, that's changed a lot.
Yeah. Can we go there?
Great call. Very quick action replay just to figure out how we got here, because we left it after queen to b3. We said black can just play queen a5, keep control, just take back the pawn, trade off, maybe slightly better for black. He took a big risk here, Maurizi. He played bishop to a3, attacking the white rook, and now the blue arrow appears. Only move to hold the balance is rook takes c4, but also the most ambitious move. removing the defender of the bishop on a3. So d takes c4, queen takes. This was Maurizi's idea. Queen a5, pin. b4 coming. That's two very scary pawns, Judit. d5. Is it deflection?
Yeah, it's just, I saw that something really crazy things happen here.
I didn't even know how to begin explaining d5. Like, you get a square, I guess, for the knight.
Yeah.
b4, queen b2. Wow. Who's better and why?
Well, it's quite something, yeah?
Yeah. This is where, like, I wish I could play such kind of risky chess. I would just get scared and play something much safer as black, knowing I had control. But this is going to be rewarded, or it's going to backfire. 2 pawns, very strong. Black has a rook, but white has 2 very good minor pieces.
It's like if you don't see the bar, you have absolutely no idea what's going on, yeah?
Yeah. I would probably guess equal, but I would have no idea who to pick, whose position is easier to play, like who's risking more. Still no idea. c3 always.
Yeah, c3 or e takes d5.
Yeah, probably not queen takes d5 because of queen takes b4. Make more pawns? Make more pass pawns, maybe?
Yeah. E takes d and knight d4.
Knight d4, yeah. I go back.
f4.
f4, yeah, and then I'll come in. I don't know. Before you steamroller me.
Yeah.
This is fascinating. Really fascinating stuff. Like
bishop on e4 is doing really well. But the question is how the black pawns are able to move forward, right?
Yeah, anytime they move, they're just blockaded, right? Like that's the problem in the live position as well. Like whichever one moves gets blockaded. b3, well, maybe b3 in some lines, but there's a risk the bishop comes and blocks. Wow. This is crazy. We're going to keep an eye on this one. Marc-Andrea Maurizi taking a massive risk. He wants to beat his more established countryman, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He really wants to take the crown as one of France's top players. In the meantime, we go back to the bird's eye view. We see that isolated queen's pawn galore in this round. The top 4 boards on the top row there, they all have an isolated d pawn for one of the sides. For white on the Maghsoodloo board, and for black on all of the others. Vincent Keimer looks like he has the biggest advantage out of everyone on the top 10 boards. He feels like he tricked his opponent, another derby there between the 2 Germans. He tricked Frederick Svane very early and looks to be reaping the rewards there. It looks like a clear advantage. Just like the game we just came from, 2 pieces versus a rook. Alireza Firouzja, we correctly predicted the continuation of that game, actually. But it might be in a bit of trouble. Slightly on the worst side of things with white. And in the meantime, yeah, the crazy stuff is below. Mamedyarov has won the exchange, I believe, but has some slightly weak light squares. That's on the bottom row. Demchenko aiming to bounce back from yesterday. And yeah, very interesting round. My prediction is that we won't see so many games last the whole 7 hours as we did yesterday. We went the whole distance with several games on the top 10 boards yesterday. And yeah, we'll see how these ones unfold. We'll dive deeper in a moment. Let's go to the women's, though, to check out the bird's eye view over there. And quicker time control. We've mentioned that in the past. The open section, it's 1 hour 40. Plus 30 seconds for the first 40 moves, and another time control at move 60. In the women's, it's 90 minutes, so 10 minutes less each player for the first 40 moves. Board 1 is fascinating. Dinara Wagner has sacrificed the exchange against Vaishali. Vaishali hugely down on time, though. Katerina Lagno looks like she has a big advantage against Yutin Song on board 2. Those 2 players are just half a point off the lead as is Dinara Wagner, so trying desperately to take down Vaishali. Some very complex board states elsewhere. Level material, level eval bar on many of them. On the bottom row, the big discrepancy is Irina Crush with black, still struggling, still a piece down. Looks like she's destined to lose her game. But it does look like some complicated positions. Judith, in the women's bird's eye view here, which boards do you think will see the biggest drama?
Ooh. There are some boards I have to really understand what is really going on. Well, on board 2, the Lucknow game, I see that there are a lot of tension in the game. On the king side, on the queen side, some rook c3 time to time can be a plan. Why don't we look at the Lucknow's game? What do you think?
I agree. Let's jump in. Big game for the standings. Lucknow, if she wins, might catch up with Vaishali if Vaishali isn't able to keep the 100% score. Judith, the eval bar really likes white, but these open Sicilians, anything can happen, right? It can get quite complicated.
Yeah, I mean, just because the eval bar says white has a clear advantage, it doesn't mean in 2 moves time it will be the same story, right? I mean, g5 seems to be a powerful move and question towards black. What are you going to be doing? Are you pushing h5? Are you ready to exchange on g5 and let's open the h file? Basically, the problem for black is the king. Where is the king going to be located, right? I mean, on e8, it's not in danger too much. At the same time, eventually, especially if we have the queens on the board, it can get in trouble at some point.
Yeah, it's kind of the kind of position where if you put the black pawn back on h7, maybe you feel a bit more confident. Then you could maybe just take on f4 castle and game goes on. But the h6, the hook that white's able to use to open up lines.
Well, and actually, even if it would be safer for black, the king side pawn structure, even then castle is not so easy because it's a very typical pattern, right? When the king is on b1 to go knight d5, and then queen d2, knight e7, intermediate check.
Yeah.
Actually, it seems to be very difficult for black because rook c3 kind of sacrifice. Somehow black is not prepared so well for that. There is not enough compensation. The black's knight from d7 is far away from a4. That's where it could give some good compensation, like when Sam played this game of round 2.
Yep.
He had some great compensation. And h5 on the board. Well, probably by elimination process, this was still the best, she thought. Now the big question is whether is white ready to go f5 with the plan sometimes to go f6, or she wants to keep the tension. What would you do?
I think I would play f5.
F5? It's just asking for it, right? So much.
I don't want to allow black to ever like take on f4 and just put a knight in e5, and then as long as there's no tactics, at least there's some stability. Like f5, like you said, black can never really castle now because just f6, you play it without thinking, no calculation needed, blow open the king side, and something will turn up.
Well, yeah, it's kind of, you have the feeling that black is crushed. No? So far, everything worked out the way white was dreaming of. Okay, so maybe zoom out and check. Is there anything else we should be zooming in? Yeah, so Lucknow has great chances. Vaishali's game, actually interesting. Not many things happened, right? I mean, we left like an hour ago or something like that, and there are 2 moves happened.
Yeah, the big difference is that Dinara Wagner had an extra hour on the clock compared to what she has now. Everything else is pretty much the same. She was like literally nearly an hour up on the clock. Now, okay, she's 15 minutes up, so maybe she's not spent the whole time. But we predicted this, Judith. We just thought the black queen might end up on e5 or d4 instead of
Yes.
f5. But this whole line has played out.
But you know, this position is not easy. I mean, just because the evil bar says white is a little bit more better, I mean, if you don't know exactly what are the very best moves, then it's maybe just goes away and you have material problems. I mean, of course, once white goes d6, it's going to be stabilized. But it's also a fact that the black queen and the white square bishop of black controls completely the path of the d pawn, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't really see anything other than d6. You have to play it sooner or later, so probably now.
Well, I was wondering if is there a possibility for black for white, for example, to play h3? What do you think?
Yep, useful move. Hoping for.
Actually, I thought bishop d7 is a blunder to bishop g4 and rook d1, but I think it's not because you can go queen e4. And suddenly black is better already.
Yeah, trickster gets tricked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very much so.
Bishop d7, now white maybe plays d6.
Yeah, this way your bishop is not on e6, which maybe you would have been more happy to have it on e6, and even sometimes to go bishop d5.
Yeah. Let's say I play d6, Judit. Are you playing bishop e6? Or?
Yeah.
But maybe...
Let's show that I was not only talking about it, but I also like it.
I was just thinking, what if I grab some pawns? But
rook b8.
Yeah, I don't think I should rush, actually. Bishop c6, you always have bishop d7 now.
But I also have some rook b1 stuff, I think.
Oh, are you going for me? Are you going for my king?
I don't know if I can do it. And bishop e8, bishop c4.
Yeah. And now I pretend I saw this.
And you go rook c1, queen c2, bishop g5, queen d1.
Oh, I'll just show that on the board. Desperately trying to keep this first rank alive. Bishop g5. Whoops. Force it. That is beautiful.
Funny line.
Nice line. Queen c2, probably I go like h somewhere. h4, h3.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be happy.
No. I mean...
But you're happy to survive and not lose instantly.
Yeah, I'm happier than no.
Blundering queen c2,
After blundering queen c2, yeah.
I mean, this shows that how difficult the position is and how dangerous for both sides. If, let's say, white would be blundering the rook this way, right? Queen c2. Even then, it's with having the bishop pair, it's not easy.
No, apparently here it's just level, which is crazy.
But you know what was possible to play? Queen c1 takes, bishop e6, and d7 you don't have because takes and rook c7.
Just to show all the tactics.
A lot of different tactics out there. Okay, so for the moment, Dinara is thinking how to continue, and she can easily spend another 20 minutes. And we all know, right, David? Well, maybe you're not the right person to ask this. But if you think more than 30 minutes, how many chances do you have that out of 10 times you're going to be making the best one?
Yeah, it gets progressively, after like the 10-15 minute mark, it does get lower, like the chances. You overthink and don't trust your instincts. You're right, Judith. It's like a curse of overthinking. But
it's interesting why. I mean, you're sitting there, you're concentrating, you're calculating, and why is that? That you're not able at the end to sum it up the way that to make the best conclusion. Why is that? Because it happens, of course, many times that people think 10 minutes, then you think, okay, I have this or that. Of course, I want to do this. No, but there's another move. Let's calculate the other move, and there is a third one, and there is a fourth one. And maybe the most obvious move you didn't even calculate properly, but you look at the clock and you say, oh my God, I was checking it for 40 minutes. let's make the move which it came to my mind at first, right?
Yeah. Like, I think it's emotion as well. It's like, as you say there, you get frustrated, you get anxious, you start to stress about the clock, and you just kind of lose all kind of objectivity over what you should actually be focusing your time on. Yeah, the number of times it happens, it's not a coincidence. Like all these sayings, long think, wrong think, and yeah, very rarely a
But
good
what
idea
is
to
it?
spend 30
What
minutes.
is it? We are panicking after thinking 40 minutes, let's say? And we have h3 on the board. Look at that.
Good move. Very good move. Could have been played 35 minutes ago.
What was the computer's best move?
If we go back one move, so after, instead of h3, I'll just turn it on. Okay, d6 slightly.
D6, yeah, that's the most obvious move, of course.
Yeah, and now apparently black's best is a5, which I don't think is very natural, but to move the bishop out.
After d6, you mean?
D6, yeah.
Wow.
And apparently bishop e6 is inaccurate, but not bad. Like white will play h4, and black struggles to make moves.
Wow.
Like, yeah, it's hard to improve actually. Like bishop d5, I guess, is never really an idea due to, oh, maybe it is an idea. Bishop d5.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to ask you why.
Yeah. I was gonna say like you take something and then you go like queen a4, rook d1, but maybe not. Wow.
But maybe there is no need to play bishop d5. What you have in mind?
I'll just say alpha 0, like it's definitely got its influence here. Bishop takes, queen takes, just h5. Just put the pawn on h6. Just try to checkmate. Queen takes h5, not possible due to d7. And computer says probably black can draw by bailing out and taking on e7, but you've got to be accurate. Yeah. Okay, that's computer stuff. Difficult for humans, and h3 I think is a very natural move.
Well, it's kind of keeping the tension, right? But we said bishop d7 is possible after all.
Yeah, bishop d7. Looks like, yeah, one of the top moves according to the computer. So bishop d7. And the game goes on. Judith, I'll just very quickly mention in the Tanzhong Yi game, her bishop on c2, the blocked bishop suddenly got to d5, became a beast. crazy stuff happening in some of the women's games. But let's go back to the bird's eye view in the open section. These are the top 10 boards. Yeah, we'll delve very deeply into some of them shortly. But I'm being told there's a very interesting game going on between Jules Moussard of France and Nikita Vityugov, who plays for England these days. And okay, we'll jump into that one because, yeah, I'm not sure who's better and why in this board either. White's king is very open. Black's a pawn up. And how would you continue with white? Would you just lock the king side, or would you be brave enough to take the pawn back here?
Well, to start with, it's a very funny position. How did the g2 pawn disappear? Is the pawn on h3 is a g2 originally, and as a maiden name?
Its birth its birth name was
Yeah, was it g2?
No, it was here, like g4 played.
Oh, okay.
Bishop f7, knight h4, h5, and it'll probably be more normal. Yeah, knight f5.
Wow.
G5. Wow.
Wow, takes knight f3, g4. I've never seen anything like that.
Very interesting.
No, you know what he wants to go later? f4.
You said G, might as well say F.
Yeah, it's like play the gambit style.
Play the gambit style. Yeah, well, let's go F4. Oh, computer hates it. The problem is black's just going to castle queenside in the near future, and then the white.
Well, maybe you just take a knight f6, right? I mean GF. I thought.
Ah, GF.
GF and knight f6.
I forgot en passant was legal. My bad. F6.
Seems like it's not for some reason.
Silly bar. Maybe white goes like queen g3, knight f3, and queen g3, rook f5. Interesting.
But if you don't take gf3, how do you take? Or you don't react, or what? On ef4?
He's played it, by the way. f4. Great prediction, Judit. You know Jules Moussard.
No, it's just so tempting. It's so beautiful move. After playing this g4, g5, knight f3, knight g5, f4 is tempting. That's all.
What about just castling?
Castling. And fe5, knight e5?
That was my plan, yeah. Black's still a pawn up. White's king is weaker than black's king.
Well, it's scary for white, for sure.
Yeah. And yeah, I don't like it for a few reasons. I mean, it's pretty, it's nice, it's creative, but also Vityugov, he's a very reactive player. Like, he likes to wait for people to do things crazy against him, and then he'll counter. He doesn't like
punish
to take the action. Yeah, he'll punish you. He doesn't like to take the action himself often. He likes to kind of wait, and when you do something silly, he's like, "Oh wait, you've got a weak king now. You've got a I've got an extra pawn. I'm gonna find a way." I'm not used to Jules Moussard being under 2600 either. He was like 2680 like a year and a half ago.
Wow, really?
Yeah, rating deflation has kicked in.
So is really long castle the best?
I would probably play long castle. Wow. Computer thinks g takes h3 is even better.
Of course.
Greedy computer. And just pre-move castle pretty much. Unless you take on e5, then knight takes e5.
Yeah, or f7. Yeah, it's like 2 pawns up for black.
Yeah.
For now.
No. And the king is the big issue, maybe.
Well, yeah.
Long term, not immediately.
Yeah, white has a beautiful knight, but basically that's it, right?
Yeah, it looks like Nikita Vityugov, if he wins this game, he'll move up to 3 out of 4. He'll be up there in the conversation. So it looks like good, promising chances for him. But Jules Moussard, fair play to him for creative ideas with white, taking big risks. And okay, now it's been a while, Judith. Maybe we do check in with some of the top boards. I'm going to start with Maghsoodloo, Abdusattorov.
Okay, let's go there.
And this one, both sides now have an isolated pawn. e4 versus e6. Which one do you think is weaker?
e6. Well, there's a great chance that both of them will fall off the board. But for now, I don't know. It seems like, for some reason to me, that e6 is weaker. The black king is weaker, generally speaking, than the white one. There are more scary things happen that area, I think. Queen on e2 is very well placed. Knight g5 can come anytime to give pressure against the e6. Then the other knight can come to e4. So on h7 it can be some problematic surprises for black.
How about black tries to trade off some stuff, knight d5? I just wanted to stop bishop f4 as well.
Okay, so I go knight g5.
g5. d7.
Yeah, what about rook fe1?
Yeah. Now I'm a bit worried. Rook e8, I guess.
Yeah, I thought so, that you're gonna do that. Yeah. happened? After knight d5, you take knight takes d5, right?
Probably. Slightly tempted with the pawn, but let's say knight takes.
Yeah. No, actually, I don't want to take on d5.
Okay.
I don't know if I can go. What can I go?
Who do you think's going to be happier with kind of the two players here? Parham versus Nodirbek seems like a fun one to watch. It says Kingso. I can't pronounce that name, but Kingso Tough. Who do you think's going to be enjoying this more?
Well, yeah, the outcome of the game, final result, it can easily be a draw, of course. Because for none of them, it will be enough to press. But knight f3 was the last move, which is quite interesting. I just realized it. Because sometimes you want to go to knight e5, but once you specifically from e5, you come back. Yeah, because bishop c4, bishop f4 is something probably white wants. That's why knight d5 makes a lot of sense. I think knight bd5 is a good move, no?
Yeah, I would definitely play it. Okay, computer thinks queen c8 as well, but that's a bit vague to me. That looks a bit odd somehow.
And the question is, what's the idea? Defend the e6 and making space for the rook to on d8?
Probably, right? And
or
I guess
it's maybe a prophylactical move, basically.
Yeah.
That he thinks that bishop f4 is not so strong. You just go rook c6. And for a later moment to play knight b4 to d5, let's say.
Although, if the rook ever goes to c6, maybe then I come back to e5 and
Yeah.
ask the question.
But the thing is that knight on e5, it is standing beautiful, but you cannot, I mean, the e6 pawn is defended by the white knight.
Shielding it. Shielding
Yeah.
the enemy pawn.
Absolutely. Though knight bd5 is also very logical, I think. It's a very human move. You want to go bishop f4? I don't allow it. I go knight d5.
That's how I play chess. I see an idea, stop it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, okay, interesting. It looks like maybe white having a bit more fun, a bit more time on the clock. Maghsoodloo trying to press, but Nodirbek should be fine. We'll move from this one to another isolated queen's pawn position. Did it? This time...
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Black is the one with the IQP. And what do you make of Abhimanyu Mishra's chances of trying to hold this position?
Sometimes it can be very challenging. I mean, this is a long game, long suffering for black.
Yeah.
I wouldn't like... Sorry.
I was just saying king f8, according to the computer, is the best move. The blue arrow.
Yeah, but white king f1, e2, d3, d4 is an option. Also rook c7, right? So that's why he wants to go king f8. So after rook c7 could be met with rook e7.
Yeah, he'll find king f8, I think. It's like, what else? What else? If you move a rook off
This
the
is what I
background,
wanted to ask. What else do you have, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can go rook e7 first. No, you cannot, because then rook at c8 and exchanging on d8 and rook c7. So actually king f8 seems to be the absolutely only move.
Yeah, this looks good. So king f8, and I'll just check. King f8, yeah, strictly only move. Everything else is already almost winning advantage for white. And our featured chatter there said, if Prag wins this tournament or qualifies from the Grand Swiss, comes top 2, then he'll open up a spot on the FIDE circuit for someone else. That's a good point. Lots of different ways, lots of different permutations that the players could use to try and get to the candidates. Or they could play like Nakamura and go for the Louisiana State Championship, and now he's playing a new tournament I saw somewhere in the US. Go for the rating points.
Yeah. Yeah, it would have been nice to see him playing in this event, but I think he would have a very difficult time.
Yeah, no
One
guarantee.
tournament. And of course, I mean, he's amazing doing commentary and streaming after the games. I don't know how he's doing that. But in such a tournament, it would be, wow, to have so much energy. After King F8, I'm wondering now, what are the realistic chances for Ragnananda to put pressure and win the game? Because I'm not sure it's so easy. Because once the white king comes from g1 to d4, there is this f2 pawn which is vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not so obvious what to do with white.
Yeah. We'll have to see what Prag comes up with. Maybe it's just gaining space on one of the flanks. I'm not sure. But he'll sit on this position for a long time, Judit. Probably a 50-60 move grind, and he might try and come out on top, or it might just be a draw in the end.
Yeah. Well, he will press it, no question about it.
Yeah.
He'll try it.
And I want to ask you as well on that note, who is pressing in the next position, also an isolated queen's pawn. This time for black on d5. Is this significant? Any real advantage for Gukesh, or is Arjun just totally fine here?
Well, first of all, Gukesh wants to take this pawn on h5.
Mm-hmm.
So now there is a question to answer for Arjun for himself. Does he want to go g6, weakening a little bit and keeping the bishop? It's important for him. Or there is another way of playing bishop g4, exchanging the white square, eliminate the white square bishop, and later on try to jump in with his knight to e4 and look counter chances on f2 weakness.
Yeah. Quite like bishop g4. Like, that means if you trade off this piece, like any endgame should be fine. But the big risk if the queens come off is that the black bishop is just super bad. So trading it off makes a lot of sense.
I'm not sure I like bishop f3, by the way.
Yeah, same.
You have the same feeling.
Yeah.
But maybe he wanted to actually not even the h5 pawn, which is important for him, but he wants to make space for his king on g2.
Mm-hmm.
Because actually that will be standing very well.
Yeah.
And also he can go queen c2, queen e1, check, king g2.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's true. I was kind of thinking maybe the other way, like if you can get bishop f1 and then either queen c2, queen d3, king g2, bring the bishop out to e2. At least then you always meet bishop g4 with either moving away or f3 maybe sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, it's probably just level anyway, but bishop f3, bishop g4 looks like it shuts down a lot of white's options.
Yeah, bishop g4 looks like not a bad alternative.
Mm-hmm.
Looks pretty stable for black.
Okay, prediction here, Judit, on this board. What result do you think we'll see?
Draw.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop g4 is on the board.
Good move, Arjun. Defending actively. King g2.
King g2, this is what I felt it will come.
Mm-hmm. g6 maybe. And lots of isolated pawn positions. We predict this one might end peacefully. Black's queens being so active probably helps as well. Let's go to another isolated queen's pawn position. So we've looked at the three boards. top 3 boards, all IQPs. Here, black also has an isolated pawn, slightly different version, far advanced, but the engine really likes black here. The eval bar saying big advantage for Gumelar's Judit. Alireza taking some big risks here.
Yeah, I believe he did. He did, because this g3 bishop, it did not get any better. And even it blocks space from the e2 knight. Oh, so bad.
Crying pieces. If the knight comes out to d3, then I'll give it a different emoji. But for now, or if the knight comes to h5 later, I'll give it a very different emoji.
But it's like, yeah. I mean, sometimes even black can try to go g5, going very aggressive, I think. Probably not here. But let's say go bishop f5, for example. Well, now maybe just bishop c6 and knight d4 is a threat. I was just busy with my mind playing g5 at some point.
Yeah.
So
I
maybe black
under opponents will be fine. But
yeah, but maybe black should just go rook d8. Or the other question is, can black go d3? D3, knight c1.
Okay. Now
g5, queen d2, right? Or queen e4 you have.
queen e4, there might be some. Not f5. Bishop f5, queen d5. Yeah, maybe queen e4, just bishop f5, right? And then knight e5 ideas. Queen d2. Where did you want to go here?
Bishop f5.
Yeah.
Knight d3.
Knight d3.
Rook d8.
Which one?
I don't know. Though knight d4 also looks not bad.
Yeah, knight d4. Oof. Although white can probably bail out.
No, you
now.
can't. Yeah.
Rook d8 pin. I can see why Gumelar's is hesitating to go for this, like d3, g5. It's very committal, but computer says it's very good for black. Judit, I think you found the best idea, d3, but very high responsibility move.
Yeah, it's like, when you don't have the engine next to you. Well, after bishop d5, bishop g. Oops.
Oh, the game ends. I didn't actually check the previous moves, but just for everyone at home, it was bishop to d5 in this position.
Bishop g4.
Bishop g4, bishop e6, and they repeated moves. Alireza maybe dodging a bit of a bullet there. He only had 13 minutes as well. His opponent had 3 times as much on the clock and bailed out with a draw. That's where the rating kind of favorites has a little bit of an advantage, right, Judit? Like the lower rated player, often, especially with black, happy to bail out with a draw.
And it's also interesting that sometimes when players find a move which looks kind of logical, and basically it was a draw for bishop d5.
Yeah.
Because after bishop d5, you know exactly that the guy can go bishop g4, where you have no other move than bishop e6, so you can repeat moves. And it's important because it's only move 25, and they are not allowed to to offer draws, right? So still, Federico found a way to offer a draw, and this was the draw for bishop d5. But okay, I can't blame him.
Yeah,
for that.
I think if there was something simple and straightforward that guarantees him an advantage, he might play on as black. But d3, g5, that type of stuff is not 100% clear. I'm going to say it's never.
Yeah, I mean, you take your risks, right? By playing d3. It's like you have a feeling that your position is good, but it's easy to go wrong.
Yeah. Okay, so we have our third draw on the top 10 boards with that repetition. Firouzja escapes. And let's go back to the bird's eye view, where we've now covered most of the top board action. Those isolated queen's pawn positions are going to go on for a long time. Confirmation that Mishra did find the best move. So Prag still with a lot of work to be done if he wants the advantage. Judit, it feels like elsewhere, Nepomniachtchi's in a queen endgame, pawn up, but going to be difficult to win that one. Kaima with the advantage still. Maghsoodloo maybe with the advantage, down on board 9. Vasily Graf, that position's getting even crazier though.
Yeah, Maghsoodloo game I was checking. But isn't it black has an exchange up, no?
Yeah.
So that's just
very good for black. Maghsoodloo. And
I mean that is it's win.
Yeah. Should be. It was actually Demchenko who sacrificed the exchange in that game just to try and get some light squares, but yeah, it shouldn't be enough.
Well, yeah, he got white squares, but it's an exchange down problem. Yeah. I mean, it's not so easy to win, but we understand, right? Bishop takes e3. I mean, yeah, right? Knight e3 played, bishop takes. Somehow you stop the queen going to g5 by playing rook b8 to g8. Somehow with maneuvering you try to double your rook on the h file. And if you succeed, then the game is over.
Yeah.
And also white has only 17 minutes, so time-wise also Shakhriyar has the advantage. At the same time, there is no way that black will allow knight f5.
Yeah, Maghsoodloo probably just away from the board or coming back, and he will eliminate that knight. I want to take us back though to Vasily Graf against Maghsoodloo.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
The pawns.
Absolutely. Brilliant.
Whose pawns are better? Queen e1 apparently the only move here to get an advantage for white. Pretty much going for checkmate, but also slowing black down by pinning the c file, pinning the c pawn. Sorry. And how findable do you think that one is? The blue arrow move, Queen e1, Judit.
Queen e1 is not an impossible move to find. I mean, you want to bring your queen to go to h6 and checkmate, right?
Yep. Queen h4, Queen h6, f6, GG. Takes three tempi to get there after Queen e1. Looks good.
But you see, it is so interesting. Can we go back to move Queen b3? Just for a moment, because I think it's a very interesting moment where Maxim decided to go Queen b3 and entering into this Bishop a3. Well, black could go, of course, Queen a5 and just simplify, right? But black had the temptation that, but maybe I have Bishop a3 and then I'm getting better, right? Having the b pass pawn pushing b4 after the rook moves away. And it's interesting that black Maurizio was like careless, right? But it's so tempting for black, right? Rook c4, d takes c4, Queen a3, Queen a5, taking huge risk by white. I mean, it looks... I mean, let's face it, it looks really scary, right? And he goes d5, and he believes that with the minor pieces, he will be able to hold up all these passed pawns.
Yeah. I think Maurizio underestimated d5. He either missed or underestimated this move, by the way. It's a really classy one from Vasily Graf. Without d5, I think black's probably just winning.
Yeah, but you give away your pawn to have a space for your knight on d4. And it's not only that you're defending with all these b and c pawns, but you start pushing f4. So it's an incredible complex idea by Maxim. And look at that. Look at that. And suddenly everything has changed.
Incredible position. c3 mistake, apparently. Just to check, in this position, black should first have been playing b3. Very tough, though, to know the differences. Instead, he played c3, queen back to b1, and yeah, to whip up an attack out of nowhere. Very important move, bishop d3, attacking and defending at the same time.
Well, probably
G6.
c3 was the mistake because of this, that it gave space for the bishop on d3.
True.
Making weaknesses on the king side. And look at that, f5.
F5, bang. B3. F5 given a question mark because...
So what was better, queen e1 immediately?
Yeah, apparently queen e1, but computer's changing its mind. So like f5, I don't think there's a big difference. I think we throw that question mark off the board. B3 and now queen e1. That's the key. Just before we leave this game, Judith, I was curious what happened after knight takes b3. I wish I hadn't turned on the engine because it's just crazy. Black here needs to play bishop takes
C2.
knight.
Okay.
Also c2, but apparently here this is the best. And now c2 takes and queen c3, and you can't keep both bishops, or maybe you can, but not easy.
Well, you can go.
You can go like bishop h6 and bail out.
Yeah, because queen b3, rook c3 threatens.
Yeah, this bishop's attacked, and this is the idea.
Impressive.
Yeah. So Maxime pretty much, if he doesn't find queen e1, he might take here, and the game might just be a draw in one of those endgames, rook endgame.
He will play queen e1.
Yeah.
I don't think he will miss that.
Yeah, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's very good at these types of moves, right? Calculation and how
and you don't feel like to go knight b3. No, once you have your knight on d4, I mean, I would exchange it for a queen, but not for a pawn.
Yeah, fair enough. And there we go.
And of course.
E1. He's coming. The Black King has no defenders around, and apparently queen c7 is the only way to keep the game going. That's very logical. Gets out of the pin to push the c-pawn and gains a tempo against e5.
And after queen c7 was the best. Bishop h6 I can go? Or we go e6? But e6, queen e5, I think, and maybe black is better.
Yeah, apparently many moves like bishop h6 is fine. Knight e2 is a weird suggestion.
Okay, sorry, knight e2 is not human.
Check this out, Judith. None of this is human. Like queen takes e5, Judith. Check this out. Only move to keep the advantage. Knight c2.
You're joking. Nah.
Otherwise, black's better, apparently. So, wow, this is crazy.
Don't tell me this. Knight c2.
Defending the bishop and takes. The idea is bishop d4, of course. Cutting this diagonal and...
That's brutal.
Brutal. And some checkmates in the air. Like queen d6.
And... Knight c2.
If this happens, like Vachier-Lagrave deserves a medal. Like, queen c7, I think it's either queen c7 or b2. You play one of those two moves. Nothing else makes sense.
So knight, and after queen c7, if not queen h4, but I play like a human, like e6, let's say, or something.
Yeah, then black's better.
I give away everything. Thank you.
This is just a dice roll. This is like a 50-50 in my eyes. Like either black makes a queen or white mates in human terms. Like computer terms, it's probably just winning for white, but queen h4 is difficult to spot.
Okay, but queen c7 is not such a difficult move. I mean, it has a logic behind it. You want to push c2, so you move away. And it's not only because of c2, it's because you also want to bring your pieces back, right?
But queen c7 is not the difficult one. It's queen h4, I think, is the difficult one.
No, it's knight c2, what is the difficult one?
Yeah. Queen h4 with the idea of knight c2.
Yeah.
Wow. Just one last time. Yeah, queen c7, queen h4, and that's going to be a crazy game. We'll keep an eye on that board, of course. We're now about to approach the time trouble stage in all of the games, as it looks like everywhere players are now down to their last half hour or even lower. So we'll be back. This is round 4 of the Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss. And yeah, get ready for even more action. Things are getting spicy. See you in just a few minutes.
What if I told you I became a grandmaster by solving the same exact chess exercises over and over again? Yes, it sounds a little crazy. After all, if each chess game is different, why repeat something you've seen before? Shouldn't you practice calculating in unique positions every time? Well, that's true, but there's also a way to train your brain to streamline its calculations, and that's the woodpecker method. My friend Hans Tikkanen invented the woodpecker method in 2010 when he was training to become a grandmaster. 7 weeks after he finished using his method, he earned all 3 of his GM noms to earn his title. Seeing his success, I had to try it for myself. And a couple of years later, I became a grandmaster too. As word spread, others tried it too, with excellent results. Okay, so what is the woodpecker method? The first step is to take any large amount of chess puzzles and solve as many as you can in 4 weeks. In my books and chessable courses on the woodpecker method, there are about 1,000. You don't need to do that many, especially if you are a beginner, but I recommend solving at least a few hundred. At the end of the 4 weeks, take a break, a few days at least. Then solve the same exact problems again, this time aiming to finish them in 2 weeks. You might remember the solutions from before, that's okay, but try to solve them like you're seeing them for the first time. After you finish the second cycle, try solving them in 1 week, and then a few days, and then try solving all of them in a single day. It's not easy work, trust me. I didn't think I was going to make it the first time I tried it, but the results were remarkable. It's because much of chess is pattern recognition. Rather than calculating every single move in a position, your brain looks for ideas and patterns it has seen before first, and they help you calculate faster and more accurately. So by doing the woodpecker method, you're building intuition, helping your brain become more efficient in calculation. And that's the woodpecker method in a nutshell.
I'm gonna guess real Gotham or AI Gotham. Here we go.
Why on earth would you play that?
I think that's AI.
It is.
All right.
1 for 1.
Yes, 1 for 1.
That move makes no sense.
That one's real. Makes no sense, has to be real. It's real.
Fake.
What?
It's AI.
Makes no sense? Was,
Yeah.
no chance. Are you
Yeah.
serious?
Yeah.
Makes no sense.
What? Oh my gosh.
And he sacrifices the rook!
That one was fake. That had to be AI.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the rook one didn't. It wasn't guttural enough.
What the heck is this move?
I feel like it was too high pitched. Was that AI?
It was AI.
Oh my! It was like I don't think I hit like a. Okay, there's one more.
Let me tell you something right now. Building a chess website it is not f***ing easy. Right, chess.com built their website for 17 years. Still being built.
That had to be real. That one was like 10 seconds long. So I was like, okay. Oh, so there was 4 AI and 1 real one, and I went 3 out of 4 on the AI ones. Okay.
It's a normal, puzzle. We don't have some funny tricky things.
No, it's a normal puzzle.
Yeah, I was thinking like first B8. If it's a puzzle, some moves like with the king are usually not working. The problem is that if you promote to a queen or to a rook, it's a stalemate. So we have to go very likely with some under promotion.
After knight, king e8, and if promote queens, you just move.
I have to put something and then to cover. So one of the ideas is to put, for example, a8 to go with the bishop, and then to promote with to a queen. Yeah, but if I do that, for example, if black plays king f8, then it works because I promote to a queen or to a rook. King f7, bishop d5 will come with a checkmate. But in case of king e8, it's also the mate, because I go here, and then no matter if black goes here or here, queen will come with a checkmate.
a8 to knight. Well, things like king e8, king e6, and promote queen is winning.
Doesn't matter if it's a bishop.
Yeah.
Bishop or a knight.
Okay,
Yep,
like,
correct.
Then just queens. It's winning. Yeah.
Perfect. Well done.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 4. We're heading inexorably towards the first time control now. Clocks are ticking down. Blunders are about to start happening. Did Maxime Vachier-Lagrave find that brilliancy? So many questions to answer. Judith, this is the most exciting phase of the day. We've seen lots of isolated pawn positions, but what are you going to see? What do you think we're going to see in the next few minutes?
Well, in some of the games, we are deeply in already in the middle game, and some decisive mistakes or great brilliancy moves has been made. But also already we have a few games where we heading to the end game. Like on board 2 with Pragnananda, for example. It's already an end game, and we're going to see more end games, I believe. Also, Gukesh and Arjun has an end game already, so there is a lot to be learning from these games, and we'll see how they play it out. But we have, for example, with the Maghsoodloo game, the d4 and d6, both of the pawns disappeared already, so there it's pretty balanced. I would think that it can easily get simplified with all the pieces come off, and we enter into symmetrical endgame, and it will be a draw. That would be my bet. But still, Gukesh and Pragnananda, they are trying to press with Pragnananda with more chances, I believe. And of course, Khmer. We haven't been in Khmer's game for some time, and there is some action going on there. But of course, outside of the top 10 boards, also there are a lot of actions. And Vachier-Lagrave did not find this miracle move knight c2 after queen h4, which I can't blame him for that, to be honest. I mean, it was such a difficult move to find.
Yeah, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, that battle rages on. Still very, very complicated. We'll go to that one later. But let's first jump into Vincent Khmer against Frederick Svane, because I see a brilliant move out of the corner of my eye. Double exclamation mark. It's another isolated queen's pawn position. I'm going to claim this one as an IQP. All top 5 boards have featured an isolated d pawn. And Judith, just to recap, rook e5 was the last move. Not apparently the most accurate, but after c5, boom, bishop takes c5 was the reply.
Well, we just have to figure out what is exactly the idea behind giving up the bishop. So after queen c5, is it simply rook d5 that makes black suffer? But what is it exactly? Queen e7, let's say?
Queen e7.
Maybe just takes rook queen e7, rook e7, and then rook just moves away to d6, gaining back the exchange and also attacking on the a6 pawn.
Yeah. He'll be at least one pawn up. Settles Vincent Khmer. Bishop takes c5. Can black try anything else? Checks don't really work. White just blocks.
Yeah, queen g6 is possible, but rook g5, and after black goes queen b1 check, white simply goes up, king g2 and king g3, I believe on. Or, yeah.
Ooh.
Or maybe bishop c2? Is it that possible?
Ooh.
Bishop c2?
Yeah, that looks better. Tempo gainer.
And after g6, what do you do? The c3 is still under attack.
Mm-hmm.
Is it simply bishop b4?
So calm. Controlling.
Calm, but not good.
Not good, apparently.
It seems.
What else could white try? Maybe just rook takes d4.
Rook d5, queen c3.
Yeah, and then I just wanted to kind of consolidate, like queen f2 or something. There's lots of two pieces against the rook type positions today as well. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave game, this game. Ah, wait, can I?
Well, you can go bishop b3 maybe.
Yeah,
that's the best. Because queen d2, queen f2.
Mm-hmm. Apparently, this is bad.
The bar is killing me. Probably rook e2 the problem. Rook e2 is a problem.
Ah, wow, beautiful. Rook e2, knight takes, queen takes pawn, check. Whoops. Checkmate. That is
Yeah.
beautiful. So easy to blunder in these positions. Queen takes c3.
It is. It is.
I really want to try the rook takes d7, but I don't know if it works. Let's try. Oh,
Takes, bishop b3, king just goes out to g7.
yeah. Don't have a follow-up. Knight e6 stuff
That's the
doesn't work.
problem.
Oof, computer says white's still slightly better, but not the best. I have a feeling. So in the start position, Judith, before we get carried away, like kind of too deeply into the variations, like, do you think this is a better practical try where he's probably a pawn down in an endgame, or queen g6 check, which the computer doesn't like, but at least it's more complicated?
Well, my problem is in that endgame that I don't see how black can save his pawns. I mean, maybe we can take a look once more. Queen c5, rook d5, going back, queen e7. Takes rook d6, a5, right?
a5, maybe knight takes. Oh wait, that doesn't work.
But maybe you just go rook b6, for example.
b6. So difficult to save this one. Like, just pawn down minimum. Maybe rook e5. Oof. Rook b7.
I mean, it looks really bad. With after queen g6, it's a little messy, but maybe you lose faster.
Yeah.
But it's very strange what went wrong, because I mean, after c5, bishop c5. But he was started to go down in time.
Yeah. He's actually played this. He's allowed rook
Queen
takes c5.
c7.
Yeah, sorry, rook takes c5, queen c7. And the blue arrow appears saying rook g5 is the best move. Makes a lot of sense. It would be rook g5 or rook h5. Those would be my two candidate moves.
Yes, indeed. Well, anyway, after rook h5, probably h6 has to be played. After rook g5, maybe rook e7, one move, or after rook g5 also maybe bishop c8.
Makes a lot of sense. Rook g5. I think it will land on the board. He's got to move the rook, right? Just pin the f7 rook.
But he doesn't have so much of an option, right? If he wants to move the rook, it means it's either g5 or h5. No other place for the rook.
Yeah. Apparently there's a big difference. Like you said, rook h5, h6, and the white rook is actually just a bit silly on h5. Apparently rook g5 is the only way to keep a big advantage.
At the same time, it's very tempting to go rook h5 and then push the king to go to f7. But somehow the queen on c7 stands very well, controlling the f4 important square. So the white queen cannot come to f4, I mean, almost to the center, right?
Yes.
So it's interesting. Rook h5 comes with a tempo. Instead of that, rook g5. Well, white has his own strat, taking on f7 and on h7 after that. But it's not so obvious. Rook h5, I think, is a more natural move than rook g5 at first.
Definitely in blitz, I would play rook h5 and only stop to think after h6. But of course, Vincent has the luxury of a bit of time.
Yeah. So it's Vincent has to be smart, spending his time in the right moment. Probably now he will be spending some of his time.
Yeah.
But he's playing a good game.
Yeah, and Judith, sorry to take us away from this one, but I'm going to jump over to Demchenko immediately because he's just landed a brilliancy on the board. He's tricked Maghsoodloo rook h1. Maghsoodloo looks like he blundered a few moves ago, and this is the result. He's deflecting away the black rook. And it looks like queen takes d6 is the idea. Check. And black's king will not actually be able to escape all of the checks. He might have found a miracle way to a forced repetition. Rook f6 blocked by bishop f5 as well. Demchenko surviving.
Wow. Amazing. Wow, rook h1, beautiful move. And what about rook f6, bishop f5, and I just go out king g7.
Ah, but yeah. e7, queen e7 maybe? Oh wait, queen e7 you can take on f5. Do I go g4, g5 maybe?
Ooh, you're not nice, David. What happened to you? Did I do something wrong that you just go g4, g5?
I've never been nice, Judith. That's the secret. It's always been an act.
g4, very rude move.
Yeah. Wow. This is suddenly... Black's risking something here. Probably it's rook h8 and it's just a
rook
draw.
h8 and it's a draw, right? In the meantime, Rapport won his game.
Okay, Richard Rapport.
Yeah. Rook
Nice.
h1. Ooh, what a cold shower for Maghsoodloo. Can you go back 2-3 moves where what has happened? Because it was completely winning with double of the time for Maghsoodloo. a4.
Yeah, he forgot he could en passant here, although I I understand why he didn't. Like b takes a3, rook takes a3, you don't want to allow any counterplay. I guess just rook b7 or a5. Oh wait, yeah, maybe not. Maybe not a5. Why is this so winning for black? Maybe it is just queen takes b2 actually.
Yeah, maybe queen b2 and rook b7.
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot about rook b7 for a second, but just rook b7 and just over. So Maghsoodloo was pretty much just winning on the spot if he played en passant. Good tip for everyone at home. But queen c4, and already the advantage is completely gone because of this whole line. Queen f5, queen takes pawn check. h6. He must have calculated to hear Maghsoodloo and stopped. He didn't actually spend much time at all on queen c4. He spent just 4 minutes, and then he missed this rook h1 move. So cool, as Natesh says there in the chat. Wow. Just to show, rook takes rook, queen takes d6 is a check. If you move across, the rook falls with a check. If you instead have come forward, then this pawn falls with a check. And wow, surprising, but there's no way to escape the checks, Judith. The bishop or the queen will always give check and draw.
Well, that's very strong bishop, the white square bishop, because wherever you move to a white square, that's what you're going to be facing. The bishop on f5.
Yeah.
Brilliant save. Brilliant.
Yeah, one of the moves of the day so far. As Newt has a flute says in chat, Maghsoodloo would have been winning if he knew that en passant is forced. Yeah.
Yes, true.
True.
That would be an interesting rule. En passant as a must move.
Yeah. Then we'd all get scared about like crossing the 5th rank. We're like, oh, whoops, are we about to get hit by?
Yeah, that would be a dangerous rule.
Okay, but I'm going to say that's a bit careless though, Maghsoodloo. He had a lot of time. He had over 30 minutes on the clock. Well over 30 minutes. And he messed it up. Didn't sit and calculate. Maybe could have got here by process of elimination, but Demchenko, fair play to him. Very resourceful.
a4, what an idea, yeah? Though I wonder how much did he see? Did he see after queen c4 that his move is queen f5? Yeah. Probably he did, because that's why he played a4, to push away the queen, so it's not defending the d7 square. But this is quite amazing that after queen c4, it's already a mistake that it follows up with the forced line with queen f5, queen d7, rook h.
Yeah. And Demchenko definitely saw it because, or maybe he was thinking in Maghsoodloo's time, because after a4, Maghsoodloo spent 4 minutes on queen c4 and then 9 seconds for white. Next move, 1 second. Next move, 6 seconds. And he played rook h1 in 3 seconds. So he saw it all.
Yeah, well, basically this was the only trick, I think.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's just resigns, right? Otherwise.
Yeah, but if you are resourceful, you can save games and
Mhm.
points and important ones. Well, it's
Another
always important, but you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, Maxim is losing.
Whoa, let's jump back to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Wow, his queen's gone the wrong way, Judith. Queen c3 now would be a dagger to White's chances.
Crazy.
Wow, hitting the bishop.
The queen is in the wrong side.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what was the good move, but I just saw it, the bar. Whoops. It seems like a big problem for White.
Yeah, quick action replay then. We left it. We went into the break asking ourselves the question, would he find queen h4? Super cool move here. Queen takes e5 and knight c2, the only winning move, defending the bishop, attacking this bishop, and more importantly, lining up bishop to d4. And there's going to be some checkmates with the white queen coming in. This was almost impossible to find. Bishop h6, we can't fault, but Judith, you mentioned c2. Queen f2, only move?
Oh my. Queen f2 was the only move?
Yeah, that is tough. I guess the idea is like f
What's
takes
the
g6
idea
some
of
mates.
queen e5? What happens?
F takes g6.
H takes g6.
H takes g6.
Is it bishop g6 or bishop f8 first and then bishop g6?
One or the other. Bishop f8, I'm slightly worried about promotion.
Yeah.
More than slightly. Oh, wait, that's... Oh, bishop f8?
If c1, check, king h8.
Well, c1, check, king h8. This is one of the wildest positions I've seen in ages.
Is it queen g6?
Judith.
No, it's impossible.
You're
No,
playing
no,
games.
because queen d4 and queen f1 and rook f8.
Uh-huh. Yeah, not queen g6 because you're right. Queen takes d4 and yeah, black rook up and the queen will defend some checks. How is white winning here then? Bishop takes g6? No, can't be.
No, because...
No, it can't be that one.
No.
Knight e6?
Knight e6 can be. Knight e6.
Oh my
Knight
gosh.
e6.
Who needs queens, right? When you got bishops and knights.
Oh my.
Wow. Okay. I can't blame Vachier-Lagrave for not looking at this.
No.
So c2, he needed to find queen f2. Almost impossible. He went queen b4 and waiting for a move. How likely it is you think we'll see queen c3 from Maurizi?
Actually, queen c3 I think is a very human move. That's the problem.
Agree. Yeah.
Unless you think that bishop f8. But after bishop f8, I believe c1.
Bishop takes f8. c1 makes a new queen. Yeah.
Rook c1. But rook c1, queen b4.
Queen b4. Take with the rook.
Queen d4.
Yeah. Oh, you mean rook c8, queen d4?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, king, nowhere to go.
Yeah, nowhere to go, that's the problem.
Yeah. King here, the bishop falls with check.
Mm-hmm.
Here, it's checkmate. Incoming. Wow. So queen c3, there's a bit of calculation to be done, but yeah, queen takes a4, the idea is queen takes d3. Oh, is it not? Oh, wait, then b3 drops, so b. Wait, what's the idea here? Queen takes a4.
Rook a8.
Rook a8, queen takes b3.
Queen d4, king h1.
Wow, rook a8? Yeah, queen takes
No.
b3 though. And white's okay here.
But what was that? Queen d3 was not good. No, if queen d3 is not good, then
It's not good at all, apparently. Is it just knight takes b3 now? 3 and multiple
But it
guards
looks,
on the C1 square.
yeah, yeah. Still looks scary.
This is what. This is wild. This is rook C4 maybe.
Rook C4, bishop C4, queen D4, king H1, DC4. The rook is hanging.
DC4. Maybe I
Maybe.
could queen C4.
Oh.
Oh my god, this is incredible.
No, but then queen C3 is not easy at all. If rook C4 has to be fine.
Action replay, queen C3. If queen takes bishop, rook C4. I'll check if that's the only winning move, actually. Rook C4, only winning move. Bishop takes C4. Queen takes. If king H1, again, only winning move. Queen takes C4. And the idea is, yeah, this position. You can also play B2, but even king takes. And who said pawns weren't the soul of chess, right?
Absolutely brilliant. But I don't know how much chance do you give that he plays queen C3? Because you have to play queen C3. You can do only if you go if you see rook C4.
Rook C4. I think it's like 40% chance he plays it, because I don't really see what else. Or maybe higher percentage even, because what else?
This is the thing. So basically, it's by elimination. You say that he will find, or good chance that he finds queen C3. But the problem is queen C3. Maybe he's not even looking. Queen C3, queen A4, queen D3, knight B3. I don't like it.
Yeah. Judith, I'm going to ask you to guess what the second best move is for black according to the engine. My mind is blown. It's still better for black, but not winning. Queen C3 is winning, but the second best move is
queen A7.
No, not sure why not queen A7. Queen A7 is logical, but okay. I don't.
What is it?
It's G5.
Oh my god, I'm a G5, G4 fan, but here to play G5? What do you mean by that?
The idea is actually to play queen C3 next move anyway, but we cut the diagonal to the bishop. Bishop takes pawn and then queen C3. It's a similar idea. But now white has other ways.
G5.
Never.
And if it's not G5, white wins?
No. Queen takes E5 apparently is okay as well, like equalish.
That's what he's going to play.
Yeah, you think queen E5? I think queen E5 as well, actually. No, but queen E5, Judith. Queen takes A4.
Then rook C4 again.
Yeah, so you have to find rook C4 in order to make all of these things
but
happen.
I have an extra pawn if I do this way, because E5 is taken also.
That's true. That's true.
But here, for some reason, it's not winning.
This is crazy. Knight F3.
Maybe knight F3? It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, this is one of the wildest games I've seen in a long, long time.
Yeah, I mean, it's with all these pawns and ideas. The knight C2 was really something that.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if he finds queen C3. I don't know. 20% chance.
Yeah, I think. I think somewhere between 20 and 40% chance. Under 50% chance, I feel.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Speaking of wild positions, though, Judith, let's go to another game which I'm being tipped off here by our producer. Apparently, it looks very fun and mutual ideas here. Black trying to give checkmate, the queen and the pawn not quite getting the job done, and the white queen sitting special lamb on E8. What do you make of this? Where to begin? Around.
I'm trying to get hold understanding who is who and why, and I don't understand. What do you mean? Rook E3 was the last move. I thought at least I would understand it better that it's white to move and I have to move my queen.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems it's not the case.
So black can take all the queens. So black can take one queen, then the next queen that replaces it, and it will be 2 rooks versus a queen at the end. But white has a lot of pawns, and black.
Exactly, and what can black do? No, 0 chance on giving mate.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, Dubov had a position with the white pieces having a queen like that, and he misplayed it. He had one winning move with the knight, but of course knight is more useful in this position in the attack. If bishop d7, white just takes her queen e4.
Yeah.
Well, maybe white is... Well, it's Jobava who plays it. What do you want? In his games, it's normal position. It's no chaos. Everything is under control.
True. Like, there's always method behind the madness when Jobava plays. Takes massive risks, right? He provokes the opponents so much. Like, he like, even the most positional of opponents, he'll trick them into putting a pawn on f3, going for checkmate, and then he'll be like, nope, no mate for you. And
he's provoking his opponent and himself.
Yeah.
Sometimes I have the feeling he puts himself into situations that I have to find something crazy. And he does.
Yeah.
And he does. Well, it seems like black has no real attack.
Mm-hmm. And just to highlight, the top computer line is actually to take all the queens. So one queen, take the next queen, and then to, play some odd stuff like bishop h7, just to bring the black queen back. Put it on like c5, and the game goes on.
Well,
yeah, bishop f7.
Not from practical point of view.
Yeah. Jobava.
I don't think there is any chance for black to save a game like this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you go queen d7, maybe bishop d5, queen a4.
Yeah, but even if white starts taking stuff now, right?
Queen a5.
Yeah,
bishop e4. Yeah, but after bishop e4, maybe.
Yeah, take queen.
Yeah, queen c2, rook f1.
Yeah.
Queen d3, rook f1, queen c2, king g1. No, I don't think that there is practical chance for black. I mean, it's just, even if it would be a draw, it's difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Even with the pawn, without a c pawn, white will win. Grab this f3 and win. No practical chance, but it was a fun position.
Mm-hmm.
Very fun position to check on.
So, battle Jobava doing Jobava things. His opponents play king g8, but that's not going to change anything. Like rook takes e4, among other ideas. Okay, let's zoom out of this. Maybe we go back to the bird's eye view again.
You know, there was a crazy game also going. Yu Yang is playing a game which is some queen sacrifice against Puranik.
Okay. Whoa. Good call. Apparently this is level, but I guess that's because black is going rook f2, rook f1.
Yeah. Some interesting stuff here and there.
Mm-hmm. So does white have to come back, or does white have to give some checks first?
Well, probably that's the safest draw, just to give a check and perpetuate check.
White isn't gaining much by keeping the game going, right? Queen e1.
Well, I guess it's more dangerous than... Well, probably it's he's not losing get either.
Rook somewhere.
Because he can go back to e5 and make perpetuate check.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and no point playing on here with white. You're just risking that the black knight will come out and checkmate. Bishop g2, knight h3. Yeah, so it looks like in the live position, maybe it's time to give a draw. Check. Check. And fun over. Yu Yang will not be happy though with that decision. Judith, it looks like this game is about to end peacefully. I'm going to take us to a game of a good friend of mine, Nodirbek Hammer.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like Fortunately for Hammer, he's changed down, and I'm being told that at move 25, he made a series of unfortunate choices. It looks very good for White here. I guess he's just got a better pawn structure. Black's full of weaknesses, but he started playing some very ambitious chess. Rook takes e6, I was going to say, is probably the most tempting move. It was a mistake. And f5, knight e5, king h7. Started getting a bit scary. Queen takes c6, allowing this move, rook to h6. And too many exchanges, Judit. It looks like he lost his advantage. And not just that, if we catch up with the current position, this one's over, right? The pawns are just going to come.
Well, the problem is also the white rook is very passive. And probably you are not able even to keep it. And the AB pawn will create a passed pawn. No matter how many pawns white will have for the rook, it's gonna be over. Yeah.
No hammer time on this board, unfortunately. It looks like Jon Ludwig will fall to his second defeat in a row. Let's go back to the top boards as we close in on move 40 now.
Queen e5 was played against Maxim.
Ooh. Yeah, good prediction, Judith. Queen c3.
It's human move. Queen e5. You don't see it too bad, but you also don't see why Queen c3 would be better.
Yeah.
So that's a fair situation. Pragnananda has a pawn up by now.
Wow, let's go to Prague. He's just won that pawn, right? If we rewind.
Yes, because it was not possible to defend it. Yes, this was, I think, a big achievement for White, that he could control the 7th rank. How could he do that after King f8? Was it a mistake by Black, or somehow Prague made magic?
A bit of both, I think. But he made magic. He went rook c7. The Black rook challenged, and now he played bishop g4. So he's just stopping any rook d7 challenges later.
And also bishop c8 was maybe a threat. But not yet. Right. But not yet, because of knight d6.
Yeah, but he found a way, like, by taking off one set of rooks and then replacing the rook.
Okay.
Yeah,
wow, bishop g4 is a good move.
Yeah. Important. King f6 and
important move.
Yeah. Okay, he started closing the cage, and the white rook's very strong on the 7th rank, but apparently this is where Black finally kind of made the big mistake. Should maybe just be waiting with a5, but difficult position already. Rook e8, king f3, and the problem is after rook e7, rook c5 just wins the d pawn. Indefensible.
Wow. Takes. So now maybe rook e1. But if rook e1, rook e8.
That feels wrong.
So what about rook d5? He wants to go rook d8. He wants to sit and wait. This is his strategy.
Blockading knight.
It's not so easy to break through.
Yeah. Rook c7.
What is it if I go rook e7? How are you going to break in?
I'll take.
Okay, takes.
I'll go f5 before you stop me. Put the king on f4.
That I understand.
Like should be zugzwang eventually, no?
You think it's a win?
The bar tells me it's a win. I don't need to think. Luckily, no brain activated here. I'm just general principles. Bishop better than a knight. Pawn up.
Well, indeed, if you can go f5 and break up my pawn structure and exchange those pawns, that means Yeah, takes, king f4.
Yeah. Should be good. But okay, Prague still has some work to do. Maybe black's just going to put the rook on d8 and sit still.
Yeah. But then you go rook d5, king e7.
Yeah.
Probably white can put his rook on e5, control the c8 square with the bishop from h3. And then what? Right?
Yeah.
And then what?
So for example, something like this, like king e3, maybe eventually like a4, d5, king d4. Then I don't know what. Just max out the improvement. Then.
Yeah, and then what? Black is going to play b6.
And I bring my rook round again.
I know, you will put your rook on c6 and c7.
Yeah. Okay. What do you predict, Judit? Long game ahead, but how would you estimate Prague's winning chances here? More than 50% chance that he'll win this game?
Yeah, it should be big chance. I don't know how, but there should be a huge chance that he wins.
Yeah. I would say like,
and
maybe
especially this year he plays very well. He's very successful also. Won a lot of tournaments. I mean, yesterday luck was on his side by Galfan pushing it forward too hard. But here he will have to show how to press, because he will have to show the pressing skills.
Yeah. So we expect Prague to have a long battle. Let's go to our top board just to update ourselves. It looks like that one might not last too much longer. Judit looks like should be a relatively straightforward draw. At some point, black might play bishop f6, rook endgame. White will take, go b3, rook d3.
Actually, it's nicer to play it with black, this game, right?
Yeah, that's a nice move. He's going to play like h4, put the bishop on g3.
Well, and obviously white is not going to go king g1 blundering rook d4.
In a blitz game maybe, but not here. Rook takes d4, nice. Whoops. Okay, so if not blundering, then what do you expect? b3 maybe?
I mean, it's more pleasant with black. b3, black goes h4, possibly g5. He's improving his king place. He has to move the bishop in order to bring the king to g1 and the f1. You know, pressure. Pressure is a big weapon.
Okay. Yeah, and the more I look at it, the more I think actually h5 I didn't see that move. Definitely underestimated it, but yeah, maybe some pressure. Abdusattorov. Okay, but if time were not an issue, probably this would be a draw. We're at move 36 in this game, so we'll check back in after move 40 to see whether Parham has found a way to safety.
No, but it's not so simple. I mean, it's clear that white king is on h1, black is more active. The black rook is also more active than the white rook. So with the 10-15 inaccuracies, black can have a clear advantage, let's say.
Yeah.
I think now it's just very clear that I would rather play it from the black side.
And before we go to Gukesh against Arjun, which also looks like it's deep in the endgame, time not an issue, I just want to come to this board because it looks like Vincent Keimer might have just let it slip, Judith, just on the last move. Quick action replay. Here in this position, he's got an extra pawn with white, full control. He can play like rook e5, for example. Should have good chances to grind it down long term. He's played queen g6, a blunder, because queen e8 now threatens some nasty checks, and you can't bring the king forward to guard. If the king moves, then rook takes f3 check, and the white queen drops.
He has to bring back his queen.
But wow.
Where? Well, I can bring back to c2.
Mm-hmm.
That's one option.
Okay. Suddenly this is turning, right? Well, at least momentum has turned. Can black force anything? Let's say a check. Rook
In
e7.
g2.
Mm-hmm.
No, black has clear compensation suddenly. And it's scary for white.
Super active, threatening like queen h4, bishop h3. Oof. Vincent Keimer.
Yeah. Tricky.
Yeah. His opponent, Frederick Svane, is super resourceful as well. Very, very tactical. So
Yeah, that's how it seems so.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Did he play rook g5? He did, right?
No. He played, let's rewind.
No.
Few moves.
He went queen h5.
Wow. Instead of a very strong rook g5.
He kept the tension.
Mm-hmm. And this, instead of queen d6, black should have been playing queen f4 apparently, which is also maybe the most natural move. So, okay, some mutual mistakes here. And we find ourselves in this position. Queen g6, a serious mistake though. Queen e8, and this one is turned somewhat. Yeah, maybe queen g3, just to stop any, like, to block any checks.
Yeah, but now there is some chance. After queen g3, for example, what about rook f6?
Yeah, rook e5 maybe.
Queen f7.
Yeah.
I mean, I have queen a2, I have rook g6.
I'm not loving it for white anymore. Queen e1.
No, the king will be going to h7, exceptionally well placed.
Yeah, what do you predict on this board, Judit? Anything can happen, or do you think Vincent's
I think
still
there is
got
a
enough
great
control?
chance that it's going to be a draw.
Mhm.
Now. I think it's a great chance for black to make a draw.
Okay, so Vincent Keimer missing some chances. Queen e1 is a check. Let's go to Gukesh against Arjun. Actually, we've reached move 40 here, so we won't linger too long, but just quick summary, Judith. What do you think?
Whose move is it? White to move.
White, yeah.
Well, I doubt that there should be a lot of things for white. Because if once the black knight can come from the back, let's say knight b3, c1, d3, e1, and trying to capture the pawn on h4. But not only that, black can also go knight, well, maybe not. I was thinking of knight e6, knight f8, knight g6, but then you go f5. Then the e5 square is giving away. Well, it should be a draw without too much difficulty with either color. The only thing can be if white is very fast capturing the h5 pawn.
Yeah. So later, knight e2, knight g3, knight h5, and a bit of
Yeah.
a race. But,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just point out, to summarize this game, 99.1% accuracy for Gukesh, 99.2% accuracy for Arjun, and probably 99% chance it's going to be a draw.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to one of the games of the round. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Marc-André
It's
Moritz.
again some very bad things happening, but by now he has one more piece versus the pawns, but it seems like the pawns are stronger.
Wow, this is crazy. 3 pieces is normally equivalent to a queen, just for a rook here, but the pawns are so strong. Very quick action replay. We saw queen takes e5 miss from Maurizi. Queen takes a4. He'd spotted this rook c4 idea that was key in the other line, but knight c6 here forces the trade of queens. Rook c8, and now a big mistake from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He played bishop back to c1. Only move was f takes g6, h takes g6, and rook takes f7 to go for counterplay. Black would have made a queen. And this position, I guess he misevaluated, but White is doing okay here. Apparently. Difficult chance to understand.
Yes,
Like,
because rook b7 holding up the b2 pawn.
Yeah, maybe he was scared of this though. The rook coming behind. And yeah, anyone's game. But okay, he played bishop c1.
But what was there? Why isn't White losing there?
Yeah, rook e7.
Okay, but this is impossible.
Yeah, this is totally impossible. Bishop takes g6.
Nah, it's like
threatening.
There are positions, which is a draw, but you can't hold it. And this was also, for example, the famous game between Magnus Carlsen and Nepo. Game 6. Right? Nepo had a queen, Magnus had a rook, knight, and 2 pawns. It was objectively a draw, but for practical game, it is just impossible to hold it.
Yeah.
There are situations like that I mean, in principle, it is something, and in practice, it's the opposite.
Yeah, and that's why they talk about, like, when top players work with computers these days, they say you're on the right side of the 0.0, or you're on the right side of the draw. Like, you're the one applying the pressure, your opponent's the one answering the questions.
Yeah.
It's, no 0.0 position is 100% kind of easier to play, or kind of, it's never totally balanced until it's a draw, until it's over. So.
Absolutely. We have a nice instructive endgame between Leon de Mendonca and Hans Niemann. Okay. Maybe we can jump there for short.
Sounds good. Rook f1, the last move, attacking a pawn. And Judit, is it take this pawn or to do something else?
Well, f6 is an option, right? But first it seems like rook a5 should be a draw. Rook f7, king c8, which is not nice. But it seems like, isn't it a draw? Rook h7, h5. And if rook g7, then rook a3.
Rook a3
on to play. Yeah.
Yeah, very important that h4 is met by a check.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just a draw, and rook h7, h5.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the black king will walk over. Yeah, I mean, rook takes a5 is the move you want to make work, right? Just because if it works, it's a draw immediately. But f6, you might suffer for a while.
Indeed.
And Hans calculates it correctly. Royal decree. Nobody's destroying each other in this game. Gonna be a draw. Okay.
Okay, and there is another game. Vasily Ivanchuk seems to be drowning versus Vidit.
Ooh. Vasily Ivanchuk, it's all gone wrong in the last few moves. He had a very nice position.
And they're on seconds.
Yeah. Rook endgame. He's got ideas of g5, g6 though, so is there any hope of counterplay? Probably not. Not quick enough. Rook takes b2. Okay.
G5?
Yeah, and maybe just rook f2.
Rook f2.
Yeah, and black should be in time.
That's very unhappy for white.
Judith, I'm being told we have to jump elsewhere because there is some crazy stuff happening in a big time scramble between Jordan Van Forest and David Anton. And
wow,
big on the board. Seconds left for black. Let's move 37, so 3 more moves to make.
In the meantime, Vasily Lagrave resigned.
Wow. Maxime. Heartbreak for him. Huge result, though, from Maritzi, the French youngster, beating MVL, a legend, with black. Impressive.
And what a game.
And yeah.
What a fight.
In style.
Yeah. Okay. Absolutely.
Okay, so this board, something has to drop itself in the way of this diagonal. Is it a knight? Is it a queen? Queen d5, queen c6, knight c6. I'm going to say it's one of those moves. Or knight d5. Something. Okay, queen d5.
Well, that's the most logical one. This is what was played, right?
Yes.
Takes.
I'm slightly worried about rook e2.
Rook e2, bishop b4.
Yeah.
But okay, rook e2 and d3.
Not over. The Arabian checkmate in the air as well. Knight f3 coming. Knight f3 at the moment can be met by rook g2 after the bishop moves, but
yeah, I thought also after that to go d3.
Even there, yeah.
But I'd rather go d3 immediately.
Okay, is there a difference? Bishop b4, bishop a5. It's got to be one of those two squares.
But it's not possible. No, maybe black is... Yeah, the problem is after bishop b4, bishop a5, d3, rook d1 simply. No, rook d1, knight f3.
Knight f3.
I got confused.
Yeah, knight
got
f3.
Very much confused.
Turn the tables. Judit, our venerable producer here, is suggesting knight f6 check. Does this work? Can't play king f8.
King h8. Yeah, okay. King f8, I understand.
Yep. King h8. What about rook e1? Is the question. I guess. Wait, there's d3 to calculate. And there's rook takes e1 and knight f3 to calculate. This doesn't work, I think. Because the knight might get trapped. Or does it? Maybe at the very least. Oh, wait. Still very complicated.
What is the dead winning?
Yeah. How about bishop f2?
GF.
Yeah,
king
so d3
g2.
Knight gets back. So gf, king g2, knight d2, only move. Bishop takes pawn and pawn up for white. And
yeah.
Okay, interesting. But king e8, king h8, rook e1 doesn't work. Probably then because of d3, right? And knight f3.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when the knight saves itself, yeah, black can survive, make a draw. Wow, great shout from Bick though. Very strong player, defeating me once in a blitz game. Okay, so rook e2, still thinking on Forest.
So after all, bishop a5.
Yeah. Is there a difference? No.
Bishop a5 or bishop b4? That's the question. You will not believe what kind of game there is. Go to Iga's. Go to Iga's game. Please.
Whose game, sorry?
White is Mittal. Aditya Mittal.
Okay, I'm jumping.
Go please to move 35. Let's not show to everyone the final because it's
sorry.
Oh,
no. How do I get out? Sorry. It was here when I clicked on it. Let's go here.
Yeah.
Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that.
Yeah, look at that.
Wow. Okay.
It's roughly equal and white goes d7.
d7.
Double question mark.
Huge blunder. Just dropping the knight, right?
And look at that. Go. Look at that. So beautiful.
Check. King moves.
Yeah.
Queen.
And now the party starts. Queen f2. Look at that. Look at that.
I take it back. Demchenko's rook h1 was nice, but this is move of the day. Queen takes f2.
With 3 queens on the board.
Wow. Check. 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 Mate. Wow. A dogmush. That is going to go down in history as his evergreen checkmate.
Wow. Beautiful. Wow. And we did not miss it. We point this out. And they had very little time also.
Yeah. And I want to say as well.
Time travel mistake, d7.
Exactly. Hard to blame him there. And Mittal, I've got to commend him for playing on till checkmate, like right to the end to show us all.
Yes. Yeah. Wow.
Okay.
Beautiful one.
Yeah, good spot there, Judith. I'm going to take us back to that game we just left, though, to see.
Sorry, I was deflected by this action.
That's cool, Judith. Take us to a queen sack anytime you want.
Anytime, okay.
Okay, it looks
what
like
has happened? D3 question mark. Why is it a question mark?
Yeah. The only thing I can think of is that it allows white's knight to use this square, but I don't know if that's relevant. Knight c3.
Well, and it was also possible that knight f3, rook g2, d3 is a better version of it. But this is what we were discussing, right?
Yeah, so instead, knight here and d3.
Which is also losing.
Apparently. I guess there's no threat.
But maybe simply rook takes e2, king g2. Isn't that possible?
But
no. Knight c7 instead of king g2.
Yeah.
Knight c7.
And
yeah.
Black will lose this race. A pawn too strong. 2 pawns up for white. Or 1.5 pawns up for white, I'll say, with the h pawns.
Okay, so this is why it considered to d3.
Instead of d3, just to mention, top computer choice for rook a2, but that's not human. d3.
Yeah, to go for that pawn, right?
Okay, it looks like we've reached move 40 pretty much everywhere, Judith. Just looking at the clock times on all of the boards. Looks like everyone has reached move 40. Just before we move away, what do you think? Is white going to win this game now that he's got the extra 50 minutes on the clock?
He should be winning, yeah. He should be winning, but now I'm thinking, why is it winning? That's the only thing. Is it rook f1 to keep away the knight from f3, but after that d2?
d2.
Maybe knight c3, rook e1,
knight c3,
king g1.
Wow. It's like super brave, but super effective.
We have to be brave to win games.
Yeah, that's why I don't win many games anymore. Yeah, it's covering everything.
And then knight f3, king f2, and knight d1 with white.
Yeah, and the knight will block everything. The bishop will X-ray.
Yeah,
this looks very good. So it looks like Jordan Van Forest should be winning against his opponent, the Spanish Grandmaster David Anton, if he finds this idea of bringing the white knight back. As Judith pointed out there. Judith, final thoughts before we go on a break. We've reached the first time control now. We saw some blood spilled, some incredible tactics, especially that Dogmush queen sacrifice. How would you summarize the first 4 hours of play?
Well, in the first few boards, the top boards, there was not such a crazy action as I can even say that I expected. At the same time, still Prague Nananda seems to be winning the game, just very slow grinding. He started out with a slow start. With the first game, it was a draw, but after that, he's there. He's taking his time, patiently. Not very loud, not very spectacular, just collecting the points. And some great queen sacrifice. That was fun.
Exactly. Anyone who wants to fill the next few minutes should go and check out Ed Dogmush and his queen sacrifice. Beautiful checkmating pattern there. Will Prague win his game? Will there be a decisive result on the top board between Maghsoodloo and Abdusattorov? If you want answers to those questions, you'll have to join us in just a few minutes. We'll see you soon on the other side of this break.
We want to show you some special and fun moments from your career and have you reacting to those videos.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, this tournament means a lot for me. Also, I learned some from my opponent. I feel she is really has some fighting experience and plays nice.
Every time after the game, we do this kind of stuff. Like she says something, maybe I just think about something funny during the game. I just can't hide my emotion. I want to laugh and yeah, something
It's
like.
difficult to hold in.
Yeah, I think she's better than me, kind of this stuff, because maybe after interview and she will ha 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 something like that.
So excited every single day because if there's many draws in Classical, we always get a lot of Armageddon. There were also many days with lots of decisive games in Classical. Super exciting to see. And today, I think this is the peak of how this format is delivering.
Yeah, actually, now I remember what happened because she told me some jokes. And when we sit there and we know and what she talked to me, and we just can't, hide our emotion because she talked some like really funny jokes, like some like on the rest day. And when I saw her face, and I just think about that jokes, and I just can't become like a normal person.
I fell in love with the game very fast.
An incredible game. He finds it.
Wow.
This is checkmate. We have fireworks.
I was born in Russia, in St. Petersburg, to a Russian mother and a father from Nepal. Chess was sort of part of our family. The father of my mom and the father of my dad, they were like casual chess fans. So my parents knew about the game. They had a chessboard at home. In fact, my mom, she liked to play chess with people who would visit our house. Then I got interested at some point, and my mother taught me the basics. Actually, she started when I was 5, so it was a bit early for me. I didn't understand like some of the rules, and so she let it go. But then when I was 6, I got a book, and then I could sort of reread the rules at my own pace. Then I actually, I was able to play properly, and I played with my mom at first, and then she brought me to chess club. And in Russia, there are like plenty of chess clubs for children. Actually, I was very lucky as a kid. My mom, she wanted to bring me to the nearest chess club, which was a lot smaller, and it was closed on that day, and so we had to travel a little further. But the other club where we ended up, there was actually a much bigger club with like better coaches and much more sort of professional, and that really helped. So the coaching there and so on. So I got pretty good pretty early on. So in some way, I was even lucky, that the club that was near us that was closed for renovation or something. It was just luck from the start in a way. So, I fell in love with the game very fast. The game itself captivated me, but also the fact that there was something I was really good at, I started winning really early. So the thing is, my mom, she did something really clever and not on purpose. So I played her a lot and I started beating her, and she's a decent amateur, so I was already at a pretty good level. And then she brought me to the chess club, and they asked her, like, what's the level of your child? And she said, he's a complete beginner, which was not true, because I was already beating her. So they put me in the weakest section, and I won all my games there. And then as I did that, they moved me to the next section, but like I kept sort of growing along, so I kept winning all the time, like literally all the time. I think that really helped me a lot, because even now when I do something and I'm not really good at it, like I'm immediately like, I like to do what I'm good at. And so in that sense, my start to my chess career was, really just, very positive, very happy. So I just kept winning and I kept playing. And yeah, the first real like big obstacles or challenges, they came a lot later. And by that time I was, I was pot committed to the game.
Do you think that you're a better player than I am?
Of course not. Like, your achievements are way higher.
He's lying, yeah?
He's lying.
No.
No.
It's true.
Especially after this move.
I got him.
Yes.
Wow.
Do you care about your legacy?
Yes.
True. A lot.
Once again, we're getting somewhere. Exposing the lies. Once you told me that your peak lasted 10 minutes. And you told me it happened during your game against Tomaszewski, in a game that you managed to draw.
Absolutely.
Do you think that a chess player like yourself, a genius, can have many peaks?
Yes.
True.
But not in this game, obviously.
Do you hate anybody in the chess world?
After he answered and I gave him a true, he was thinking a little bit about that. So maybe there's some mixed thoughts.
No, I can explain. So this was because I think Levon is a case of someone who had quite a few picks in his career.
Thank you for the compliment. So my following question is, do you hate anybody in the chess world?
Probably yes. Hate is a strong word, but probably yes.
True.
Oh, we have to get to is who that person is. Is it somebody who's playing actively currently?
Yes.
Is it somebody from the top?
Yes, why do you need all these questions? Like, you want one single guy. You're not getting that.
Welcome back to round 4 of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss in 2025. The players are out in Samarkand in Uzbekistan, battling things out. In the meantime, I'm David Howell. I'm joined by the wonderful Judit Polgar as we enter the second time control now. Judit, we've seen it all. We've seen some endgame grinds. We've seen some short draws, but some real fireworks in the latter stages. And you pointed out a beautiful queen sacrifice. Yeah, what are you going to expect now in the remaining games? Is it more of the same?
I think still a lot to come, to be honest, because first of all, we during the break, we had some time to look around on other boards also what has happened, and there are some cute tactics I found also. So I think we can observe those before we get back to the top boards, because they're still, you know, Abdusattorov is still trying. He's trying it from every angle. So Maghsoodloo is like most likely is not going to be a 4 out of 4 player, but he will still keep his lead, maybe with some others who joins him in the lead. But round 4 is already, they are over on the warm-up phase of the tournament. They are really into it already. It's clear who is in good form, who is not that good form. But we're going to see a lot of players coming and fighting for keeping themselves in the lead or in the front of the leaders. So here are the matches what has finished with the ladies. Vaishali, they made a draw at the end, which was a quite understandable outcome after the opening of the exchange sacrifice by Dinara, but Vaishali keeps her lead. Second, Lucknow's game, we've seen she had a huge advantage already after the opening against Song, and we see board 3, board 4 as a draw. And we can go back at some point to see the other games which are still going on.
Yeah, of course, there's a lot that's been happening in the build-up to that time control. The women have a slightly faster time limit, so more results have ticked in there. Yeah, just those 2 decisive results on the top 10 boards. And let's refresh ourselves on how the open section Results have been ticking in, a lot of draws here, but the one big result we've seen so far was also one of the most dramatic games, Marc-Andrea Maurizi defeating Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. The two players with three names. And we're expecting maybe one or two more decisive results there, but in the meantime, the second page, boards 11 to 20. It's been a black day so far, with 3 black wins, plus a few draws, and maybe more decisive results to come. Vanchuk in some trouble against Vidit. But Judit, I want to take us to a game that's ongoing and maybe not going on for long, actually. It's about to be another black win, this time for Divya Deshmukh. And she's playing against one of the top African players, Basim Amin. And it looks like checkmate in the air.
Yeah, it seems like bishop h5 is a very strong move. And before that, I think there was a combination, some rook sacrifice by Divya. That's how she got there. And the game was pretty balanced. She played a good attacking game, as far as I've seen.
Played a very good attacking game. And it was this moment her opponent missed an idea here after the knight retreated to g3, trying to solidify his kingside. Divya pounced. She's a very, very strong tactician. Rook takes g4. Beautiful. Rook sacrifice if the rook is captured. Black gives a check. And you can throw the knight in the way. It doesn't change anything. But if the king comes back, then just queen h3. And we've seen this pattern several times today and throughout the tournament. Pawn on f3. Queen coming in. This would have been over. So rook takes g4. Actually, knight h5 was played. Bishop takes h5. Queen c1. And maybe he'd seen this but missed. Rook to f4, blocking the diagonal, and Divya, big attack against the white king, and that has continued. Final position, with the live position, just resignation feels appropriate now, Judith?
Well, let's see. What about queen c7?
Queen...
Pawn is on c5, sorry.
I would love to play queen c7.
I was wondering what...
You made me think there. I was like, wait, what?
Well, that would be a good try. You know, it happened once with me that my opponent went illegal move. Last round of the first chess Olympiad I played. We played for the gold medal, and my opponent wanted to exchange queens from white queen from c2 to f6. Well, that would be a good saving move because otherwise she was completely lost. But you can imagine I'm like 12 years old. I'm like excited that I'm winning my game and my opponent goes in time travel, exchange queens, and then I'm setting back the position. Yeah, queen c7 maybe is a good try, but Divya would realize it that it's not a knight, yeah, which jumps over pieces. Well, otherwise there is not much to do.
The same happened to me. My first ever British Championship. I was 9 years old and I played in the main section, and I had a terrible event. Then in the last round, or one of the last rounds, I was totally winning. I was like, I'm about to get my first win. It was a pawn race, and then suddenly my opponent made a move, and I was like, wait, I'm one move behind in the race. And then I only realized later she played king e3 to e5. I lost the game, signed the score sheets, and only afterwards my coach was like, you know, she made an illegal move.
Oh, that must have been painful.
Yeah, it's never again.
But that was a good lesson, yeah, to pay more attention how people make their moves.
Exactly. Always trust the instincts as well. If something looks off, double check.
In simuls, you know, sometimes people do this to me. Once it happened in Hungary, I played against some known soccer player, and then I was already had a very, very good position. And then he took off I was attacking in the queen side, and he took off my h-pawn. And he was checking me whether I realizing it. And then I told him, you know what? I know that you took pawn on h2, and I'm willing to give you as a present because I'm fine without it.
That's the worst pawn to take off the board.
Sometimes they like to test me in simuls when I do that. Oh, okay, we take away. But you know, sometimes it's very unpleasant when, let's say, someone makes two moves.
Mm-hmm.
And occasionally it happened that they did it on purpose. But sometimes it happened that they just forgot it. They did not make the move when I arrived there, but they made faster the move. And then when I was there, they made another move. So
Especially
there
in
are all kinds.
simultaneous.
But okay, this is not a Simon, so no two moves, no jumping above pieces with the queen, and which means that Bassam will probably resign, because who can stop rook g4?
Yeah. Judith, speaking of simuls, I'm being told you have quite a big one at the end of this month. Is that right?
Yeah, we're going to have the Global Chess Festival, and of course everybody is welcome here in Budapest, but who cannot come, they will be able to follow it online, because I'm playing a community simul against 6 communities, online communities, and also one community will be the chess for everyone, and then we have the chess boxing community, and then we have a Hungarian community. So this is already the second time I'm doing it on the festival, because I want to get more and more people involved on one event, and I think it's nice to build communities, clubs, and so people can vote, and then they can play the game that way with their own community. And there will be separate streams also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I visited one of your festivals in Budapest a couple of years ago. I highly recommend to everyone at home. Lots of different events going on, non-stop chess. There's something to enjoy, no matter the level, no matter the how much you follow chess, how much you play chess.
Yeah,
Highly
thanks.
recommend.
It was nice to have you here. That year we had a special event, the Hand and Brain Championship. Championship. Okay, that was, but an international invitational Hand and Brain. So that was a lot of fun. And indeed, we will have a lot of activities at the event again, 30th of September.
Okay. You heard it here first, everyone. No excuse not to attend now or not to watch online, at least.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, online, Tanya will be the host on the online part. And Fiona will be also from Hungary. And Levi is going to be joining for the second half.
Oh, wow. A-list stars. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll have an afternoon program of that, about 3 hours. It's going to last.
Okay. And in the meantime, this game, one more move, rook g1, just hoping for, I don't know, rook takes g4, for example.
Well, that's the only trick, right? Rook g4, bishop g4, queen g4, king h2, and what a pin. Queen h4 is not possible.
No, but everything else, unfortunately, probably just wins. Bishop takes.
You know what? In an online bullet game, rook g1 would be almost maybe a winning move, because you make the pre-moves, right? So many of the people would do the pre-move and then and then get the surprise. But here there are no pre-moves, so she's going to play bishop g4.
Yeah,
and it's over.
Yeah, one last trick: don't play queen takes g4 again. But yeah, this is over with either checkmate on the h file or black winning some material. So. Okay, Divya about to win her game, and it's good news for all the women out there. Good news for chess fans out there, because it looks like the only other woman playing in the open section, Garyachkina, is about to win as well. I'm going to take us over to her game against German Grandmaster Dmitry Kolas, and I'm counting, Judith. Looks like 2 extra pawns for white.
Well, it seems like not much chance to save the game from the black side. And indeed, those pawns are going to be running. And the d4 pawn will not run too far, because the king can stop from g3 going to f2. Yeah.
King can go in front. Yeah.
I think for both ladies, it's going to be their first win, if I'm correct. But okay.
Yeah. And for Divya, it's going to be huge. She's banging form and about to score a huge upset, taking down someone over 100 points higher than herself. For Garyachkina, she's drawn 2 games. Very strong opposition. She's played Etienne Bacrot, She's played Domush and Ediz Gurel, and now about to play her, now playing her 4th Grandmaster around 2650. About to get a win. We'll move to 50%. Great news for Divya and Alexandra, Judit. Great play.
Yes, absolutely. I'm very happy that they had the opportunity and also they chose to play open section. This way, I believe they can improve much faster and develop their strength, regardless how they are going to be finishing in the tournament.
Yeah, and
there was an interesting tactics which I wanted to share with you. If you could bring up Javokir Sinderov's game, what do you think?
Okay,
Because there was some funny tactics by Daniel Darda. And if you bring up move 34, I wanted to show.
Okay. 34, knight d4.
Yeah, he went knight d4, mistake. And some very nice tactics came here. Suddenly, takes, knight e5, takes, rook queen c8, rook d8, but an f4 fork.
Beautiful, beautiful fork, and bishop takes. There's no more rook d8, so this one drops.
Yeah.
f4 d3 though, that's creative. Queen check, rook d8, queen c7, keeping the tension on the 2 rooks. Bishop takes f4, so he won the exchange. And a few moves later though, things started going a bit weird. g3, big mistake apparently. Instead, the best move would have been...
Well, it's a time travel mistake, right?
Move 43.
No, move 43.
Yeah. Could have played queen f1, just picking up the d3 pawn, pinning and winning. That just looks over. g3 allowed d2, forced to sacrifice now. And Judith, what do you make of the position, the live one we have here? g4 just played.
Well, white misplayed it quite significantly. I think black will save the game without too much problems.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't even have to make miracles by now.
It's always nice though to have a miracle up your sleeve, right? To to know you're capable of making miracles. But yeah, here probably he's got enough of a blockade, active pieces.
Yeah, it's going to be okay for him. Okay, I just wanted to show it because it was, I think it was a nice tactics. And usually I expect Javokir to be on the tactics side, find it, and he fell into it himself.
Yeah. And okay, I'm going to take us over to some other interesting games. Lots to choose from still in this. It looks like Jules Moussard against Nikita Vichugov is a bit of a weird one. Looks good for black though, with this massive pawns on the H and G files. Exchange down, but those pawns are rolling, Judith.
Yes, and also the c3 pawn is under attack. So it's not so easy for white to... It's a struggling. f3 knight, how cool it is. Attacking, defending the g5. e6 seems to be not enough. But what happens, let's say, if rook e8, king b7 and e7? Is it bishop g6 the move?
Bishop g6, the rook chases the bishop. And then just to take.
And rook e5.
Rook e5. This is just winning, right? Too many pawns.
Yeah, 3 connected passed pawns should be winning. Black goes back, maybe knight g5 or moving away and then g3.
Yep. This looks very good for black. g5. Can I try to be a bit tricky here by going... I want to play b4, but I don't think it changes much.
Well, rook takes c3.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of trick you now, but yeah, it doesn't work. At the very end of that variation, you have the e3 square to still come with a pawn. Yeah, this is just... Actually, there's checkmate as well. That's pretty. Let's look at this. e7.
Yeah, g takes f.
G takes F, there might be a check. So let's do bishop
Yes.
c6. Take and
Mm-hmm.
checkmate.
Nice one. Very unusual. Never seen anything like that before.
Yeah, so it looks like Nikita Vityugov might get his second win in a row. And he's going to be the England #1 again. He's going to overtake me, Judith.
You should play. You should play somewhere.
Next time. I'll follow Hikaru's lead and farm some. Okay, let's go over to another legend of the game, Ivandruk, who at move 40 found himself in some big trouble. I'll just show this position though, because it looks like he's actually threatening to come and checkmate Vidit here with some very odd kind of endgame kind of pawn structure.
Very study-like. Absolutely.
And I don't know if it's the only move, but King E8. I would quickly check. King E8 might have been the only. Apparently, you can also go Rook check, and later, if you need to, block Rook G2. Sorry, and probably actually Rook G2, Rook H8. It's the same thing. So King E8 is the only idea. C5, D6 check. Trying to get out of the back rank and takes. Okay, what's happening here, Judith? King D7.
But I don't know. I don't know what's going on, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Take?
Yeah, takes Rook H7, I believe.
Mm-hmm. If takes Rook H7, then this looks like a draw now. Or
yeah. What was that? What was that bar?
What?
Just gone.
It's just gone.
It's such a bad move, I believe.
It's because it says TB, which means table base. This has been like there aren't so many pieces left on the board. So computers have studied all, I think it's 7 pieces and below, maybe even more now.
So what was the evaluation?
Now it's winning for black. With Rook F8, of course, only move.
And King D4?
King D4, King D6.
King C4. King E6.
King C4, Rook B8. And the pawn is coming. White is one tempo too slow to take this pawn.
Oh, yeah.
The king comes.
True.
But we saw the bar also slide here. Like king takes c7 is not the right move because of check. Wow.
And simply check, and king d6.
Yeah, if the king moves, then king... Oh, wow, not king d6 because of rook e8.
King d6, rook e8.
This is hard. This is very hard. Rook c4.
Wow.
And if king moves, now rook c7.
Rook c7.
Now it's
and going from the back.
Yeah, now the king comes in.
Mm-hmm.
Oof, so c takes d6. This is not easy for Vidit. Not easy.
So what's the winning move? Now we know that. No, but maybe you can go king d7, maybe dc, maybe rook g5 or what?
Wow, not
king d4.
d4. Coming closer, rook h7. Wow.
So let's go back. What is the winning move after dc7?
Okay, after dc7. So king here takes. Okay, it's not a rook move. I think we've ruled out most of those. King c7, b.
But you said king c7, rook c1 is a draw.
Yeah. So king c7. I was just saying we've ruled out king c7. We've ruled out rook.
Yes.
Check. b3. I'm not doing this out of calculation. I'm doing this out of process of elimination.
But b3, then rook b1 I go.
Yeah. And then I go rook g3. Oh.
And I wanted to go c8, takes king d6, but then rook e3.
Ah, yeah. So easy to mess these up. And then the black king comes.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that this is one of the harder rook endgames to win. He's played
But he went c6.
c6. Wow.
Yes, but king d7, b3 is very difficult to find, I think.
Yeah, just to show, king d7 takes b3 is winning. And then if, like you said, rook b1, now you have to give a check, only winning move. King d4, and now rook g3 to stop your king d6 ideas. But
it's crazy difficult.
How this is winning, like even here, it's like not obvious, right? I guess the white rook is passive.
Yeah, that's the problem.
And Judit, apparently c5 is also winning. That is so brave. I don't think I would.
Actually, c5 is kind of more logical to me than.
C6.
King d5?
No.
What?
d7.
King
Otherwise,
d7?
white wins.
King d7, king c5, rook b8?
b3.
b3.
I think black's just keeping the options open, like where to go. Like.
And then rook e1, rook e8.
Yes. Yeah. Wow. So this is interesting. So basically the winning idea is to like, you're not sure where the rook wants to go because it gives white options. No matter where you go, you kind of cut your own options as well. So like you definitely want the king on d7, definitely want the pawn on b3. And then you kind of wait. Depending on what white does, you wait with the rook. But that's difficult. Instead, he's played c6, which apparently blows the win. And I'm going to turn the computer off now. But rook h7, blue arrow.
Rook h7. You're joking. That's the only draw?
Only draw, yeah. Everything else apparently is just dead lost, which I still need time to understand. I guess rook g5 is just the idea, followed by king d7.
So what I'm actually probably, that's why he went c6, because he wants to go rook g5, rook d5. So if rook h7, I go rook g5, what happens?
Yeah, let's put it on the board for rook g5. Ooh. How is this a draw?
You know how. King goes out, and after rook d5, d7.
Oh, well, no, king f4, king f4.
King f4. Rook d5, d7.
Oh my god. Rook takes d7. Whoops, checkmate. That is so difficult.
Wow.
And yeah, obviously king takes d7, rook takes pawn, and
rook
even
c7.
This is
king e6.
Not so.
Rook c7.
c7. Oh wow. Yeah, and black doesn't have
Actually,
time
rook c7 is the only move, I think, because rook b7 would be losing to c5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so now c5.
I think maybe not. Yeah. Yeah, king e4. Yeah.
And then we take this one next.
Can you check if rook b7 also draws, or is that the loss? If we go rook b7, here, rook b7.
Rook b7, c5.
f7 draws also, yeah? Because rook f5, king e4, rook f7, rook b6, and king d5.
Yeah. And yeah, this is a well-known draw with the king cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the white rook holding and the white king holding. Oh wow.
Absolutely brilliant saving if because rook h7 you think, okay, rook g5, rook d5, it's over, right?
Yeah.
Because if you don't see d7, it's over.
Yeah. Everything else the computer says is dead. Yeah.
But Ivanchuk likes puzzles a lot. And he solves thousands of puzzles. Whenever I meet him, he shows me some, or I'm showing him, and then he goes for a walk, and then he's thinking about it. Yeah. And then he comes back and says, yeah, maybe this is the draw. So now probably he's looking the ceiling and calculating what is the solution here? Because you have a feeling for it, like it just might as well be able to save the game than lose it, right? I mean, in this position, there are checks on the A file. But Rook H7, how can come to my mind Rook H7 here?
Yeah. I think it would probably come to my mind, but I would definitely have missed. I mean, he's got 40 minutes, so he could calculate, but the idea with D7 is so tricky.
But it's so study-like, so that's why it's easy for him.
Maybe.
So, what do you think? Will he find Rook H7? Will he draw?
I think if he's focused and still not like pessimistic, still believes he has some chances, then he'll find it. It would be easy though. I've seen Chucky like in different states of mind. Same with myself and lots of other players. Like if you think, I'm losing, then you don't even look for these resources. It's like, Rook G5, stop the variation. And then like if you're like, there must be something, you keep looking. Eventually you probably find it, right? Process of elimination. Judith, I think he finds it. What do you think? I think he does.
I would also think that he finds it, and he has to find it to have a good tournament or give it a shot. If he's not finding it, it will haunt him. That I could save it with because it's like that, right? I mean,
and everything else, I don't even see anything else to try.
And it's a very important round because he has +1, so it's very important not to go down to 50%. And of course, it's very crucial for Vidit because if he wins, he's up +2. If it's a draw, it's still okay, but it would be a great advance. We have a draw, Abdusattorov game. They finished.
Okay.
So we have only 2 games going and the top 10 matches. It's Pragnananda. Can we go to Pragnananda? Because I have no idea how he's going to be winning that game. How is he going to win this?
This looks like a dead draw now. Like King H6, King G6, King G7.
This is why I'm asking you. That where is the magic?
I mean, it's total fortress, no? This F pawn and the knight and the B pawn, like they control all the entry squares.
Yes, because there could be some Zugzwang. But how? If the king G6, H6, there are 2 squares.
Yeah. You need the bishop on E8 not to be captured, and then you like, and then you can cut black's king from G6 and you keep it tied down to H5. But obviously it's guarded like D1, then black can wait. G4 is always just an immediate draw offer because after capture, the black king will sit on H6, G7.
Yeah, Ivo says it's hard to break through. It's so hard that it's impossible, it seems, right?
I'm just going to backtrack and see. I mean, there was a rook trade earlier. Apparently white was winning at some point, but no longer. It's very hard to understand like when computers are telling us the truth or not, because fortresses are still maybe the one thing where they sometimes get it wrong. For example, in this position, around 6 moves ago,
it's a draw.
Yeah, it looks like a draw. It says plus 1.5, Judith. So computers are telling us lies. No, we need a lie detector on Stockfish. Yeah, maybe it was wrong then, exchanging rooks. Rook E7.
But what was Rook C7 question mark? Where did he go from? From C5?
He came from C5.
Yes, because he should have gone rook e5, I think. We were discussing this and playing g4 and then takes and h5. Open up on the queen king side.
Yeah. And maybe gain some space before even going g4. Maybe put some pawn on a5 or something, just in case there's a race, and then open things. Ooh, I'm so shocked. Like Judith, like in practical terms, this is move 36. He had, I guess, around 10 minutes here, maybe less with white. Like before move 40, you don't make a decision like rook takes e7, right? You can make this decision 10 moves later when you've got 50 minutes on your clock instead of 5.
Very strange decision.
Yeah. I mean, he actually followed what I said. So, I thought this was winning too. But f6, this is very clever by Abhimanyu Mishra. To take with the king is very clever. The pawn is needed on f6. And
maybe he blundered that, Maybe he blundered king g6 and f6. But what do you think about fg6, fg6?
Yeah, this must be a win
because I
now,
think
though.
this is losing because of a Zugzwang. Yeah, you don't push your pawn on d5, and you either go with your king to d5 or e5, and any of the squares you can occupy, probably you will win. So maybe he just blundered king g6, f6. I have the feeling.
Judith, maybe here, instead of fg6, maybe just king f4 first then. So next move fg6, and then king e5 if the king takes.
Oh. And if gf, bishop g2, bishop f3, and then you either take on h5 or king e5. Wow.
Move
and
order.
what move was f5? What number of move?
f5 was 38, so that's fine. But move 39, he rushed, and he allowed a draw.
Ooh, lesson for life.
Definitely missed king takes g6 and f6. 100% missed.
That's a painful one.
Yeah, and now black just stuck. Black will be zugzwanged eventually.
Ooh. What a painful lesson. My God. Oh. No, for sure he blundered king g6, f6.
Yeah, 100%. It's a lesson for all of us, though. Like, it's not easy at all. Like, I was only considering f takes g6 as well, so I can't blame him at all. I was only thinking, okay, connect the pawns. King takes, it's like, ugh, you've got an isolated h-pawn. But it's more important to build the fortress, cover all the squares.
Basically, white cannot do anything.
Yeah. Live position.
I have one more question. No. Yeah. Yeah, king g6, double exclam.
Yeah. He takes g6 earlier.
Oh, what a painful move. King g6 and f6.
Yeah. And actually, I'm going to give f takes g6 a double question mark as well, losing the win. Oof. That's why not to rush. But again, it goes back to that school of thought. Like, he could have traded rooks later on move 50 or move 60 when he's got more time on the clock, when he can think about things a bit more, when he can get into the depth, just figure out so deeply what the plan is.
Yes, but at the same time, if he plays king f4, we phrase him how genius he is. He's not wasting time. He knows what he's doing. He's exchanging, going f5, king f4, genius. Right?
Yeah. But he didn't. Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure he understood it immediately.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I mean, I can't blame his approach too much. Like, the modern school of chess, it's like, just go for it. If you see a chance, go for it. But yeah, because I'm a time travel addict, because I've come through at a time when we were more general with our wisdom, I was always taught, like, don't change it, especially if you have a chance later, like rook e7. You probably trade rooks anytime. Just don't commit before move 40. And
I never heard it say it this way. Time travel addict.
Yeah, I have many vices, but time trouble is my worst addiction. So yeah, keep the tension like rook c5. He'll probably get chances to go for that later, but
Yeah, because it came to my mind that it's possible maybe to go rook c5, and maybe to play a4, to go rook
like
a5, a6, and then go rook e5, and then a5 with white.
Yeah, so like here.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
and I don't know if it works. Yeah, rook d5, let's say.
Or rook d5.
Yeah, rook d5. Just I want to push a5.
Maybe the one downside is now there's some counterplay.
Checks.
But yeah, he did it all right, Prague. Just one move. Endgame lessons. We're getting them every day, Judit. All these endgames, we're learning so much.
Yeah. Oh, king f4. Okay, so now it's going to be a draw because this black is not going to be moving anything else but to go king g6, king h6, and king g7.
Yes. Prague. He'll be so angry at himself. He'll be kicking himself there. Okay, should we move to Vincent Keimer against Frederick?
Yeah, I was thinking about this. How is he going to win this? No way.
You think definite draw?
I mean, I think one of the only chance is to go queen g4 somehow and queen c8, queen f5. Probably.
Okay. So for example, like say like bishop e7, just to show the audience. Like,
yeah, something like this. But maybe even this way black is very active. I don't know. But okay, this at least the pawn up, yeah?
Yeah, pawn up, get the queens off. So that's the goal, a queen exchange, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But for example, in this position, what does white do on queen f4?
What about your queen g4 idea?
Yeah, queen d2.
Queen d2, I'll block.
Queen d6.
Yes. Gonna be going round in circles for a while here, probably.
Yeah, queen f4.
Judah, I think this might be the last game of the round to finish. It's going to be going on for ages. Vincent's going to try and grind it down somehow.
Yeah. I mean, of course, white has good practical chances because it's not easy to find always the right spot for the black queen to escape and to always to pose that kind of checks, right? And if the knight comes to d4, that's a good spot. Some controls some of the important squares, e6, f5, also defends on f3, so the queen can be more flexible. At the same time, you know, the h4 is hanging, so... But I think knight to bring the knight to d4, it's a progress. Well, of course, Keimer is also good in this. He says, okay, how much moves we made? 45. Okay, we are going to double it at least.
Minimum, I think. 100 moves. Easy.
Yeah. Okay, so this will be a long one. Pragnananda's drama. Vasily Ivanchuk is still playing and thinking.
Ooh. Rook h7.
Yeah.
We'll let everyone know when a decision has been made, whether it's rook h7 or not. Will he find it?
Then what do we have?
Indian battle looks level. Nihal's always one of the last to finish, Judit. Nihal Serene. Trying to grind down Pranav here, but looks Like it should be a draw with best play. Some pressure for black, maybe bad white bishop.
Sindarov is still playing that rook and queen endgame. We have a funny endgame between Lu Shanglei and Muradli.
Okay. Here we go. Oh.
just to have the endgame lesson running and to learning, right?
So Judith, if the bishop and knight come off the board, it's a draw if the black king is near the corner, but is it a draw if the black king is off?
Exactly. The king has to reach the G or H line.
Yeah. For stalemates.
And of course, the bishop is much stronger anyway than the knight in this position. So there is not much hope for Muradli to save the game, I believe.
And it's dark square H8, dark square bishop, which helps.
Yes, yeah. So white has everything. All the small details favors white. We have another rook end game. An interesting one. Fedoseyev is playing it. With Martirosyan.
Wow.
At first, it doesn't seem so awful for black, but the white king is extremely active, right?
Yeah. The black king's kind of cut off across the board, like on the 5th rank.
So is king e6 and marching all the way to the queen side, trying to take the a7 pawn? That's the win?
Must be, right? It's, I mean, candidate moves are king e6 or a4.
The b5 rook, actually, it's very useful because it's defending the b3. At the same time, it's kind of out of business. It's...
How about just a4? Let's see.
a4, rook h8, let's say.
And h8. King. Oh, but now I can play f4 now.
Rook f8.
Rook f8. I can step. Oh, wait, I can step to the side. I have the f pawn, not the g pawn, luckily.
Okay, rook g8.
Yeah, king h6.
That's the thing that my... And look at the... Look. Look, we did something wrong again.
Wow.
Because you wanted to do, I guess, after rook f8.
Yeah.
f5, right?
Yeah. And then the king comes.
And the king is cut off. So what else black can do instead of rook f8?
Maybe it's king e4.
King e4, f5.
5, but now a6. a6 maybe?
a6. Rook b6, king takes f5, yeah?
Yeah.
And white cannot take on a6 because rook b8.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Of course, I would blunder this. And then the black king is just in time over here to
yeah,
in the square to come and get the pawns.
Okay, so how was that? It was
I like a4.
a4, and I went rook h8.
Yeah.
So maybe you just have to come back. f4, king g4, king f3, f5, right?
Yeah, maybe I can also go e6. No, king e6. Oh wait, no, I haven't counted.
No, because takes, and rook b4, king e3 takes, and I'm catching up.
King, 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 king. Yes, you're on time. Just to show everyone. Yes.
One move is missing for white.
Yeah. And it's just a draw. Oof. Chess is so finicky. It's always one move that changes everything, right, Judith? One.
Yeah, and endgames especially, it can be very hard when you think already, okay, I'm winning, just few more moves, and then you're misplaying the few more moves, which has to be played, the winning path.
Yep. And it might be a narrow winning path, but Fedoseev should be winning his game. We're at that stage of the day. Judit and I's favorite stage is the endgame lesson part of round 4. And if you want to come back and find out whether Prag was indeed held to a draw, will Ivandruk find Rook h7 the only move to save his game, then you'll have to join us in just a few minutes on the other side of this break.
Eric had no idea that my life was literally falling apart at this time. Like, my marriage was in shambles. His mom was almost divorcing me. I was still holding on to the edge of thinking that I could become a grandmaster and maybe much more.
You were still involved in the cult. You were still.
I was still, okay. And it was kind of petering toward it, and that's another reason why my life was falling apart. And now my PR person really is going to get mad at me. I can hear you, Bianca. Everything's going to be okay. I'll stop talking about it. Yeah, it was not going well, and Eric and Jay stepped in, and I think, to my credit, I saw a lot of potential for what chess.com could be, even more than they did. And they would say the same, and they have said the same. So I'm not grandstanding or flexing in that regard. I think in some ways you could say I was delusional to believe that chess could get where it is today. But I had a different vision, and they were looking to build the MySpace of chess and sort of get out and, chill and see what a social community could do. And I was like, this could be a lot more. And I was crazy, and I was obnoxious and abrasive in my views, and I let it be known to them, and they didn't like me very much at the start.
Did you like it? Did you like chess? Was the passion of yours, or
I loved chess?
Was somebody else forcing you to play?
I loved chess until it became
like a profession, right?
A profession, which unfortunately for me started at a much younger age, and the pressure was very real. I would say very quickly in my early teens, chess became more of tormentor than mentor. It was difficult. I still played, obviously, and pretty well for a lot of years to come. But it was difficult. I was basically orphaned because of my talent and because of the unique control and power that the leaders of the collective had over everyone within it. So yeah, it's been a very interesting relationship that I've had with the game. I would just say that it's been an obsession, and then became something that was much more than that, as far as my job, if you want to say that, but also something that I feel a great sense of purpose within, in terms of what I do and what I try to do anyway. It also comes with a lot of scars. Yeah.
Hello and welcome back to round 4 of the FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss 2025. For those of you who've been here the whole of the 6 hours so far, thank you so much for staying with us. And for those of you just joining us, we've still got plenty ahead as we enter the endgame lesson part of the day. I'm your host, David Howell, and I'm joined by Judit Polgar. Judit, it's been a long day. Still some questions, though, to be answered in this last couple of hours now, this last phase.
Yeah, we are here already. It's the 6 hour of play for the players, and there has been a lot of small details happened. We just figured out before the break that Pragnananda missed his winning opportunity, and there are some small things on the board. One move here, one move there makes a big difference sometimes, and the players has to deal with that right there immediately after that to discover it. And well, how to take it with them after that for the next day, that will be another story, of course. But here we see the results, and only one game is running from the top 10, right? Only Maxim. That was quite a game, so definitely it was a very special game. And kudos to Maurizi, the way he won that game. And we can't blame really Maxim for not finding his great opportunities to win the game. That was a great battle. That's why we like chess, the games, because of those kind of games, I think. Or at least that gave me a lot of joy to follow that and discover that. And we see here Vincent playing with Svane Frederick, one of the brothers. Is he going to win? What is your guess? What is your feeling, David?
I think he wins. I think Vincent finds a way. He's got more time on the clock. He's not risking anything. Any queen trade, White has very good winning chances in the endgame. I think Vincent gets the job done. How about yourself, Judith? Do you think Frederick can hold tight and save this one?
Well, I have no other choice than to put my bet on Svane. Frederick. He should be making it.
Yeah, and Judith,
and what a game he had yesterday. Yesterday he was winning against Anish, but he went for a draw, repetition of moves instead of going forward and trying to win his game.
And Judith, heartbreak. We'll come back to this game for sure. We'll break it down. We'll go into a bit more detail. But okay, blue arrow appeared there. But this one, unfortunately, I think we need to jump. It's heartbreak for Ivanchuk and all his many, many fans out there because he missed rook to h7. We'll just rewind for those of you who were with us before the break. Rook h7, we point out, was the only move to draw. The idea being that after a rook check, the white king's forced back. The black rook looks like it's about to pick up some pawns, but the saving grace is d7 check. Playing on some back rank checkmate ideas. White would turn things around here. Of course, the black king would take that pawn, but now this should be a draw. As the white rook will come behind and save the day. And very hard for black to deal with the checks now. And tricky missing this, however. Rook to a1, Judith. I don't think we can blame him too much. It was hidden, but he's going to be devastated. If he finds out now, it's assuming he loses this game, if he finds out later that he had an opportunity, he's going to be so upset.
You know, there are always the audience who is kind enough sometimes to share their understanding. It happened with me. I'm sure it happened with you also, that you finished the game, let's say 15 years ago, and somebody came up to you and said, but you were winning in one move. Why didn't you play this? Or you were making a draw, like somebody comes up to you and says, well, rook h7 was a dead draw. And this you have to handle it in a way that you don't go nuts instantly, because of course for Chucky it will be very difficult. But it's interesting that you tell me that you would consider rook h7. It comes to your mind to play that. For me, I don't know. I think that Chucky also he just didn't even come to his mind.
I think the fact that the rook was there. It was quite a way back now, but the fact that the rook was already on h7 earlier in the game, I'm not sure if that makes it more difficult or easier to kind of see that you can go back. If we rewind, we rewind to like this position, the rook's been on h7 just a few moves earlier. So also, yeah, he had 40 minutes on the clock, so he had time to look at every single option. He's kind of taken a punt here, I guess. Maybe he didn't see rook h7, of course. Otherwise, he would have played it. But he's banking on Vidit going a bit wrong now. Vidit has 2 logical moves. Judit, one of them wins, one of them draws.
Really?
Yes. Which
one draw. So rook d5, rook b5.
Yeah.
This is the question.
Which one?
I go rook b5.
Okay, then I resign. You win.
How good I am! What an intuition I have. Now let's figure out why. I'm good in lottery, so let's figure out the reasons.
I think, yeah, unfortunately, I think, firstly, instinct says rook b5, like rook behind the passed pawn, like stop the white rook coming behind after all. But also, I think calculation will say rook b5 because the black king is going to take this pawn anyway. You don't need the rook on d5 anymore. And there we go. Vidit finds the best move. Yeah, he's going to win this game.
But why was rook d5 a draw? Is it rook a7 or it had to be check and rook a7?
Yeah, we'll just quickly show that as the moves tick in now. We'll catch up with the live position. But after rook d5, I'm guessing that white gives. Oh wow. Okay, I was going to say check, but rook this way check.
Oh.
Only move again.
Of course.
Yeah. The idea is if king f8, you'll go back. Rook, I'm not sure, a1 or h1. And same thing, king g8, you just keep checking. So eventually you get this position. If the king goes across, king d8, for example, now rook e7 takes rook f7. And apparently this is a draw, which still not 100% obvious.
Yes, but the white king is active. The black rook is misplaced on d6. And it's not supporting the b pawn yet. Okay, so rook b5, check, king d7. That's the position, right?
Yeah, this is the live position.
Yeah, the problem is that the white king cannot go to e5 to protect the d6.
Cut off. So I'm guessing he wanted to play. I mean, this is just hopeless now, right? Rook a7, just take king e6 or b3.
b3. Yeah, simply the problem is that white cannot get behind or front of the pawn in this case.
Poor Truckee, so close, not close enough.
And this will be not possible to ruin for Vidit.
No chance.
But you know, I have a feeling that Vidit saw rook h7 while Chuki was calculating. Most likely Vidit was calculating and he discovered rook h7, d7.
Yeah.
But this is very interesting. Like, how much are you looking for the defense of your opponent? How much do you feel? Because nowadays when I have some teaching lessons for talented kids, it's one of the issues I have, that I don't feel that they really look for the one of the shortages they have, that they only look at their ideas and they don't look at the defense of the opponent as much as they should, which means also that their defensive skills has to be polished, because it's both, right? If you practice and you look your opponent's resources, it means that you're always calculating, ticking, looking for things. How good are you in that?
Yeah.
You're always looking your opponents.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky balance. I find these days I look at my opponent's stuff too much. I forget to go for my own plans, or I'm a bit slow. I'm always trying to prevent rather than trying to like play on the front foot. Very reactive. But you're right. Like a lot of the young generation, I've analyzed with them after games, and they're very clear on what they want. They're very clear on their path, but sometimes they do forget. Forget that two players play, and there's always ideas. But this one, yeah, I think you're right. Vidit saw it, and it actually reminds me of yesterday. My favorite quote. There was an interview yesterday. Parham Maghsoodloo, after beating Fallujah, he said, "I was 100% sure Fallujah was going to play Rook B6, the blunder." He was like, "I knew
Really?
he would play." Yeah, he said he knew it was coming because that's the type of player Fallujah is.
Wow.
And he caught the
Yes, of
blunder.
course. You said that they know each other very well. They are friends. So, yeah, in this case, it helps that you know how the other one is thinking and in which direction they analyze and what ideas comes first and these kind of things.
Mm-hmm. And Judith, I'm being told that there's drama back on the fifth board in the German clash. So it looks like Chucky here is going down. The black pawn is just going to promote. This is going to be over. But if we go back to this game, King F7, apparently Frederick Svane has slipped up. And Vincent can take advantage.
Okay.
How to do that?
Well, what about taking going Queen A6 and after Queen B2 to go Queen B7 and A4? Is that an option?
Yes. You found it. That must be it. That must be it, right? The bar approves.
And if Queen A3, A takes B5, Queen C5. Is it Knight D4, Queen C3? Maybe just Queen E4 or Queen D5? Queen E4. I think Queen maybe Queen E4 I would go because after Queen D2, King G3, and I don't want to allow Queen G1, Queen E1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, this looks very good. Computer thinks Queen D5 may be better, but I'm not sure why. As usual. Queen
Yeah,
C5,
because on
maybe.
Queen B2 I go King G3. You cannot take Bishop B5 because of Queen F5.
Mm-hmm. Maybe can I? No, can't take on B5.
No, because Queen F5.
Yeah. Very odd to me. Apparently Queen C5 is best and no longer winning, but hard to tell the difference. Yeah, what do you think, Vincent? He's going to find after King F7. This is the live position. He's going to take here, surely.
Oh, he will find this. That's clear.
And that means last move, Frederick Svane, like he wants to unpin, like very natural, get off the back rank, but he probably should have played King F8, right? Because now Queen takes pawn, Queen takes B2. There's no way to get to the B file and play A4 in one go.
Yeah, but actually it's easy to blunder because you don't know exactly. In B7, A4 is the killer move because in this position you could think, okay, Queen D6 check, like after. No, if King F8 instead of King F7 in the game.
Yeah.
I mean, there are also ideas.
Yeah.
But it's more difficult for white.
Yeah, we did say good winning chances anyway. So no matter what happened, he's played Queen takes A6. Maybe it's going to dawn on Svane now that he's in big, big trouble.
Well, he took on A6. So probably Frederick realized it if he's not taking B2 instantly. But what else can you do, right? There is no other move.
Yeah, 2 pawns is too much. Yeah. Queen takes pawn. What else?
Well, maybe he went away from the board. That's the other thing. That's the reason he did not make his move yet. But that's the only move.
Yeah, he's only got 6 minutes though, so he's still got 12 moves to make, including this one, 12, to get to the time control. The next one.
Well, by now I have to change my way of guessing, and I think Vincent will win this.
Looks very likely. Queen B7 check immediately. The response.
Yeah, goes out a4. It's on the board. Yeah. Well, it will be still not so easy as the lines we have been checking before, right? King. Now it's a question where to go actually with the king. But it seems like, isn't king f8 the only square?
Not king g8.
But after king g8, a4. And if queen a3, then queen d5, I thought. And then ab, and there is no queen c5, so black is not going to win any of the pawns. Or is he? By playing bishop f7, queen b5, queen a2.
Tricky.
And going bishop c4 next.
Yeah, one of the pawns drops, right? Wow.
Well, king g3, bishop c4, queen b8 check, king h7, knight moves, queen a4. That would be fantastic for black. I mean, as far as the options limit his defense.
Big improvement. So maybe king g8. Though white can always play like queen b8 in a lot of these lines, and then a4. Might be similar. Some transpositions. Vincent Keimer, he could be about to join the pack just behind Maghsoodloo and Maurizi. Was Maurizi? No, Maurizi's half a point back, so it's just going to be Maghsoodloo, I think. Still with the lead.
Yeah. You know, Sindarov is still fighting. Well, I mean, roughly equal fighting.
Okay.
But, I mean, he's a pawn down. Can we go there for a bit?
Yes, I will find that game. Here we go. Oh, king f8 was played in that game.
It's interesting that the bar says it's completely equal. At the same time, white has an extra pawn. How is that possible?
Never trust the computer. That's my motto.
Yeah, that's obviously something we would like to believe.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, like, okay, it should be a draw, but I think every human takes white, even with just 3 minutes left on the clock. Only white can win, barring any craziness.
Okay, white went down to 3 minutes, which is not a help in any position to be so much behind on the clock. But it's like what to do with black, to play queen e7 and put pressure on e4, rook e8. What does he want? He wants to go rook h8 and queen d6 and replace his queen to e5.
Yeah. Makes sense. The black rook was a bit stuck on e5, right? So probably better to have the queen, a multi-purpose piece in the center. King g2.
Yeah, but what about king g2 or rook c2? I was thinking also.
c2, queen d6.
King g2.
g2. Rook h8. You want queen g3?
Exactly.
Okay, let's start with queen e5.
e5. Queen f5.
Making me make some big decisions here, Judith. That's not fair.
Well,
making me calculate.
Well, of course, you take on e4, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I'll take. Check. Rook c7.
Not such a big question.
Yeah.
Okay, rook c7, king g6, king f3.
Rook check.
King e3. But then you take and f5, and that can also get worse, yeah?
Oh, not f5 because of...
No, I thought if I take on b7. But now
okay.
Rook g1?
Rook g1 now, yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. Just as I play that move, the draw pops up. So,
the draw, yes.
Yeah, it looks like Rook e8 was accompanied with a draw offer by Judit Polgar. And Daniel Dada, double D, he agreed to draw with 1 minute left on his clock. Fair enough, Judith. Looks like a fair result, but some twists and turns along the way.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. Ooh, it looks like I'll just jump us over to another game. Looks like there's just been a blunder in the game between Grigory Oparin and Yevgeny Naya. I haven't looked at this because it looks like white was just 2 pawns up. But a few minutes ago, it looks like, well, just here actually, 1 move ago, it looks like white blundered. Knight F2 guards everything. It looks like it just wins the game. Still some work to be done, but King H3, Queen F1 check. Now it looks like a draw.
Because after King H2, Knight E2.
Ooh, that's a bit scary.
I guess. Oh no, it's nothing. King Queen G1 is nothing. So what was the move?
King H2, maybe
Knight
just
D3?
Queen.
Maybe Knight D3.
No.
If King H2. And Knight E1.
Oh. Every broadcast there's a Knight E1 with you, Judith.
But now Knight D2. And Queen E4 check is there. So it's not good.
Although it's level pawns now, right? Taken. Level pawns.
Okay.
But okay, he went King H4 instead, so you've got to go forward. How easy is the draw here? Is it just checks? Is it just check? Or...
you mean Queen H1 and Queen D1 and on King F4?
King F4 and lacking a move. Is it now Knight takes D? D3.
Well, actually, you can go Queen F1 back check.
King E5.
Knight D3.
Let's see. Check. Here. If a check. Here. Takes. Asking me to go forward. Yeah. Or E6 maybe. Maybe King E6. Although Queen endgames, Judith. How do we always end up here? Some very complicated, narrow path. All the checks. Ugh. Calculating after, what is it, 5.5 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is wild. So King H4, let's say.
And what about Knight D3 now?
Knight D3 first.
Yeah, because threat of Queen H1, Knight F2.
Yeah, so C takes B6, for example.
Well, I'm not sure it's the threat, but maybe it's not the threat.
Maybe is it your Knight E1 again?
That's possible.
Yeah.
That's possible because Knight F3, Knight H2 is a draw. Also, Queen H1, Queen F3 is a threat. Knight G2 win is a threat.
Oh.
Knight D3.
Oh dear. Yeah, like B7 just to show everyone Knight G2. Check. And no matter where the king goes, whoops.
And mate.
And mate. Okay. Parham has lost control. Knight takes D3. I'm just going to very quickly double check that we're not talking total nonsense. Knight D3 is the correct move. And apparently it is, yeah, a draw now. White has to be a bit careful. Knight D2. Queen F6. And White's lost both of his extra pawns. That's a bit careless.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Okay. In the meantime, I've had too much Queen endgame fun, so let's go back to Vincent Keimer, who's got the queens off the board.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So just to show how we got here, we left it with A4 incoming. There's a pin on the B file. Very nice. B4. I missed that one, but very clever. So now Queen takes B4. Queen's off the board, but this is the idea. Black's bishop was opened up. knight d4 and d7. How do you evaluate this, Judith, in terms of winning chances? Is it easy? Is any
I think it
care
should
needed?
be easy. Somehow I have the feeling that it should be easy. Of course, if white king reaches to e5, it's very easy. The question is if, how to reach that spot, right? But you know what? Maybe it's just, what about b5? b5, king e7, b6, king d6.
Black's in Zugzwang, yeah, kind of.
And then, well, bishop c8 will be a move.
Yeah.
So maybe it was not worth doing that. No, then I would just come king e4. No, going back with the pawn.
Okay. Yeah,
Not playing b5, king e3, king e7, king e4. What is this?
This is crazy. King e3 isn't winning. G5 maybe? Need to get all the pawns off the board. G5.
Oh.
Need to get all... That's the only way black draws this, right? Like you can't defend
Takes
passively.
king and g4 will be there.
Before G4. Table-based TB says it's a draw. I trust that.
But then it's interesting if king e3 is not winning.
Yeah, this is the live position. Wow. I mean, the second move makes sense to me. The other one is very difficult, I'm going to say. Like, not the first moves, which you actually guessed, Judith, but it's very long variation that Vincent will have to calculate now. So,
b5. Yeah?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, if g5 is a threat, maybe f4 is the most logical.
Yeah, f4 is logical, but black king comes king e7, d6, d5.
So, like here.
You don't allow king d5. Yes.
Yeah.
The knight f5 is a threat.
G6. Then maybe just b5. Oh no, not b5. So easy to blow. Better, but not winning anymore. Maybe f5, but I don't really want to calculate.
But f5, g5, I think.
G5 as well.
Though maybe takes and f6, and the knight on d4 is exceptionally good. Maybe f5.
It is f5. Yeah. F5.
G5. f6.
Wow.
And then basically the threat is not b5 because bishop b5. Is it a Zugzwang?
Is it Zugzwang? Is it mutual Zugzwang? Like if it's white to move?
I was just thinking about it, but white to move, I can go king e3.
And like, yeah, so the idea everyone is like g4, the white king just comes across and black is stuck. Can't move the king because of f7. Moving the bishop doesn't change anything. b5 will come later, maybe.
Yeah, b5, b6.
Yeah, so now it works. Like I was just thinking b5. You can
No. Now it not now. Then I take the pawn. If bishop c8, then b5.
Yeah. No, of
because
course.
Now we take the g4.
Now b5, yeah. And this is a funny one. It's like 2 pawns.
Yeah.
Bishop c8, we just wait, right? King g3, Zugzwang.
So, David, while we are waiting them to decide, tell us more about your experience in the Grand Swiss. What you had? You had right after or during the COVID?
Yeah, so I mean, just before and just after. Like, I mean, it's one of my favorite tournaments. I used to play this Open in the Isle of Man every year. It came back in like 2015, I want to say, around then, and it was a very strong Open. It evolved into the Grand Swiss in 2019, and all the best players were there. Magnus played, Hikaru played, Fabiano played, and that year I started really badly. I think I got, after 6 rounds, I was on 3 out of 6. And then there was a rest day, I believe, and then I won 4 in a row. So I was on, so I was on +4 going into the last round, and there were loads of us on +4, but my tiebreak was clearly the worst. So I needed to win in the last round. There was only 1 qualification spot, but I knew if I won with black, I would have very good chances to qualify for the candidates. And it turns out if I did win, I would have qualified. But yeah, I played against Wang Hao, who just tried to force a draw from the opening. He was white, and he had the best tiebreak because he played all the top guys. So he tried to force a draw, and I sat there, symmetrical position. I was like, I can take a draw. It's great prize money, but I guarantee I don't qualify for the candidates. And then at some point I was like, yeah, but there's nothing else I can do other than force a draw. And I got quite emotional, and I was like, so close. Like, it's a lifetime dream. And then decided to do something totally crazy because I thought there was no risk. I even sacrificed my queen for a rook and a bishop. I thought, I have some tricks. Minimum, there's a fortress. Turns out he saw all the tricks. I was 1 move too short to build a fortress, and I lost. And Wang Hao qualified for the candidate.
And he needed a win also?
It turns out a draw would have been enough for him because his tiebreak was so good, and everyone else drew in the last round. So he made it. And in the end, I can't remember exactly why, but it was who was it? Well, his name slipped my mind. There was a young Russian player who ended up getting a wild card because he got joint on the same points. Alexenko. I was thinking Alexeyev, but it wasn't. It was Alexenko, Kirill Alexenko. Thank you to our producer Vic. And so he made it through. He got given a wild card in the end. But then, I played again in 2021. Again, I started badly. I think I was on 2.5 out of 5. And then I won. So I lost to Fabiano very early. But then I won 4 in a row at some point again. And then round 10, I played Faruja on board number 1. And at some point, I was worse. Then I tricked him, and I could have forced a draw. Again, I was like, I think I was half a point behind him. But there were 2 spots open. So I was like, oh, should I go for the draw? Should I not? And I took a risk. Backfired. I lost. And I think I came... in the last round, I drew with Keimer. I think I came 6th or something overall. So I just about missed out there. If I'd beaten Faruja and drawn the last round, I would have made it. But so yeah, close calls. And then 23, Judit, like, I had to decide whether to play. It was back in the Isle of Man. I decided to commentate instead on site. And I think that was where I decided, like, my chess career, like, I had fun, but I don't think I can make it anymore.
No, but you should give it another try. One more try.
Maybe, yeah, this year would have been the one, but I was telling you the other day, actually, kind of when we were on a break, but I didn't qualify this year despite having the rating because I didn't know there was a new rule that they didn't really advertise that players have to play 30 rated games within a 12-month period. I think it's like July to July. I played 20 something games, so I was a bit upset. I was like, oh, I'll play Grand Swiss, that might be fun. But oh well, that's life. That's life. So,
next time you can still try it.
Yeah,
I mean,
love-hate relationship.
Yeah, of course. When you do commentary, I think you use very different skills when you play a tournament, right?
Yeah. And what do you think? Like, do you enjoy watching this? I know you were part of some big World Championship cycles. I remember watching you. I think it was in Mexico, in this big tournament. And yeah, what do you think of the Grand Swiss, the whole system right now, the circuit, the World Cup?
I think it's pretty complicated, and I like easier things to follow somehow. But there is this Grand Swiss, then they have the FIDE circuit, and there are all these different kind of ways that you can qualify, right? And some simplification probably would make a help to be able to follow, but it's also nice that you have different chances. He went b5.
That was the other winning move, but now white has to be very accurate, apparently. I liked your move earlier, b6.
Okay, b6, king d6.
Yeah.
And now
So
what?
black has a threat, right? Bishop here and then king c5.
Can I go? Maybe I should be going f4.
4.
f4, bishop c8.
Mm-hmm.
And f5. Then
Yeah.
can f5 or then king e5.
5. Ah, maybe black just waits, right? Wow.
Yeah, knight b3, knight a5 is not good because king f5, king f4, king g4.
Yeah, and black gives up the bishop, and then
Yeah.
this is not easy.
So what is the winning move after b6, king d6? Let's see. f4, bishop there. Well, knight b5, knight b5, king c5. That's not the case. If king e3, king c5, knight e6.
Mm-hmm.
That should be even.
Oh wow, not knight e6. What? So the idea is bishop takes b7 and b8, but king
Maybe
takes?
king e4. You know, maybe no.
I can't believe this isn't winning, by the way. But
Yes, because I don't reach to e5.
yeah, and then here. But knight f5, I just thought this would be winning, but the knight is trapped.
Wow.
Oh, wait, f6. Oh, check first.
Check.
Wait, what?
Check.
Yeah, check. King here? Wait, how is this a draw? Because the knight comes back, no?
What is this?
What is this? I mean, I think this is a win for white in practical terms, but like bishop
But
c6.
what bishop c6?
I don't understand.
But how is that possible?
How is this a draw?
And
this is
knight
the table
g4.
base. So.
But why is king f6 is losing?
King f6 loses to h5, so you can't allow the pawn to get to h5.
So bishop c6 is not just passing, but h5 is the key that after h5, bishop e8.
Yeah, so here bishop e8. Apparently this is just a draw, which is crazy to me.
Did you know this?
I did not know this.
Ask Magnus. Does he know that this is a draw?
I'll ask him next time I see
listening,
him.
Or he's listening.
Hey dude, Magsy. What are you doing with your Sunday? Why are you here?
But that's crazy. If this is a draw.
This is a draw, apparently. Vincent, if we go back though, wow, Judit, he's played h5. He's blown the win. Wow. Now king d8 is the only move, not king d6. That is so difficult.
Chess is hard.
Chess is
impossible. If
impossible.
you want to play it right. Otherwise, it's not hard.
I swear it got harder. Like at some point in the last 5 years, it definitely got harder.
Well, it's harder because you're checking with engine. Otherwise, it wouldn't be hard. You would just say, okay, this is just winning. And probably we would make every second move bad. But at the end, it would be winning. And basically, we would be right that it's winning. But it's not winning the way we think it's winning. We just win the game.
Mm-hmm.
But objectively, it would be a draw. And of course, without engine, you will not figure it out because you know that it's lost. So you don't spend the time of analyzing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why is it a draw? That's king d8. It's crazy.
Just before
you know why?
Oh,
yeah.
Go
ahead.
No, go on. I was going to change the topic.
No, that I'm thinking that maybe king d8. So after b6, there is a move king c8.
Mm-hmm.
And knight b3 would work if the pawn would be on h4, but then bishop e8.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Okay, it's still not over.
Do you think king d8 is findable instead of king d6? Well, Is it possible to find that move? It's like
With
despite
3
the
minutes
instinct
on
of
the
going
clock?
forward? Oh,
I think it very much depends on your mindset. If you think that you can make a draw, I mean, king d8, king c8, it makes sense. I mean, I understand that king d6, b6, I'm in stalemate situation with my king, so I need one more move, bishop c8.
Judit, we'll go into more detail on this endgame, which is going to go on for a while. Ivanchuk, miracles. He is holding suddenly. Again. But he has to find an only move again. King e3. Oh, God. Wow. Vidit has just blundered with rook to b8. Vidit could have won by playing rook f5 and then just taking this pawn, which is very surprising to me, and then going behind with the black rook. But rook b8, king e3 now, getting off the f-file to deflect with a promotion, I guess, and then putting the white rook behind. It's a draw.
Juki, made it.
He finds it. He finds it. Rook b7's a dead draw now.
No, but what happened? B2 and not... Oh, poor Vidit.
Oh my gosh. Endgames. Like, I love them and I hate them. This is just over, right? Rook b7. Is there any way for black to put pressure on anymore?
No.
I don't think so.
Ooh. Yeah, rook endgames. But why didn't Vidit take rook f5?
What's wrong with this? Like king I don't know, e3 or e4?
No, because rook a6.
Rook a6. But now, can you not bring the king?
Rook b6.
Yeah, and king c4?
Or rook h7.
Ah, rook h7, yeah. Oh, sorry. Rook h7 with a check. And what happens if white went to king e4 then? Is it different? Take?
Yes.
Rook a6. King d6?
King d6 and rook h7.
Ah, again. Wow, that's what he missed, right?
Yeah, okay, so it was not so obvious.
Is that the only winning move? Nah. Well, king c5 apparently wins as well. But that's less
But with
obvious.
the same idea. But
yeah.
No?
Yep, same idea.
No, king c5, king c4.
Mm-hmm.
And then rook e7. And then rook e7.
Yeah, that's actually very instructive.
Can we show it? Because it's very instructive. King c4, rook b1. Check, very important. c5. Rook c1, king b4, rook b1, king a3.
So
rook
this
c1.
Doesn't work with a b pawn, only a c pawn here.
Yeah, or a d pawn. But it has to be minimum of two lines between the pawn and the king, right? And rook c7.
Yeah. And this is winning. King b2
Is it?
next move.
Yes, because king e2, king b2, rook c4, king b3.
Yeah.
Rook c1, c4.
Yes.
King d2, rook d7.
Yeah. I actually had this once and my opponent didn't know that you could go like king a3. He just agreed to a draw when I started checking from the front. So.
But you know, the game itself, it's still kind of funny.
So he, instead of going check and taking the pawn, he went back. King e3, b2, queen takes, rook b7, d5 takes, c5, and okay, how to hold this. Rook c2 comes to mind.
Because king d3 is not good.
Yep. Okay, rook c2 was played. King d3 just to show check.
Maybe
although here you
still
could go e2 as well. Then.
Yeah.
Okay, he went rook c2, much easier. As long as you stop the king coming in front of the pawn, that's the key.
Yeah. What a save by Chucky. Oh.
Wow. Vidit. Oof. Vidit's mistake in the Grand Swiss was not losing round 1. That's how he won the tournament last year. Lost in round 1, then started crushing here. Yeah.
And we have the... Okay, here he's still playing.
Fighting. Yeah. Okay, so what to do?
Will he play rook c1?
Yeah, rook c1 makes sense, right? Still awkward. We want the white rook on g4 or somewhere on the...
But rook g2 is also possible.
Rook g2, king c4,
King d2,
king d2, king b3,
king b3, rook g5, rook g5.
b3, rook g5. Yeah, very accurate. Trying to get behind with a check. Rook g5. Yeah, that's very important.
Rook h2.
h2. I just come back.
c4.
Oh gosh.
Rook b5, king c3, king b1.
Yeah, you're going to make me defend from the long side.
And
then
yeah.
check. And this game goes on for a while. In the meantime, we have to go back. It looks like Ivanchuk's going to save this one. We have to go back to Vincent Keimer, who now has a winning move again. Wow, only winning move.
But he will do it. He will play it.
Otherwise, bishop e8, right? Yeah, he finds that one. Quick action replay. h5 was wrong due to king d8. Just to mention as well, I saw some questions in the chat earlier. What white should have been doing is playing pawn up and then bringing his king forward, and even allowing the pawn to drop, and then just bringing the king like king e5 or maybe f4 first. I'm not sure. And this was okay, maybe king e5 first was best, and or maybe knight f5 would have been the win. But anyway, he went king
knight f5.
Yeah, he went king d6 instead of king d8, which was the drawing move. Now, missed opportunities for both. I'm really surprised bishop e8 didn't happen here.
But king e3 was also bad.
King e3 was also bad.
b6 must have been the move.
Yeah, b6 only winning move. Wow.
King e3, but what's the problem with king e3?
You could have played bishop e8 here, and after knight f5 check.
King e5.
I mean, chess
king
is
e5,
impossible.
no?
King e5
b6. No, king e5, b6.
King c7. What? Yeah, not king c5 apparently, but king c7, and this is at least according to the computer a draw, but no guarantees.
Don't try it at home.
Yeah, don't try. Even analyzing this at home is hard.
Yeah.
King e3, missed opportunity. Bishop e8, only move to draw. King c5 was played though, and king e4. Now it's maybe more straightforward. Knight f5, take on b5, and okay, Judit. This is so tough still. What would you play here?
What would I play here?
Yeah.
Well, don't tell me knight g7 is a draw.
Knight g7 is a draw. I mean, yeah, I fully agree with that feature chat, by the way, we saw a second ago. All the natural moves are always the wrong moves in this game.
f4? F4 is the only move?
f4 or king e5, but f4 is...
But after king e5, bishop e2 was my problem.
Yeah, and apparently bishop e2, white comes back to f4.
What?
And then, yeah, no idea why. I guess knight takes and then knight back to f5. And
Today's lesson is nobody on planet understands endgames. Nice conclusions, Young GM.
100% thanks b5. Oh wait, so this is the live position. So your f4 is winning. Why not knight? So well, I still don't really understand. He finds one of the winning moves, king e5, but after bishop e2, he'll have to go back to f4 now. Judit, just to understand why knight takes g7 doesn't work. Apparently there's a check.
And then you have to lose tempo, probably, right? King c7.
King c7, knight
f5. Knight f5, bishop e8, king g4, bishop d7.
Yeah, this is... And suddenly you get stuck in this pattern.
And this is why it works when king e5, bishop e2, king f4.
Mm-hmm. Okay, king f4, bishop b5. If we take now, bishop c6.
King g3, bishop d7. Yeah.
How is this still winning?
f4, f5, f6.
But is that in time? f4, king.
I can't believe it.
I don't know. Like, I've turned on the computer. Like, I hate doing it, but I turn on the computer to try and understand. And I understand less than ever before, Judit. Like, what's happened? Okay, he's winning apparently, Vincent Keimer, but
I told you what's the old scenario. We know that it's winning. We are making mistakes on every second move, and then still win the game. So the outcome is clear, right? And what changes now? We know that it's winning. The outcome is that he's going to win. But in the meantime, there are some problem of understanding.
Mm-hmm. And in the meantime, the black clock has struck 0, and this has moved 60. So Vincent Keimer's just gained another 15 minutes. But okay, his opponent did it just in time, it looks like, and then just needed a bit of time to reset. King f4 was found, though. And okay, Vincent Keimer should win now, but we will see.
No, there's no way that he's not going to win this.
Yeah,
I've said it before, yeah? And after that, he was ruining it several times.
Yeah, and just like Zathras is saying in the chat, normally rook endgames are the Mount Everest of chess, but this bishop and knight endgame, like, oh, it's so tough. So difficult. And yeah, I made the mistake, Judith, a while ago. It was a few years ago now. I think it's like 2020 or 2021 of spending a while going through some of my old games. And I wanted to make a collection of like my best games. And I was like, oh, that was really smooth. That was a really easy, like clean win. And like you said, like as soon as I turned on a computer, these were wins from like 10 years ago. The modern computers, it's like boom, 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 blunder, blunder, blunder. And I was like, I thought those were my best games, but impossible these days.
Yeah, but the question is what kind of blunders we make, right? Is it human blunders? Or, I mean, this game also, there are some things we really need time to understand. So the takeaway is that no matter how winning you are, you have to pay attention a lot because you can go wrong. And there are some miracles of a way of holding it, right? Like now, if white would be taking on g7, this is what I'm telling also to youngsters, that just to sit there and make moves, it doesn't mean automatically that you're fighting. You're fighting if you're sitting there and you're calculating continuously, right? And if there is a chance given, then you're smarter and you grab the opportunity. Because here, maybe after knight g7, it would be also win if you're not calculating and paying attention with black. But maybe if you do, then you say, wow, bishop d7, and I can maybe save the game.
Crazy. And yeah, I remember that there was also a famous game at the British Championship once where it was, I mean, we were talking about that position. You wanted me to ask Magnus, is it winning? Is it not, like this position? Yes. There was a famous game in the British Championship. It was the penultimate round, and someone knew they were about to go knight versus bishop, 2 pawns down. They just resigned. And it's like apparently it's like an easy fortress. And we just assume in our minds, we're just like 2 pawns. 2 pawns are too much. But...
Yeah. No, ever since I got to learn this queen, g2, h2 pawn versus no pawn and black king on g8, it's a draw. Ever since that, I know that you never know.
Never resign.
But it's interesting. It's moved 61, so they got their final 15 minutes.
Yeah. And in the meantime, we'll come back and see if Frederick Svane can put up any resistance at all. Just to talk about endgame theory with people at home. For those of you who aren't familiar, this is the Philidor position now. Ivanchuk knows his stuff. The white rook cuts across the third rank. The black king cannot step forward. As soon as c3 happens, the black king cannot hide in front of its pawn anymore, so white goes behind and checks forever. This will be a draw. Judit, he got there. He got there in the end. Vasily Ivanchuk.
Unbelievable fight what they had been doing, Vidit versus Ivanchuk. Incredible. Very beautiful study-like solutions were missed. And, well, for Vidit it will be not easy. He had the win in his hand, but he had to be accurate and focused until the very end. The players are already deeply in the 7th hour of play. And it happens. It happens that if you lose your concentration, you lose your calculation skill, you just miss one move. It can happen if you play against the best players in the world. And Ivanchuk is not considered the best right now already, but he still has those skills, which time to time and some part of the game you might as well to end up in a situation where they do find the best moves.
Yeah, and okay, the moves are coming in thick and fast here. We're going to see a draw any second now. Rook takes rook is safe pre-move.
Will it be a 2 king or king a3 takes king b1, king b3 stalemate? This is the question.
Stalemate, surely. You want to be a pawn up for the moral victory. And okay, we'll see it play out. I think Vidit just going through the motions here is probably shaking his head a lot. Probably
well, it's too late.
Yeah, too late now. We're expecting the moves king a3, take, king b1, and stalemate.
At the same time, we have another game, Pranav against Nihal. They have 2 rooks on the board, also playing out until the very last opportunity.
Okay, we'll just very quickly pop that up on the screen. Okay, we actually see a draw. Ivanchuk didn't even take the rook, but the game eventually ends. And okay, I think we won't delve actually into another game right now. Judit, we're about to go on our last break because when we come back, we'll see whether Vincent Keimer is able to finish off his win on board 5. Can he move up the standings here? It's the German clash. It's been up and down, but we're still learning a lot about endgames. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes for the final part of round 4 today. So do not go anywhere. See you soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the final chapter of round 4. Only 3 games remain here at the Grand Swiss. Thank you to everyone who stuck with us through these very difficult endgames. Judith, we're learning so much. We've been confused, but we're still enjoying the process.
Absolutely, because I love endgames myself. Of course, for the players, I think it's very difficult, especially if they are realizing after they made the mistake that I had to be able to make a draw. Or the other one, I'm sure that Keimer had this. Maybe I misplayed it. Oh my God, I had to win this. How can I make this mistake, right? You have these very mixed feelings during the game when you misplay an end game, especially because when we entered to the end game of Keimer, having 2 pawns on one side, on the king's side, White had the knight in the center on d4, supporting the b-passed pawn. It was clear that it has to be a win, right? The only question is how exactly. What are the precise moves? Do you play h5? Do you play b5? Which one do you make first? Are you bringing your king first? Are you reaching with your king to e5? Or should you be playing f4 instead? So there are a lot of questions, even though there is intuitively we would say that this is winning. I made immediately a bad move, allowing g5, right? Which was immediately giving away somehow the victory. Bishop d7 was a bad move, and actually this is interesting to remember that when you have a knight like this and bishop on opposite to them, the knight is really controlling all the important squares. Like there is limitation power of the bishop, right? All these b5, c6, e6, f5 squares are covered by the knight. So I cannot jump there, but I also limit the bishop movement. And then the all kind of misplayed moves happened from both sides. b5 was still good, king e7, h5 was a mistake because that's a weakness. And now king d8. Who would have found it, right?
Yeah, maybe with, I don't know, 30 minutes on the clock, not around 3 or 4 minutes like he did at the time, Frederick Svane. And he went forward, much more natural move, king d6. Apparently a mistake, as b6 is strong here, tying black down, forcing black to lose some tempi, but king e3 again blew the advantage momentarily because bishop e8 was holding, but again, very difficult. After knight f5 check, you have to see, you go back to c7, not c5 for some...
And not e5?
Not e5. E5, the pawn runs. C5, after knight takes here, the black king is actually too far away after king e4. If you cross, then you lose your pawn, I guess. King d6 here. You can't use e6 either, which is really annoying due to a knight d4 check. So the black king gets kicked away. So the only drawing move, which Frederick Svane probably missed, is king c7, knight takes g7, and now you can take this pawn, since after knight f5, bishop to e8 is the idea, and the king doesn't get in the way. You missed this. He went forward to c5, Judith. I think time trouble here may be the main reason. But from this moment, Vincent Keimer has found all the right moves. And we see him play king f4 as well. I want to shout out Frederick Svane. Great find to put the bishop on c6, tying down the white king. I think it's the best practical try to try and save this game. But it looks like knight f5, the only winning move, the only winning idea at least. Knight g3. This is something we discussed. And now the knight saves the pawn, blocks, and the king's coming in. Something we discussed in the break there, Judith. But it looks like he's getting the job done finally, Vincent Keimer.
So what is really happening on bishop e8? White goes knight f6, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if bishop f7?
Yeah, bishop f7. Oh, wow. I'm never turning on the
Sorry
endgame
for the
again.
extra questions. Sorry.
No, it's good. I needed this.
No,
I think this is
king g4, king h4, and knight g4 wins.
Nice. 2 winning moves. You have to go g4 or g3, and then king h4. Nice. Oh, so difficult chess and knight g4. Yeah, not easy, but he'll find it. He'll find it, right?
But you know what's crazy? If no, in the final position where we were, if the bishop on e8, don't you think it's possible that it's a draw with king e6, knight h6, king f6? That I don't
Ooh.
allow the white king to g5?
Oh, it's hard to lose a tempo with a knight, unfortunately, but
But
try and
with the
make this
king,
happen.
you can go bishop a2, king g3, bishop something, bishop f7,
Wait, I've gone
king
back.
g3, bishop e8, king g4.
Okay,
So this
ignore
is
us,
what we
everyone.
want. Yeah, this is what I want
Knight
to see. Takes king f6, knight g4, king f5.
but there's h6,
Then h6, h7 wins.
if you go here, yeah. Oh wait,
Yeah,
no, king g7. Oh, no knight foot. Oh my god.
No, instead of h7, you go f4.
And then f5.
Bishop d7, knight e5, and f5 is a threat, right?
Okay, but yeah, this is over.
Okay, so this is winning in every form.
Yeah, a draw at this point would be brutal, as Ben says in the chat, but also a draw would be unlikely. Now the players have some time on the clock, and Vincent has enough time to work things out. Yeah, if not bishop e8, then white's king is going to come round. Could we start with king c7? One last
You want
try.
to win a tempo.
Yes.
But then king f5, bishop e8, knight g3. And go king f6, king g7, I think.
My board is frozen 1 second. It's that time of day. 7th hour.
It cannot stand all these tricks and savings. It's rebelling, your board.
It's rebelling. Everyone will have to imagine all of the variations, but yeah, we'll get my board back. I'm working soon. Oh, there we go. King f5. It's working again. Bishop e8. Hit me with the variation. Knight g3.
And I go king f6, king g7, and take your pawn on h6.
There we go. Yeah, this is over.
Long game. Guys are playing for 6.5 hours already.
Yep, and counting. There's 2 other games remaining. We'll keep everyone abreast of updates here with Vincent Keimer, but should we just quickly jump, Judith, to see the others?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. We left this game a long time ago when there were still queens on the board. And at that point, it was white a couple of pawns up, but managed to win the pawns back. Yevgeny Naya, before unfortunately trading queens and king activity, Judith is going to decide this game.
Yeah, for black, he had an opportunity to save the game, but he missed it after misplayed it. And maybe can you go back just to show what was the final mistake for black? Move 56.
Okay, move 56. Yeah, he gave a check here a bit earlier. He could have taken on d3. We showed that earlier, and coming into e1 with some counterplay. He gave a check. First mistake, and then the final mistake, as you say. We actually looked at this, interestingly enough. We talked about driving the king forward, and the final mistake was not to take the pawn on c5. He should have gone into a queen endgame, which is difficult, Judith, but he went check here, allowing the queens to come off. Keeping the queens on was the key. Yeah, check. Block check, cross check, whatever you call it. And yeah, now the black king is just too bad.
Yeah, and the king is winning the game.
This is over. I guess you can try c4, last try.
B takes c4, knight b2. And probably white will be going c5, knight a4, c6, c7, and then a4, king c6, knight d6.
Yeah, too slow for black. And check. And yeah, Black is not in time. C-Pawn promotes. Okay.
I don't
so it
know
looks
if
like
the game is still going on because 0-0-0 Black's time, but doesn't matter because the position is lost indeed.
Yeah. So Parham, who represents the US these days, famously a second for Fabiano Caruana, he is about to win his game, and he will move to a plus score. He'll move to 2.5 out of 4. And the only other game is Niklas Theodorou, the Greek number 1, against a local GM from Uzbekistan, one I'm not so familiar with, Judit, Ortik Nigmatov.
I'm not so familiar with him either, but it's usually great to have when the event is or the organizers have some wild cards, and he's one of them, I believe, who got the wild card and the tournament of his life for the time being. A great opportunity.
Yeah,
but he's having a hard time.
Yeah, he's one of the bottom seeds, I should mention, one of the lowest seeds in the tournament, 24.88, and he's on 50%. He's played 127.30. He's played 226.30, 26.40 players, so underdog, but he's done quite well. Here, how easy is it for white to win? If the king goes back,
this is what I was wondering, that why is it so easy? If you go to e8, I think it's a bigger problem because bishop e3.
Yeah, if I attack the bishop.
I go rook b8.
And
king f7, f takes e6, king e6. You think you might be saving this?
I'm not too pessimistic. Probably
Well,
lost,
there were worse positions, you want to say, before, yeah?
Yeah. Well, I just see the bar. What else could it be?
Well, it could be actually rook b7, king e8, maybe bishop d4. Bishop d4, e takes f5, and king d5, for example.
That makes a lot of sense.
e6 and rook b8, bishop c5.
Yeah. That looks horrible for black. King activity, again the key. Giving
And what happens if it goes to g8?
This feels more challenging. He's got no time, so we're going to find out his move in a moment. I hope we see king g8, so we have to figure out what to do next.
Yeah, I think king g8 seems to be more resistant.
How about bishop d2?
Bishop d2, I take e takes f. And rook g4, rook e4, I will stop.
Yeah, I missed rook g4. Computer says it's still winning, luckily. But
I think everything is winning, but I was thinking to go anyway bishop e3 and having the bishop on d4.
So same. Yeah, so this is winning too. Maybe bishop g5 and e7 coming next.
Well, yeah.
And the b pawn very strong. So we haven't seen a movie yet, but we will. So you wanted to just put the bishop on d4 again, Judit? Rook e1.
I was thinking to go here, rook bishop e3 and bishop d4 and king d.
d5.
f4.
Push.
That's it.
Yeah. And Judith, it looks like moves are down on the boards, unfortunately. The 3 remaining games. It does look, however, like Vincent Keimer is about to win his game. Looks like Grigory Oparin and Niklas Theodorou are also about to win those games we just investigated. But yeah, we'll have to leave everyone on a slight cliffhanger there, and we'll have to go to the standings as they are in the open section. Let's recap some of the results we saw earlier today. Judith, what was the kind of highlight for you? Who stood out the most out of these players we see in front of us right now?
Actually, there were no I mean, there were interesting games, but it was well. I'm very excited to see Yagis Khan. Erdamus, how is he going to be developing? He has 3 points. He won an incredible game today. So I like when I see the youngsters thrive. That's why I'm very much looking forward to him. Of course, I was very happy for Richard won, no?
Yes.
Didn't he? He won.
He did.
Yeah, so that I liked very much. I'm happy for Ivanchuk to save the game because this way we can still count on him a lot to go further. So there are a lot of fun things happening in this event, and of course in the next portion also we see a lot of great players. Even for the players who has 2.5 out of 4, they are just there. Anything can happen. I mean, Nepomniachtchi has also only in brackets 2.5, but of course Nihal Sarin and others also who not considered to be the favorite necessarily.
Yep. And meanwhile, in the women's section, it's 2 players out in front. I guess we know the pairings now for round 5. It's going to be Katerina Lagno against Vaishali. Vaishali drawing today. Lagno winning very convincingly. Judit, looks like pack is slightly more separated here. Some of the favorites still having to climb their way back to catch up.
Absolutely, and I'm very much looking forward for that board 1 pairing, because I'm pretty sure there is going to be a clash already in the opening. And both of them know exactly that after round 4 they have to keep everything under control. They definitely don't want to lose games, even though it is clear that even if they do lose a game, the tournament is long, and against a great player, strong player, against a grandmaster level player, you can always play it out and lose. It happens, but I think there is going to be more and more exciting clashes.
You heard it there from Judit Polgar herself. More and more exciting clashes guaranteed. Some endgame lessons guaranteed. We learned that today. We're going to wrap things up there now. And of course, we'll be back same time, same place tomorrow for round 5. Judit, I just want to say it's been a pleasure. I'll be off after this, but I'll be watching with a keen eye. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the tournament. For those of you who've been with us the whole of the last 6.5 hours, thank you so much for joining, and see you again soon. Bye-bye from now.
Thank you, David. Bye.